Section 48 of the Cambridge Modern History, Volume 1, The Renaissance. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 45, The Early Tudors, by James Gairdner, Part 3. Early in 1513, Louis XII and his Queen Anne of Brittany had in vain attempted to break up the confederacy against France by offering their second daughter, Renee, to the Prince of Castile, with the Duchy of Brittany as her dowry. Anne of Brittany died in January 1514, but Louis renewed the offer, and appeared to meet with less resistance. There was indeed always a French party in Flanders, and though Margaret of Savoy was strongly opposed to a breach of faith with England in this matter, she was overborne by her father Maximilian, who, under the influence of Ferdinand, invented excuses for putting off the match with Mary, which plainly proved there was no intention of concluding it. But Henry was less of a dupe than men supposed. He had one counsellor, especially not so famous, yet as he was soon to become, whose eye was keen to detect false dealing and treachery abroad, and who well knew in what direction to look for a remedy. The abilities of Thomas Wolsey as a diplomatist had already been discovered by Henry VII, who made him his chaplain and also Dean of Lincoln, and though the new king at the command of his reign was more largely under the influence of others, it was Wolsey whose energies had planned and organized the naval and military expeditions of the last 3 years. In fact, he was rapidly becoming in most matters the king's sole counsellor. He accompanied Henry in the French campaign, and after the capture of Tournai the king obtained for him by papal bull the bishopric of that city, the see being newly vacant, though another bishop had been nominated by France. In February 1514, the more substantial bishopric of Lincoln was also bestowed upon him, and before many months were over, the death of Cardinal Bainbridge at Rome enabled the king to advance him from Lincoln to the archbishopric of York. Under Wolsey's direction, it was not difficult for Henry to chastise the perfidy of Ferdinand and the instability of Maximilian. While King Henry, deserted by his allies, seemed resolute to carry on the war alone, secret negotiations were opened with France through the prisoners left in English hands by the Battle of the Spurs, and there was no enemy whom France was so anxious to conciliate as England. The death of Anne of Brittany cleared the way for Louis to enter the state of matrimony again at the age of 52, and Henry had no scruple about giving him the hand of his own sister Mary, a beautiful girl of 18. On August 7th there were concluded in London a treaty of peace with France, and another for the marriage, a pledge being given by French commissioners for the payment of 1,000,000 gold crowns by half-yearly instalments of 50,000 francs. The marriage was actually celebrated at Abbeville on October 9th. This new alliance with France astonished the world and spread serious alarm in many places. Henry certainly harbored deep designs in connection with it, especially against his father-in-law, while Louis considered that he would now be able most effectively to prosecute his claim to the Duchy of Milan. But Europe had scarcely had time to consider what might become of these arrangements when they were virtually at an end. Louis XII died on January 1st, 1515, and as he left no sons, the Count of Angoulême succeeded him as Francis I. There was indeed no disposition at all events on the part of Francis to break off the amity with England, but it was clear from the first that that young and chivalrous king would be a rival and not a help to Henry in his European schemes. The embassy sent to him from England on his accession was headed by Charles Brandon, Duke of Suffolk, in whom the hope had been raised of marrying the widowed French queen. Unfortunately for the other purposes of the Duke's mission, Francis found out his secret, and after putting him to the blush, promised every possible assistance in the matter he had most at heart. The king was as good as his word, but the impatience of the young couple, who faced strong opposition in England, induced them to be married in France before they left. On their return, Suffolk was in serious danger from the indignation of King Henry and his nobles, but by Wolsey's intercession he procured his pardon. Suffolk's indiscretion had in fact entailed the failure of some secret diplomacy with which he had been charged, and succeeding ambassadors could not remedy the result of his mismanagement. Francis renewed the treaty made with Suffolk's predecessor, and took his departure for Italy in order to assert his claim to Milan, evading an inconvenient demand that he should prevent the Duke of Albany from proceeding to Scotland. John, Duke of Albany, was the son of Duke Alexander, who had tried to supplant his brother James III in Scotland, and had been driven into exile in France. There his son had been brought up and was now living, a French man in birth and feeling, but next heir to the crown of Scotland after the two children of James IV. For this reason the Scottish people desired his coming. Immediately after the Battle of Flodden, it is true, the widowed Queen Margaret was recognised, under her late husband's will, as regent for her infant son James V, but in this she was evidently intended to be controlled by a council, and even then Albany's presence was desired. But Louis XII would not allow him to leave France. It was only natural, however, that Francis I should refuse to give any pledge to detain him, and events in Scotland, meanwhile, have certainly made his going thither more desirable. For Margaret, after giving birth to a posthumous child, Alexander, Duke of Ross, very speedily married young Archibald Douglas, Earl of Angus, and thereby made herself a partisan among the opposing factions of the Scotch nobility. She was considered to have by this act forfeited both the regency and the control of her children, and the council, August 26, 1514, were unanimous that Albany should be called in to assume the government. Margaret's position became intolerable, and in November she wrote to Henry from Stirling, where she had shut herself up with Angus, to send forces by sea and land for her deliverance. The country was indeed full of feuds and conspiracies, but Henry's treaties with France forbade open interference with Scotland, and he advised his sister to escape to England instead, and bring her husband and her children with her. This, however, was not to be easily effected, even had it been desired by Margaret herself, which at first was very likely not the case. Albany arrived in Scotland in May 1515, and being afterwards confirmed as governor by the Scottish Parliament, was quite resolved on obtaining possession of the children. To this end a deputation of Scotch lords approached the Queen at Stirling, but they were compelled to deliver their message outside the gates, the portcullis being dropped. The castle was besieged, and Albany himself appeared before it on August 4 with formidable artillery. Margaret, deserted by her friends, put the keys of the castle into the young king's hands, and delivered both him and his brother to the Duke. Next month, by means of skilful arrangements made for her by Lord Darker, she contrived to escape to Harbottle in Northumberland, where on October 7th she was delivered of a daughter, Margaret Douglas, afterwards the mother of Lord Darnley. Here the Queen was obliged to remain for the winter, removing no further than Morpeth in November, as her confinement had been followed by a long illness, during which the news of her second son's death at Stirling was for a time concealed from her, and she only visited her brother's court in the following spring. Meanwhile, the influence of Henry VIII at Rome had procured for Wolsey the title of Cardinal, which was bestowed upon him by Leo X on September 10th. On December 24 following, the king appointed him Lord Chancellor and ambassadors noted that the whole power of the state appeared to be lodged in him. The king, indeed, reposed very complete confidence in him, but always required frequent conferences with him as to the aims and methods of policy, and the cardinal always found it necessary to carry out the objects of a very intelligent master, whether he quite approved of them himself or not. Henry VIII might hunt and take his pleasure, but there was no department of the state's business which he failed to look into or which he did not fully command. In September 1515, Francis I won the Battle of Marignano, to the confusion of the Pope and the Spaniards and the Swiss. Nor was the news more acceptable to Henry, who read the letters presented to him by the French ambassador with ill-conceived mortification. He had no reasonable cause, however, for a rupture with France, and Wolsey and Suffolk were eager to assure the ambassador that nothing of the kind was in contemplation. But not only had he just, October 19th, made a new treaty, though a defensive one only, with Ferdinand of Aragon, but he had also been listening with interest to a secretary of Maximilian, Sforza, Duke of Milan, who urged him to league with the Swiss for the expulsion of the French from Italy, and Wolsey had already dispatched his very able secretary, Richard Pace, on a secret mission to hire Swiss mercenaries for this purpose, throwing out a hint that their efforts were likely to be seconded by another English invasion of France. Unluckily, even before Pace had set out, not only had the Swiss been decisively defeated at Marignano, but Milan had opened its gates to the victors, and the Duke, taken prisoner, had resigned his duchy for a French pension. But the plan was not dropped. The Emperor conferred the title of Duke of Milan on Francis Sforza, brother of Maximilian. It was arranged that the Swiss were to serve the Emperor and to be paid by England. But a further change very soon took place in the situation. In January 1516, Ferdinand of Aragon died, and a young Prince Charles was in Flanders proclaimed King of Castile. It was desirable, and became more and more so as time went on, that he should leave the Netherlands for his new dominions, but there were many difficulties to compose. His council leaned to France, and the Holy League had not much prospect of survival without Spain. England, however, clung to her former policy, and as it seemed at first with every prospect of success. The French were driven into Milan, and it was thought that they could not keep the city against the Emperor, who had come down from Trent and joined the Swiss with a view to attacking them. But when almost at the gates of the city on Easter Monday, March 24th, he suddenly changed his mind, refused to advance further, and presently withdrew once more across the Adder towards Germany, alleging the most frivolous excuses to Pace and the English ambassador, Wingfield. Whether he was discontented at not having received English money, who had actually received French money, is uncertain. The Swiss would have gone on without him, but their leaders fell out among themselves, and the whole enterprise was ruined. Still, by Wolsey's policy, the Swiss were kept in pay, and the Emperor was prevented for a time from coming to an understanding with France. Conscious of his debts to England, Maximilian gravely offered to invest King Henry with the dukedom of Milan, and even to resign the empire itself in his favour. Henry was not much taken with these offers, but thought it more important that the Emperor should come down to Flanders and correct the French leanings of his grandson's councillors, or he might come on to Calais, where in that case Henry would meet him. The suggestion was agreeable to Maximilian, as it offered a pretext for new demands on Henry's purse for travelling expenses. He delayed the journey, however, for some time, while Charles and his councillors concluded a treaty with France at Noyon on August 13th with the object of settling questions about Navarre and Naples, so as to let the young prince go to Spain with comfort. This was quite disastrous to the policy of England and to the manifest interests of Maximilian, and had a bad effect upon the Swiss, but Maximilian required further aid from England to prevent Verona falling into the hands of the Venetians, and it was apparently with this object mainly that he dispatched Matthias Scheiner, Cardinal of Zion, into England in October, though there were no doubt more specious pretexts, for notwithstanding the Treaty of Noyon, even Charles' councillors admitted the danger of Francis becoming supreme in Italy and putting pressure on the Pope. The Cardinal of Zion conferred with them on the way to England, and a league for the defence of the Church was concluded in London on October 29th between England, the Emperor, and Spain. But the Emperor was still called on to perform his promise, and being yet far from the Low Countries, he continually required golden arguments to make him advance further. He reached Haguenau in Elsass in the beginning of December, and the Cardinal of Zion, who joined him there on his return from England, continued the begging on his behalf, writing to Wolsey that Charles' councillors were seriously alarmed at his reproach. This was a gross falsehood, for shameful to say, at this very time the Emperor, by his commissioners at Brussels, had accepted the Treaty of Noyon and had given his oath to observe it. Moreover, he had put Verona into the hands of the King of Castile, who he pretended could keep it better than himself. But Charles merely handed it over by compact to the French, to be restored by them to the Venetians. So in that, all the king's money bestowed on Maximilian was lost, but under Wolsey's guidance, large compensation was obtained ere long. No change was made in external policy. The Emperor was treated still as a friend, till he fell into suspicion with other allies, and lost all influence in Europe, while on the other hand, England was sought by all parties for the sake of her full coffers. Charles of Castile felt the need of her to advance money to him for his voyage to Spain, and while Henry was supposed to be still bent on doing France all the mischief in his power, very secret negotiations began between France and England, first for the restoration of Tournai, and ultimately, before the world knew, for a cordial alliance, of which more will be said presently. Meanwhile, the Queen had given birth in February to a daughter named Mary, who was afterwards Queen of England, and in May, Margaret, Queen of Scotland, came to her brother's court at Greenwich. Her stay in England gave Henry very great power in dealing with the northern kingdom. Even at Harbottle and Morpeth she had fallen under the power of Lord Darker, a great master of intrigue, who understood the king's general objects, and first induced her to prefer demands which were refused by the Scotch lords, then later to sign a bill of complaints against Albany, in which it was even insinuated that the king was not safe in his hands, and that the death of the king's younger brother was probably due to the Duke. This, however, was only a state paper to be used when convenient, for she was at that very time corresponding with Albany, who at her request liberated her friends from prison, agreed to give up her dowry, and showed every desire to satisfy her. Yet on June 1st, 1516, Henry wrote to the Scotch lords a formal demand for Albany's removal, but he was met by an absolute refusal on July 4th. Albany, however, was really desirous to revisit France, and to this end he made a treaty with Wolsey on July 24th, arranged for a prolongation of the truce and a settlement of Margaret's demands, and proposed to pass through England on his way and there conclude a perpetual peace. At a later date he obtained an unwilling permission from the Scotch Parliament to return to France for a time, but the visit to England had to be abandoned. He returned to France in June 1517, and in the course of the same month Margaret re-entered Scotland, having left London on May 16th. Little more than a fortnight before her departure occurred the formidable riot of the London apprentices called Evil May Day. It arose out of a conspiracy against foreigners, on whose houses a general attack was made during the night of April 30th. This outbreak was not unexpected, but the civic authorities, in spite of a serious warning from Wolsey, who had to protect his own house at Westminster with a guard and artillery, failed to take adequate steps to prevent it. Troops were dispatched into the city by various routes, and cannon were used to quell the disturbance. 278 citizens were taken prisoners, of whom 60 were hanged in different parts of the city, and some beheaded and quartered, the offence being counted treason on account of the king's enmity with foreign princes. The rest were pardoned at the intercession of the Queen and Wolsey. Another public calamity which speedily followed was a severe outbreak of the sweating sickness, an epidemic which first made notable ravages in England immediately after the accession of Henry VII, 1485. Wolsey was dangerously ill of it, and the court was obliged, both this year and the year following, 1518, to withdraw from the neighbourhood of London for fear of the infection. Early in 1517, a conspiracy to poison Pope Leo X was discovered at Rome, in which some cardinals were implicated, among others Cardinal Adrian de Corneto, the papal collector in England, who held the bishopric of Bath and Wells, originally bestowed upon him by King Henry VII. He exercised his office of collector by deputy, and his sub-collector, the celebrated Polydore Virgil, had already been imprisoned by Wolsey for an intrigue, and had only been released at the Pope's urgent intercession. Leo seems to have been equally anxious to spare Adrian himself the full penalty of his guilt, but Henry insisted that he should be deprived alike of his cardinalate and of his English bishop, intending that the latter should be bestowed on Wolsey in commendam, to be held along with the Archbishopric of York. The Pope put off the deprivation as long as possible. Both this and another concession he ultimately consented to make, in order to advance a project of his own, for in March 1517 the Lateran Council, taking advantage of the general peace in Europe, had proposed a crusade against the Turk, and Leo had before the year was out already sent legates to some countries to promote it. Henry VIII, however, objected that it was unusual to admit a foreign legate in England, but said that he would waive the objection if Wolsey also were made legate de Lateran at the same time. A joint legatine commission was accordingly issued by Leo in May 1518 to Cardinal Campeggio and to Wolsey, whereupon the former proceeded as far as Calais. But Cardinal Adrian was not yet deprived of his bishopric, and powerful intercession was used in his behalf. At Calais, therefore, Campeggio had to remain some weeks, until certain intelligence was received of Adrian's deprivation, when he was conducted across the Channel in July, and received with great magnificence in London. Nothing came indeed of the expedition against the Turk. The selfishness of princes and the double views of the popes themselves always interfered with such projects, but the proposal for general peace had for some time formed an admirable blind for negotiations, which had been secretly in progress for a special alliance between England and France. These arose out of private communications concerning Tournai, thus seemingly about ecclesiastical jurisdiction, for the French bishop always maintained his claim against Wolsey. Afterwards, about the town itself, which the French were anxious to recover. No one yet knew what was going on, when in July 1518 a protocol was signed by Wolsey and the French ambassador Villeroy for the surrender of the city and for the future marriage of the Princess Mary to the Dauphin, born in February of that same year. A magnificent embassy then came over in September and was received by the king in the presence of Cardinal Campeggio. A treaty of universal peace, as it was called, was signed in London by the French ambassadors and the English Privy Council on October 2nd, and on the next day the king and the ambassadors swore to it at St. Paul's. It was, professedly, a treaty between Leo X, Maximilian Francis I, Charles of Spain, and Henry VIII for mutual defence against invasion, but it was only signed at present by representatives of England and France, time being given to the Pope and the others to confirm it. This in itself, however, made it first of all a closer alliance with France, and 2 days later further treaties were signed for the marriage, for the surrender of Tournai, and for the settlement of questions without depredations. Bonnevet, the head of the French embassy, then as proxy for the Dauphin, formally married Mary at Greenwich on October 5th, and finally on the 8th another treaty was signed for an interview between the French and English kings to take place at Sandingfield near Calais before April 1st of the following year. Charles of Castile did not like this treaty, but it was for his own interest to confirm it, and he did so in Spain. Thus it formed a fair beginning for a European settlement, and virtually took Campeggio's mission out of his hands, making England the negotiator of the general peace, and consequently the arbiter of continental differences. To England, however, the great immediate advantage was, in the first place, that France was willing to buy her friendship, by means of an understanding that Albany must be kept from returning to Scotland, the payment of 600,000 crowns for the surrender of Tournai, a city which had been very expensive to keep, and to secure which the king had in 1515 began to build a citadel. Wolsey too surrendered his ineffectual claims on the bishopric, whose revenues he had never been able to draw, for a pension of 12,000 livres. Early in the next year, 1519, the Emperor Maximilian died, January 12th. Charles of Spain and Francis I of France immediately became candidates for the succession, and perhaps these events had their share in putting off the interview between the kings of France and England. But in May, Henry himself became a third competitor, sending Pace, now his own secretary instead of Wolsey's, to Germany, to suggest in secret objections to both the other candidates, and first win the electors in his favour. It was a hopeless project, which Wolsey certainly promoted against his own better judgment, because he saw his master set upon it. Moreover, it was a piece of double dealing towards Francis, whose candidature Henry had promised to support, and Francis found it out, but he did not let the fact disturb the new amity. Charles was elected emperor June 28th. This brings us to the threshold of a new epoch, to be treated of in a later volume. During the latter part of the 15th and the beginning of the 16th century, the constant tendency had been for every kingdom of Europe to consolidate itself and bring feudal lordships into fuller subjection to the supreme ruler. France felt this necessity most in order to repel the English invader. England herself was made to feel it by the Wars of the Roses. Spain came together under Ferdinand and Isabel and drove out the Moors. The House of Burgundy, with its rich inheritance in the Netherlands, was a dangerous neighbour to France and a natural ally of England, but ending in a female, it became joined with the House of Austria, which had already attained to the empire, while striving to secure it as a dynastic inheritance. The spirit of the times moved even to the papacy, whose territorial claims in Italy Julius II advanced by a warfare much more earthly than spiritual. The spirit of the times in political matters had been appreciated by Sir Thomas More, whose Utopia is described elsewhere in this volume as a classic product of an age of discovery. Such it was in its most striking aspect, but none the less was it in some parts a most faithful transcript of the Machiavellian politics pursued by the princes of Europe, and not least by the kings of England. In More's ideal island, inhabited by intelligent pagans, we find precisely those arts practised which were practised in the courts of Christian Europe, while kingdoms were advancing, and domestic peace and security should have found a firmer basis. The rulers of Christendom were cheating each other, engaging in unjust wars, or, like England, paying Swiss mercenaries to fight without declaring themselves belligerents, Henry VII had watched continental politics without allowing himself to be drawn into continental wars. It was otherwise with Henry VIII. Young and popular, and seated on a throne as secure as his father's was unstable, to him the glories of war had their attractions, and the practices of the Utopians in the conduct of it were not abhorrent. Such things were merely in the way of statesmanship. When the king was satisfied, there was no one to call him to account. Yet it was a highly polished age. Many ideas of former days no doubt had lost their hold. Chivalry had decayed. The talk of crusades against the Turk had become a mockery. The Eastern Empire had passed away, and the pretensions of the Western Empire had become more unreal than ever. But civilization had recovered from the disorders of papal schisms, internecine wars, and socialistic insurrections. There was marked progress in art and letters, first in Italy, then over the continent of Europe, and if in England there was little art, and young vernacular literature seemed to have languished since Chaucer's day, yet this country was scarcely behind other nations in cherishing the revived study of the classics. Long before the close of the 15th century, English monks, like Prior Selinug of Canterbury, had brought Greek scholarship home from Italian universities. Erasmus himself, who first came to England in 1497 or 1498, was set to teach Greek at Cambridge in 1510, found the country a special abode of scholarship. More, Colet, Grocyn, and Linacre were the men in whom this culture was most conspicuous. And Archbishop Warham and Bishop Fisher were the leading patrons of learning. The people, too, were polished in their manners. English urbanity struck even a Venetian who visited the country about the year 1500. But Erasmus found in English social intercourse something more than mere urbanity. Did you but know the endowments of Britain, he writes to his poetical friend Andrelius, you would run hither with winged feet, and if the gout stopped you, you would wish yourself a Daedalus. To mention one thing out of many, there are here nymphs of divine beauty, gentle and kind, whom you may well prefer to your Camonet. Moreover, there is a fashion never sufficiently commended. Wherever you go, you are received by every one with kisses. When you take leave, you are dismissed with kisses. You return, kisses again are renewed. People come to you, and kisses are offered. They take their leave, and kisses again distributed. Wherever you meet, there are kisses in abundance. In short, wherever you move, all things are charged with kisses. And Faustus, if you once tasted how sweet and fragrant they are, you would be glad to sojourn in England, not for 10 years only like Solon, but to your dying day. Such was English social life before the days of Puritanism. But it must be said, this pleasant freedom of manners was accompanied by much laxity with regard to social ties. Our Venetian visitor found side by side of English courtesy an absence of domestic affection, which seemed to him altogether amazing. Of licentiousness he saw instances in this country, but none of a man in love. And though English men kept jealous guard over their wives, offences against married life could always among them in the end be condoned for money. For their children they seemed to have no affection, sending them out to service in other homes as soon as they reached the age of 7, or 9 at the utmost, in order that they might learn manners. These observations are fully confirmed by the evidence of the Paxton letters, where, among other things, we read of a young lady of 20 in a respectable family being repeatedly beaten, and having her head broken in 2 or 3 places at a time, so that she was inclined to marry an elderly and ill-favoured suitor to escape from her mother's tyranny. This painful absence of natural feeling was largely owing to the feudal system of wardships, by which heirs under age were disposed of in marriage without their own consent, and that union which lays the foundation of all social life was commonly made a matter of bargain and sale. It was anything but an ideal condition of society, yet the nation was polite, well ordered, and on the whole very submissive to authority. The people loved their king, and even when their affection came to be sorely tried, honoured him with respectful obedience, which later generations found it impossible to pay to his successors. End of section 48.
Section 49 of the Cambridge Modern History, Volume 1, The Renaissance. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rainbows and Sunshine. Chapter 15, Economic Changes by William Cunningham, Part 1. We are accustomed to remark on the extraordinary economic changes which have taken place during the last 300 years. Commercial intercourse has increased enormously. The age of invention has brought about a veritable revolution in the process of manufacture, and agriculture has been indirectly but deeply affected by these influences. Despite the growth, however, in the volume of trade, in the mass of wealth, and in the number of population, similar principles of economic policy and commercial enterprise have been in vogue all this time. The 17th, 18th, and 19th century belong to the same period in the world history. The turning point was passed when the age of geographical discovery opened up the possibility of communication between all parts of the globe. And when the 17th century began, there had been time for the readjustment of the more limited ambitions of the Middle Ages to the new conditions. Rival nationalities were trying then, as they are today, to strengthen their naval and military forces with the aid of resources drawn from distant lands. And a close analogy is observable between the practices which were then pursued by the most progressive countries and some of the expedients which are being proposed at the present time. The commercial struggles and the economic controversies of the 17th century may seem petty and trivial, but the atmosphere is perfectly familiar, since they are thoroughly modern in character. The preceding period of 300 years with which we are concerned at present, the 14th, 15th, and 16th century, was also a time of rapid movement in the economic sphere. But the changes which occurred in that era contrast forcibly with those of the modern world. There are a few indications of steady growth in those troubled times. They were marked, instead, by the break-up of medieval society and the reconstruction of economic organization on entirely different lines. It is probable that according to modern standards, no startling change in the total volume of trade occurred between the reigns of Philip the Fair and the accession of Henry of Navarre. But during the time, the method of commercial practice had been fundamentally altered, and the institutions which controlled industrial activity had been remodeled. Although the process of manufacture and agriculture remained almost the same, there was a veritable revolution in commerce at the close of the Middle Ages. And as its result, every aspect of economic life and every member of the body economic was transformed. The drastic character of these changes will be more easily understood if we try to compare economic life in the earlier part of the 14th century, when medieval institutions were at their best, with the state of affairs at the opening of the 17th, when the modern period was already beginning. The area traversed by 14th century merchants was very restricted when compared with the voyage of Dutch or English traders in the 17th century. Medieval Christendom was hemmed in on the east and south of Mohammedan lands, and though Europeans ventured to the borders of these territories and founded factories at many points in them, they could not penetrate into the interior or establish direct commercial connections with the distant regions which supplied spices and silk. Maritime intercourse was confined to the Mediterranean and the Black Sea, the Baltic and the North Sea, and the eastern border of the Atlantic. Within these narrow geographical limits, each commercial community aimed at obtaining a profitable monopoly in some line of trade, and at ousting competitors. This policy gave rise to the arbitrary restrictions on trading voyages. The Genoese and the Venetians contended for the possession of the commerce of the Black Sea. Venice succeeded in controlling the trade on the Adriatic and in this valley of the Po. The merchant of the Hanse towns would not admit any rivals in the Baltic. The command of particular harbors carried with it a supremacy in neighboring waters, and secured the exclusive possession of particular routes so long as coasting voyages were in vogue. The geographical discoveries of the 15th century not only opened new regions to maritime intercourse, but they also gave a new form to commercial rivalry. The maintenance of privilege rights at particular ports was less important in a new era when the compass had come into common use. With the wide field for their activities presented by the New World and a now accessible East, merchants no longer confined themselves to struggling for a share of the limited trade which had grown up at special points. Statesmen learned to vie with each other in trying to extend the market for goods by establishing factories in remote lands and planting colonies. For this seemed to be the secret of commercial success. Political and commercial considerations were so closely mingled at the opening of the 17th century that it is difficult to distinguish the trading enterprise from the military ambition of this period. But at least it may be said that the merchants who were content to abide by the old routes and methods of business were being rapidly deposed from their former supremacy. As compared with the conditions which prevail in modern days, society in the 14th century was very definitely organized in recognized groups. Personal relations were not easily alterable at will. There were few opportunities for change of employment or even for change of residence from one place to another. In rural districts, the peasantry were everywhere, practically attached to particular estates as serfs, and the artisan classes had but little encouragement to migrate from place to place, though in some callings, such as that of masons, special provision was made for undertaking work in a locality where building was required. While in other instances there seemed to have been a recognized period of wonder here, even the merchants engaged in active trade were forced, as we have seen, to keep to certain routes of commercial connection, and at other times their operations were confined to transaction in some one class of goods and no other. There was comparatively little freedom for change in any department of trading activity. In the most advanced communities, such restrictions had not been swept away entirely, even at the beginning of the 17th century, but they were much criticized, and the difficulty of enforcing them was increasing. The deeply marked social distinction and the strong local attachments of the Middle Ages were closely connected with another economic feature, the importance of which is sometimes overlooked. The use of money was not nearly so general in the ordinary affairs of life, as it has come to be in modern times. In many rural districts, the peasant's payment for the use of his holdings was rendered in service or in kind. Laborers were often remunerated, in parts at least, by being provided with rations of food, shelter, and necessary wearing apparel. Even when these vestiges of natural economy had passed away and payment in money had been introduced, the terms of exchange were frequently the subject of regulation. There was often a recognized rate at which due in service or in kind could be commuted for money, or attempts were made to determine the prices of goods and the rates of wages by authority, either in the interest of the consumer or at other times and places in that of the producer. All sorts of rates which are now reached by bargaining and by the higgling of the market were then regarded as the proper subject of official regulation. The circumstances of the day and the limited character of the markets rendered the system convenient, but it had also very strong support in the current morality of the time. So long as theorists maintained that every article had an intrinsic just price which was ordinarily ascertained by common estimation, and which was, as a matter of fact, closely related to the expense of production, the strongest prejudice was excited against those who made a living by taking advantage of variations of price in different places or at different seasons of the year. However imperfectly they may have been carried out, these efforts to enforce reasonable prices probably put considerable restraint on certain forms of extortion, while they tended to check the violence of the fluctuations which must occasionally occur in every kind of trade. In the 14th century, this elaborate system of economic regulation was organized by civic authorities. It was to a very small extent a matter for royal or national interference. Each town formed a separate economic center, which not only regulated its own internal affairs, but pursued its own policy in its trading relations with other places. Some cities were banded together for the sake of maintaining common interests, and formed federations like that of the Hanse League. But on the whole they cherished economic independence. Each city had to deal with the problems of its own food supply. Some towns, such as Nimes, could rely on the produce of their own lands, though others, like Bordeaux, were dependent on commerce for the sustenance of their inhabitants, while many erected large granaries to enable them to tide over occasional periods of scarcity, which might arise from the failure of crops or the interruption of trades. The diverse circumstances in which they were placed rendered it inevitable that each should, more or less consciously, devise its own economic policy, and control the machinery which regulated industrial life. Some towns had special advantage for one branch of manufacture, and some for others. Florence owed her prosperity to skill in the working and the dressing of cloth. Genoa excelled in the production of arms, and Venice was successful in bringing the manufacture of glass and silk to a high state of perfection. The precise status of the companies and guilds and lodges of the Middle Ages varied from place to place, and the organization of one craft might differ considerably from that of another. But this one characteristic held good generally, that all these bodies were municipal institutions which had regard to the welfare of the public, or of the trade, in each particular town. Civic patriotism not only affected the character of the international regulation of industry, but it also determined the policy of each town towards outsiders. The jealousy of foreign artisans, i.e., of those who were not burgesses, gave rise to bitter dispute in the neighborhood of Bruges and other Flemish towns, and foreign merchants were seriously hampered in attempts to trade, unless they could secure special privileges and particular establishments of their own, with accommodation for residence and for the warehousing of their goods. The cities of Aragon, Provence, and Italy had such factories in the Mohammedan towns of Morocco, Tunis, Egypt, and Syria. The members of the Hanse League had a similar establishment in London, and their settlement at Bergen became so powerful as to dominate over the native portion of the place. In the 14th century, commerce was intermunicipal rather than international in character. Though similar usages prevailed very widely, and disputes could be settled according to law merchant, which was recognized as generally binding, trade was carried on to the greatest advantage at the fairs, where the merchants of many cities could meet on equal terms. In the present day, free traders take account of the economic advantage of the world as a whole and discuss industrial and commercial affairs from a cosmopolitan standpoint, while protectionists are inclined to limit their consideration to the interests of some one particular country. In the Middle Ages, very few merchants or politicians were in a position to take account of national prosperity. They limited their views to a narrower sphere, and were content to concentrate their attention on the welfare of a particular town. With regard both to the administration of industry and to the regulation of commerce, the city was the principal economic unit, in the medieval as it had been in the ancient world. Such were the chief contrasts between the economic life of medieval and of modern times. Were we to seek a phrase which should indicate the general character of the transition from one to the other, we might say that this revolution consisted in the rise of nationalities as the basis of industrial organization and commercial policy. Economically considered, medieval Christendom consisted of a system of city-states, while modern history described the commercial and colonial rivalries of great nations. During the 14th, 15th, and 16th centuries, we can trace the gradual subversion of the older institutions, and we can also see the rise of the newer forms of organization. The corresponding changes were not, of course, exactly synchronous in every land. Indeed, those places where the older and stereotyped system had the greatest vitality were at a positive disadvantage in accepting modification and adopting new methods. To follow the course of so widespread and complicated a revolution would be well-nigh impossible without a clue. But fortunately, we can have little doubt as to the factor primarily concerned in producing these momentous changes. Even the 14th and 15th centuries were marked by the formation of capital, and the process went on with great rapidity in the 16th. The whole period furnishes abundant illustrations of the power of moneyed men, and by fixing attention on them and their action, we can most easily trace the influences which were at work in building up the economic systems of modern Europe. Modern economists maintain that there are three requisites of production: labor, capital, and land. But in the early Middle Ages, agriculture and industrial work were both carried on without the intervention of capital, as we now understand the term. A capitalist may be regarded as the owner of a mass of wealth which is constantly altering its form by means of exchange. He tries to get gain by turning over his stock, and is on the lookout for opportunities by applying and replacing it frequently. This is equally true of the capital of the financier and the merchant. Until recently, it held good of capital engaged in the processes of manufacture and of tillage. The age of invention has rendered it necessary to lock up large amounts of capital in expensive machinery, or to sink it in permanent improvements of the soil. But at the beginning of the modern era, capital might be described as a mass of wealth that was constantly being put into circulation and replaced. The financier exchanged his ready money for securities, which he held till the sum was repaid. The merchant bought and exported a cargo of goods which he hoped to sell for money. Manufacturers obtained the services of laborers by paying wages and bought materials which were converted into commodities for sale. Facilities for exchange were necessary at every step. Before the capitalist, administration of industry and agriculture could be introduced. There had been no opportunity for such an introduction, so long as society was organized on the basis of natural economy. In any department of life where payments are made in kind or in service rather than in money, no room remains for the operation of the capitalist. So long as the cultivator continues to live on the produce of his fields and his stock, and only occasionally offers some of his surplus for sale, he is conducting his business in a fashion quite incompatible with the aims of the enterprising capitalist, who desires to dispose of his whole crop at a profit. During the long ages when society had been organized in self-sufficing estates, the familia in each being engaged in catering for household needs and not in working for a market, there was no true exchange, and therefore no occasion for a measure of value, or for the use of money, among those engaged in different avocations. The transition from natural to money economy was a gradual process, and afforded great opportunities of gain to the men whose wealth consisted of coins and bullion. In the 12th and 13th century, many private persons had large hoards, and received a handsome income by making advances to such wealthy people as were in temporary straits for want of ready money. Much of this business arose in connection with the revenue system. Kings were glad to borrow on the security of their royal jewels, thus making it possible to anticipate the slow collection of taxes and fit out an armed expedition. The financiers also lent money to landed proprietors, to enable them to meet some sudden demand for an aid, and took as security the title deeds of an estate, so as to enjoy the certainty of being reimbursed when rents were due. The lending of the 13th and 14th century was almost entirely for military and other unproductive purposes. It enriched the moneyed men who obtained high interest on their loans, but it did not provide capital or invigorate the industry of the country. Even in those cases where debts were contracted in order to erect magnificent buildings, these costly edifices were not available for promoting the further increase of wealth. Medieval capital was lent for purposes of unproductive consumption. Thus applied, the money failed to bring about an increase of wealth, but remained, as Aristotle would have said, barren. This fact goes far to account for the long-continued prejudice against Jews and Lombards. Since no addition to the wealth of the community arose through their intervention, it seemed that any gain occurring to them in their operations must have been made at the expense of the borrowers, and ought to be condemned as extortionate. Under these circumstances, a traditional objection to interest of every kind was strongly maintained, and found expression in the writings of casuists and in the decisions of ecclesiastical courts against usury. The unsatisfactory character of the transactions of medieval bankers reacted on the prosperity of their business, and eventually brought about their ruin. It was a constant difficulty for the debtors to scrape together money which would reimburse the Jew or the Lombard for wealth that had been unremuneratively expended, and it was natural enough that the capitalists should suffer in turn from defaulting creditors. The Jews were under such serious disabilities that it was only by special favor that they could recover their debts, and several of the Florentine and other Italian bankers were ruined by breaches of royal faith. About the middle of the 14th century, by the failure of the Templars, who had also organized an immense banking business, was due to political rather than economic causes. At that time, very few opportunities existed of so using capital that it should not only bring in a return to the owner, but also increase the wealth of the community. There was, however, all through the Middle Ages, one such opening for the profitable employment of capital, and of this the great Italian houses took full advantage. The merchant who engaged in active trade and visited distant markets with a cargo of goods was rendering a real service to the community. He was enabling the inhabitants of certain districts to enjoy the benefit of products which did not grow on their own soil, or of wares which they had not the skill to manufacture. So long as the merchant confined himself to such operations, no questions were raised by the strictest moralists as to the legitimacy of his transactions, or as to the lawfulness of gains thus derived. And capitalists, who joined together in taking the risk of useful business of this kind, were held to be perfectly justified in sharing the profits which accrued to them from their enterprise. While nearly all moneyed men were under suspicion of occasional unfairness, The medieval conscience clearly recognized that the capitalist was fully entitled to some gain, so long as he transported commodities without trying to bargain himself out of risk. Capital engaged in active commerce was employed in producing goods at the places where they were most wanted, and it was being applied to facilitate the production of wealth. The importing merchant neither increased the material objects nor altered their intrinsic qualities, but he gave them greater utility by conveying them to places where they were largely required. The economic revolution at the close of the Middle Ages was largely due to the discovery of new methods for the productive employment of capital. New lines of commerce were opened, and it was also found that various branches of industry could be prosecuted to greater advantage. When taken up and organized by capitalists, success in these ventures enabled enterprising men to amass more wealth and to form additional capital, while it tempted those who had hoards lying idle to find means of employing them as capital. By so doing, they brought large sums of money into circulation and moreover secured an income for themselves. The formation of new capital and the employment of horse as capital for facilitating production went on apace in the 15th and 16th centuries. The lending of capital for purposes of unproductive consumption did not cease, but came to be an entirely subordinate, because it proved to be less secure and a less remunerative method of employing wealth. There was no apparent reason, so far as we can see in looking back to the beginning of the 14th century, why the material progress which had been steadily maintained for some generations should not have been continued. Medieval society, stereotyped as it was, had been capable of considerable readjustment, as circumstances had changed. It seemed as if capital might have gradually found opening in new directions, so that the medieval system would have been slowly transformed without any serious rupture with the past. At Florence, in particular, capitalist organization existed side by side with the older form of industrial life at the beginning of the 14th century. And as money economy became increasingly prevalent, capitalistic enterprise might have taken advantage of the new fields which were ready for its operation. But circumstances combined to render this impossible. Medieval society and its institution suffered an especially severe blow from the terrible pestilence known as the Black Death, which ravaged Europe in the middle of the 14th century. From this shock, the various countries of Europe only recovered slowly, and when material prosperity began to be restored, the old institutions were no longer suitable to the changed requirement of the times. The old industrial life had been so far disintegrated by the disturbed conditions of the 14th and 15th centuries that the change from the medieval to the modern was accomplished, not as a gradual transition, but as a violent revolution. Three principal causes combined to subject the social and economic system of medieval Europe to an overwhelming strain. Some uncertainty must necessarily attach to conclusions based on the statistic drawn from medieval sources, and there can be little doubt that the estimates of the mortality due to the Black Death made by contemporary writers were grossly exaggerated. Many records, however, exist of the deaths in particular places, or among a special class such as the parochial clergy, and these statements appear to be well worthy of credit. It seems to be generally agreed that at least half of the population was swept away by the successive visitations of this pestilence. While we cannot easily conceive what must have been the full effects of such wholesale destruction, we may at least conclude that considerable tracts of country were depopulated, so that the area devoted to tillage was necessarily reduced. We have also abundant evidence of labor agitation in many branches of industry. The whole system of regulated rates and prices was seriously undermined. Under the new conditions, the old payments had become unsatisfactory. Changes of some kind, both as to the terms on which land was rented and as to those on which labor was employed, were inevitable. The constant wars of the latter half of the 14th and the 15th centuries were another disruptive forces and proved fatal to the maintenance of the highly organized system of medieval times. In the countries which were the scene of frequent warlike operations, immense mischief was done to agriculture. It is difficult to understand how a rural population should have survived in France at all. When we read of the ravages of the English armies and the devastation caused by the factions, the chronic disorder not only affected tillage and the food supply, but rendered internal trade so insecure that it was practically suspended altogether. What had been a prosperous kingdom with many well-organized cities, and with fairs that were frequented by merchants from all parts of Europe, was reduced to utter desolation and ruin. Similar results attended the Hussite Wars in Bohemia, and, to a lesser degree, the Wars of the Roses in England. The Italian cities must also have found their intercivic hostilities a serious drain on their resources. Venice and Genoa had carried on a long protracted struggle about Chioggia. Pisa was at a length forced to succumb to Florence, and Milan gradually established her superiority over her neighbors. Doubtless to many districts, the wars brought profit as well as loss. Swiss and Italian mercenaries often engaged in fighting as a regular trade, in which much booty was to be obtained, and successful cities might recoup themselves for their outlay by securing new avenues of commerce at the expense of their rivals. Still, the fact remains that war was a disturbing element. The instability introduced by it into all the relations of life was irreconcilable with the maintenance of the old industrial system or old trading connections. The countries which for any considerable period enjoyed a relative immunity from external war, such as Flanders, the Duchy of Burgundy, the Rhineland, and Bavaria, made rapid progress, while others failed to regain the prosperity they had enjoyed before the Black Death, or sank into deeper and deeper decay. The most obvious and important commercial result of the wars in France was seen in the diversion of the traffic between Italy and Flanders from the Rhone Valley, so as to increase the intercourse over the Alps and by the valley of the Inn. Augsburg, Nuremberg, and the cities of the Rhineland came to be for a time on the great highway of Europe, while there was also increased maritime communication between the Mediterranean and the Low Countries by the Straits of Gibraltar and the English Channel. Other political causes affected the more distant trading connections of European cities. The union of the northern kingdoms of Denmark, Norway, and Sweden under Queen Margaret consolidated the opposition to the monopoly asserted by the Hanse League over the commerce of the north. While the rise of the power of Poland and her successful contest with the Teutonic Order interrupted the lines of its eastern communications, when in 1477 Ivan, Tsar of Russia, brought Novgorod into complete objection and it ceased to be an independent city, the merchants of the Hanse League lost their footing at the point where they had established connections with traders who were engaged in traffic with the East. There were other movements in Eastern Europe which seriously affected the course of merchandise. The advancing power of the Turks destroyed the commercial colonies on the Black Sea and interrupted the trading intercourse in the Danube Valley. In the latter half of the 15th century, the commerce between East and West was almost entirely confined to the Egyptian and Assyrian routes. Venice was the chief depot on the northern side of the Mediterranean for Eastern spices, and a center for which these highly valued commodities were distributed to Germany, Flanders, and the north. The Turkish conquest had forced the principal trade of the East into restricted channels, and Christian successes were responsible for the increasing difficulties under which the commerce of the Western Mediterranean was carried on. The expulsion of the Moors from Spain, which was completed by the conquest of Granada, was followed by an extraordinary development of national vigor and material prosperity in many parts of the peninsula. But the exiled population aroused the sympathy of their co-religionists in Africa. An increase of marauding expeditions by sea ensued, and the difficulties of merchants who trafficked with Morocco were seriously aggravated. On every side, The old lines of distant trade were greatly modified by political changes, and the prosperity of the towns, which had risen into greatness as centers of commerce, was shaken at its very foundations, while rural and urban districts alike long continued to show the desolation caused directly and indirectly by the Black Death. End of section 49. Recording by Rainbows and Sunshine.
Section 50 of The Cambridge Modern History, Volume 1, The Renaissance. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Colleen McMahon. Chapter 15, Economic Change, by William Cunningham, Part 2. From this brief survey of the nature of the Revolution and the causes which occasioned the decay of the old order, we may now turn to look for the first signs of reconstruction. No part of Europe had been more ruthlessly devastated than France during the 14th century and the earlier part of the 15th. But a turning point was reached at last, and the reviving prosperity of the country shaped itself upon new lines. Control of industry and commerce was now exercised by national rather than civic authority, while the financial and commercial business of the realm was no longer left to Italians and other strangers, but was organized by native merchants of enterprise and resource. In this new class, one figure is preeminent. No other French merchant attained to wealth at all comparable to that of Jacques Coeur of Montpellier, and few experienced such a sudden reverse of fortune as he suffered when the royal master whom he had served so faithfully imprisoned him and allowed him to die in exile. Apart from these elements of romance, the story of Jacques Coeur's rise is interesting because of the important part which he took in the political life of France. By helping to reorganize the finances of the realm, he brought the crown and the bourgeoisie in all parts of the country into much closer relations, and contributed to the remodeling of economic life and to the rise of one great nationality. His extraordinary commercial prosperity, though transitory, helps us to understand the circumstances under which a merchant class came into prominence in lands where the active trade had hitherto been prosecuted by aliens. The rapid rise of one man to a pinnacle of greatness as a merchant prince throws considerable light on the opportunities for forming capital and investing it available in his day. Jacques Coeur's work as a statesman had a permanent value for his country. He was, for a time, the most influential of the royal advisers. He did much to improve the financial administration and instituted a reform of the coinage. There can be little doubt when we regard his position, his preponderating influence, and his financial ability, that the creation of the permanent taille was due to his initiative. During the 100 Years' War, France had been subjected not only to the ravages of her enemies, but to pillage by her undisciplined soldiery, who were unpaid and had no other means of obtaining supplies. With the view of removing the excuse for these outrages, the Crown, at the meeting of the Estates in 1439, announced its intention of maintaining a standing army, and the taille became a permanent source of income, which was practically levied at the royal pleasure. The project answered the immediate expectations of those who devised it. The regular troops, well disciplined and restrained from the habitual pillage which had proved the ruin of France, expelled the English, and helped to bring large districts of the old Burgundian kingdom within the boundaries of France. But the ulterior effects of the measure were far more important. The basis on which French finance rested was altered, so as to place it on a firmer footing. The main resources of the feudal monarchs had been drawn from the royal estates and supplemented by occasional aids. But the institution of a permanent taille now furnished to the crown a regular income from taxation, which was defrayed by the trading and industrial as well as the agricultural classes. The French crown had been mainly dependent for its revenue on the landed classes, but it henceforth became the direct interest of the king to watch and promote the welfare of industry and commerce. As a result of this financial policy, extraordinary pains were taken in regard to the supervision and direction of industrial life. The corps de métier were revived in one town after another, but they were not permitted to retain the old status of mere municipal institutions. They were brought into direct relations with the crown, so that they became part of a centralized system for the administrative control of the whole of French manufactures. This centralization and over-regulation came in time to be baneful to industrial interests, but at the outset it was a natural result of the efforts of the royal authority to foster material prosperity. Under Charles VII, the foundations were laid of that bourgeois policy which was pursued more thoroughly and in defiance of the expressed disapprobation of the nobility by Louis XI. We shall be better able to gauge the importance of this change when we come to examine the special character of the subsequent revival of French prosperity in the time of Henry of Navarre. The far-reaching influence exercised by this fiscal change contrasts curiously with the instability of the great commercial connection established by Jacques Coeur. He desired to open up a direct trade with the East, and succeeded in obtaining numerous concessions, not only from the French crown, but also from the Pope and from Muslim powers in Egypt and Syria. These privileges secured to him the monopoly of many lines of profitable trade. He is said to have had no fewer than 300 factors at various points on the eastern Mediterranean. This great commercial fabric, however, rested on concessions personal to Jacques Coeur and his representatives, and, on his fall from favor, the whole structure collapsed. Montpellier was the principal seat of his business, and the town enjoyed a period of extraordinary prosperity through the trade which he brought to it. But this brief efflorescence seems to have had little abiding influence on the future of French commerce. The main interest attaching to the career of Jacques Coeur as a merchant lies in the illustration which it furnishes of the possibilities open in the early 15th century to men who had the capacity to use them. At first sight, the conditions of life in that age appear to have been such as to make it impossible to understand how great fortunes could have been amassed. If the career of Jacques Coeur had been absolutely unique, it might be sufficient to say that he was able to take advantage of a great monopoly, and to trade at an enormous rate of profit. But he did not stand entirely alone. His case was not altogether solitary, though, like William de la Pole and William Canning's, he was preeminent among a considerable number of wealthy men. It is not easy to see how this class could have come into being in so many places during this particular period, but this difficulty must be faced. An increasing scarcity of the precious metals would seem to have involved a steady fall in prices, so that apart altogether from the effects of war and pestilence, the monetary conditions were singularly unfavorable to successful trade. Commerce between Europe and Asia was carried on by means of a constant drain of silver from the West. There was no other suitable commodity for export in return for silks and spices, nor was the stock of bullion being adequately replenished from European mines. The trade with Morocco did not result in an importation of African gold, but involved an additional demand on the European supply of silver. It appears that the value of silver was steadily rising from the middle of the 14th century onwards, though the fall of prices was not so great as might have been expected. A counteracting influence was at work, which affected the currency and prices in much the same way as an additional supply of silver bullion. There seems to have been a greatly increased rapidity of circulation. Money was not laid by in hoards to the same extent as formerly, and masses of bullion which had been stored for public or private purposes were being regularly utilized. The treasure of the feudal monarchs had been withdrawn from circulation for years. Charles V of France had accumulated a reserve of not less than 17 million livres. But the kings who borrowed from Jacques Coeur and his contemporaries were less thrifty. They only obtained money when they had need to spend it, and there was no reason that it should ever lie idle. In the same way, it would appear that as the monopoly of the aliens was broken down, the hordes of humbler citizens were drawn upon and employed in active commerce. By increased rapidity of circulation, The diminishing stock of silver seems to have been rendered available to meet commercial demands, and Europe was saved from the embarrassment of severe financial depression. It is certainly remarkable that during the century which immediately preceded the discovery of America and the importation of bullion from the New World, there should have been so many instances of men who rose to considerable wealth and who in some cases amassed very large fortunes. This phenomenon should be borne in mind, even if we are dissatisfied with attempts to account for it. But it seems to be at least partially accounted for by the shifting of trade into new channels and into the hands of native merchants, and partly by the practical increase of the available currency, which resulted from the manner in which hoards of bullion were being brought into circulation. Success in commerce had apparently been the chief avenue to wealth in the earlier part of the 15th century. When we pass to the latter half, there is less difficulty in tracing the means by which fortunes could be amassed. The matter is particularly clear in the case of the group of Augsburg capitalists, who were destined to exercise such a potent influence on the political and economic condition of Europe. They could draw from three sources of wealth, for they had access to many frequented trading centers. They were connected with an important textile industry, and they had the opportunity of engaging in profitable mining speculation. The fresh supplies of silver which they obtained from the mines enabled them to accumulate and store wealth for profitable investment as opportunities arose. The man of frugal habits, with a prosperous, self-sufficing household, can lay up supplies against a bad season, but his wealth is not in a form which enables him to avail himself of chances for turning over his capital. Only those who are in the habit of using money or of handling the precious metals are likely to make rapid gains and so to amass a great fortune. The Fugger family of Augsburg eventually became preeminent among European financiers. They were originally interested in the weaving of cloth, but early in the 15th century they began to take part in the spice and silk trades and established connections with Venice. Jacob Fugger, who settled the style and constitution of the firm, received his business training at the German factory in that city. Even before his time, the family had made some profitable speculations in mining. They were engaged in working for silver in Tyrol in 1487, and 10 years later they took up copper mining in Hungary. They contrived to combine with other Augsburg merchants and form a ring which controlled the copper market at Venice. The career of the Fuggers was not exceptional. The Welsers attained to great financial eminence by similar methods. They, too, had laid the foundations of their fortune by trading with Venice, and subsequently engaged in silver mining in Tyrol and in Saxony. Altogether, there was about this time in different parts of Germany a great development of mining, both for the precious and the useful metals. The working of silver at Schwatz dates from 1448, at Salzburg from 1460, and in Saxony from 1471, while the Bohemian mines, which had been practically closed for 80 years in consequence of the Hussite Wars, were reopened in 1492. Early in the 16th century, some Nuremberg capitalists established iron forges in Thuringia, and they were also actively engaged in copper mining. Apparently, in all these cases, commerce gave these enterprising undertakers their first start. The mineral resources of Germany, though not unknown, had been neglected, but money made in commerce was available in the 15th century to work the mines, and large fortunes were gained in connection with these operations. Even before the discovery of America, with her extraordinary treasure, there had been considerable additions to the supply of silver in Europe. It is easy to see that the Augsburg merchants were able to secure the means of hoarding, and of thus amassing wealth which they were eager to use as capital in any direction offering a profit. Though Augsburg and its neighborhood had afforded excellent facilities for the formation of capital, it gradually ceased to be the best center for making profitable investments. The changed political conditions of Europe and the new discoveries had to some extent interfered with the traffic on the great route from the Adriatic by the Brenner and the Inn. The commerce of Venice was declining, relative even to that of some other Italian cities. The Genoese secured a practical monopoly in the wool trade between the north and Italy by the valley of the Rhone. and after the fall of the Greek Empire at Constantinople, they had been permitted by the Turks to establish a factory there. Florence, by her victory over Pisa and her agreement with Genoa as to Leghorn, was becoming a considerable naval power, and the trade with Morocco offered an opportunity for the rise of a new Florentine commercial aristocracy. Venice had lost much of her old importance as a trading center, and a large proportion of the traffic which was maintained between the Adriatic and the Low Countries was now conducted by sea. Augsburg, formerly situate on one of the great routes of the world's trade, found that the stream of commerce had been diverted. Its merchants recognized the trend of affairs and began to establish themselves in the Low Countries. They could gather the threads of old connections there. The Genoese were in the habit of frequenting Bruges, but the Venetians dispatched some of their galleys to its rising competitor Antwerp, and in this city an Augsburg capitalist, Ludwig Menting, established a business in 1474. The other leading houses subsequently followed this example, and Antwerp came to be the chief center for the financial operations of the great German capitalists. Their fortunes were not inseparably linked with the prosperity of the town of their origin. Capital is fluid and can be easily transferred from one city or one employment to another. The Fuggers and Welsers and other Augsburg capitalists were ready to adapt themselves to the changed conditions of business. The center of the world's commerce was shifting, but they would not submit to be kept back from having a share in the new developments of trade and finance. At the beginning of the 16th century, Antwerp afforded unexampled opportunities to enterprising men of any nationality who had wealth at their command and were anxious to engage in commerce. The Portuguese had opened direct trading intercourse with the East, but they were too busily engaged in securing their footing in the Indies and in prosecuting the distant trades to have energy to spare for increasing their shipping in northern waters. They left to other merchants the business of distributing to European consumers the spices and other valuable products which were imported to Lisbon, and Antwerp, from her position and still more from her policy, became the chief center of the capitalists who were ready to take a part in this profitable commerce. The organizations for intermunicipal commerce in the Middle Ages hampered the enterprising capitalist, as they tended to confine him to dealings in one particular class of goods and to limit the amount of his transactions. The modern capitalist desires to be free to engage in any promising venture and to push his business as fast as he can. But to this the medieval merchants hardly aspired. To secure a footing at some particular port was a difficult and costly business, and when they succeeded in this, they organized the trade with care so as to avoid flooding the market with their imports and to ensure that all who joined in maintaining the factory and in contributing to the expenses of the establishment should have a share of the available trade. The old merchant organizations, with their particular privileges, their private factories, and well-ordered trade, were a mere encumbrance at a time when the main routes of the world's commerce were being shifted. The real chance of rising to fortune lay with the men who were free to adapt themselves to these changing conditions, and Antwerp was a town which imposed little restriction on the employment of capital in any direction. The merchant adventurers had transferred their factory from Bruges to Antwerp in 1446, but they were almost the only traders who enjoyed special privileges in the city on the Scheldt. English commerce had given a great impetus to the growth of the town, which also became a staple for the products of Holland, and eventually secured much of the trade in fish, barley, and salt that had been previously carried on at Malines. The men of Antwerp were thus brought into direct antagonism with other Flemish cities, and were forced almost unconsciously, perhaps, to adopt an economic policy in consonance with the requirements of the coming age. The towns which followed the traditional scheme tried to make outside commerce directly subservient to their particular interests as producers or consumers. The men of Antwerp were merely concerned to increase the volume of trade and to take advantage of any benefit that happened to accrue. They bought out the rights of the landowners who took tolls on the Scheldt and made their city a center of free intercourse, where men of all nations were welcome to engage in trade on equal terms. During the Middle Ages, the only opportunities for such unrestricted intercourse had occurred at fairs. Antwerp owed its first importance to one of these gatherings, and so far as its economic institutions were concerned, It was not so much a city as a permanent fair. Hence, it was most natural that the German capitalists, who saw that traffic was being diverted to new centers, should emigrate to a town which offered the fewest restrictions to their operations as merchants or financiers. Bruges was completely distanced at the close of the 15th century. It continued for a time to be the privileged resort of Spanish merchants, but it lay off the line of Portuguese trading connections. The German merchants, who had been the distributors of the spices imported by the Venetians, now became the principal intermediaries in connection with the cargoes brought from the east to Lisbon, which was frequented by the factors of the principal German houses, though Antwerp was the chief center of their commercial operations. It followed, almost as a necessary consequence of the commercial activity of Antwerp, that this city soon became a great monetary center. In this respect, again, it had the character of a permanent fair. The fairs of the Middle Ages had been the great occasions for financial transactions of every kind. Rates for making remittances could be easily quoted, and loans could be negotiated to run to the date of the next fair. There was a sort of clearinghouse at each fair for settling the transactions that took place during its continuance. One district after another had been the principal scene of these operations. The fairs of Champagne had given place to those of Geneva. Geneva had been superseded by Lyon, which Charles VIII found a convenient place for making payments to his Swiss mercenaries. In the 16th century, Antwerp took the lead. It was a money market, where there was less organization and more freedom for negotiating loans than at Lyon. Business was carried on with little variation all the year round, and was not restricted by the definite dates fixed by the occurrence of the fair, nor was there any attempt to fix a normal rate of exchange, as had been the practice at Lyon. The merchant had far better opportunities here than elsewhere of borrowing capital at the moment when he required it, and for the precise term desired by him, so that mercantile life at Antwerp had many features in common with the commercial centers of the modern era. The discovery of the New World, with its enormous treasure of precious metals, introduced an extraordinary confusion into economic relations in Europe. There are many unsolved problems as to the course of the distribution of the American silver and the effects produced by it in different countries, but at all events we can see that the money market at Antwerp was so arranged as to be capable of taking a very effective part in the transference of the precious metals from country to country, and in facilitating the application of capital to new enterprises. These monetary and commercial conditions were favorable to rapid growth, and Antwerp rose quickly from comparative unimportance to be the leading city of Europe. She was enriched by her connections with Lisbon and the spice trade of the Portuguese. She did not, however, remain a mere trading city, but became a manufacturing town as well. There was a considerable migration of German industry in the wake of German capital. Both the linen and the fustian manufacture were attracted to a region from which there was such easy access to distant markets. The prosperity of the town increased by leaps and bounds, until in 1576 the Spanish fury dealt it a blow from which it never recovered. Though her greatness was short-lived, Antwerp occupies a very important place in the transition from medieval to modern commerce, for her merchants are said to have developed the modern system of commission business. In the Middle Ages, every possible obstacle had been put in the way of such transactions. Each merchant traveled personally with his own goods, or consigned them to a factor who acted exclusively as the representative of a single employer. Each city was cautious about admitting outsiders to any trading privileges within its walls, and no merchant who was free to carry on business himself was allowed to color the goods of an unfree trader, or to act as his broker. At Antwerp, no such jealousy of outsiders existed. Anyone might settle and commence trade, and there was no objection to his doing business for the men of any city, or on any terms that suited him. This implied an immense reduction in the cost of maintaining agencies and in the incidental expenses of trade, and when once the new system got a fair trial, there could be no doubt that it had come to stay. The rise of Antwerp is also significant of the change in the center of gravity of the world's commerce which has occurred since ocean voyages have become the chief means of mercantile intercourse. The Mediterranean ports were left stranded, and Lisbon failed to take their place. The trade which had been opened up by Portuguese enterprise did not react on home industries, or give increased and profitable employment to productive laborers. The carrying trade between Lisbon and Antwerp was largely taken up by the merchants of Holland, who had ships and sailors engaged in fishing, and these could be easily and remuneratively employed in other waters. The Iberian Peninsula offered an immense market for the salt fish, the cloth, and linen of the Low Countries. Antwerp merchants had the means of purchasing the products brought from the East. While the energies of the Spaniards and the Portuguese were thrown into the task of establishing their power in the Indies and prosecuting distant trade, the Netherlanders reaped much of the profit of carrying goods in European waters, and their industrial and maritime activity was greatly stimulated. Antwerp obtained for a time that supremacy in the world's commerce, which has never since been wrested from northern ports. The discussion of the application of capital to commerce, and of the changes in business practice which it introduced, have led us far away from the rise of the Augsburg merchants in the 15th century. We should have to turn back to a very early time in order to trace the first beginnings of the influence which capital exercised on manufactures. Indications of it can be found in the 13th century, but it was at that date quite exceptional. Medieval industrial organization usually consisted of a number of separate guilds, each composed of independent craftsmen. These associations had the power of regulating the trades with which they were respectively connected, subject to the approval by municipal or royal authority of the manner in which they exercised their rights and of the particular rules which they framed. If we are careful to remember that while this was the ordinary state of affairs, it was not universal in all cities, that its origin was not the same in all places, and that it did not hold good equally in all trades, we may look a little more closely at the economic features and conditions of this type of organization. The craft guild was formed with reference to the requirements of a particular city and looked to a very limited circle of the public for the demand for goods. Part of its function was to see that the quality of the goods was maintained, but its policy was chiefly determined by a desire to give each member his fair share of the available employment. Each master was to have his chance, and none was allowed, by unduly multiplying the number of apprentices or journeymen, to supplant other workmen. These restrictions told in favor of the good training of apprentices, and improved their chance of employment as journeymen after they had served their time, but the rules hampered any man who was trying to push his business and manufacture on a large scale. The master workman would be in the habit of buying on his own account the material which he required, or he might have the advantage of purchasing wholesale in association with other members of the craft. He would also sell the finished article to the man who wished to use it, the consumer. In some crafts, such as the tailor's, an even more primitive practice was long maintained, and the craftsman worked on materials furnished to him by the consumers. Hence we can see that there were 2 points at which the intervention of the capitalist would easily occur. In the case of goods exported to a distant market, when an exporting merchant was the customer, he might find it convenient to have them manufactured under his direction and at his time instead of procuring them from an independent craftsman. The transition was easy from the position of a constant purchaser to that of an employer. On the other hand, when goods were made from imported materials, it was convenient for the merchant to retain his ownership in the materials and employ craftsmen to work them up. The effect of drawing any industry into the circle of distant trade with reference either to the materials or to the vent for the product was to render capitalist intervention almost inevitable. When the capitalist system is thoroughly adopted, the employer owns the materials and also undertakes to act as an intermediary in the disposal of finished goods. It is needless to observe that when this transition is complete, it becomes the interest of the employer to push his trade and to turn over his capital as rapidly as may be. He has to cater for a varying market, and the restrictions devised for those who have been sharing the employment afforded by a known market would not suit him at all. There were some industries, however, in great commercial centers, which from their first planting were dependent, either for materials or for the vent of their products, on distant trade. Organization in such callings was almost certain to proceed on capitalist lines. The rules laid down by the leading men were devised by great employers, and not, as in the craft guilds, by small masters who personally worked at the trade. The working and dressing of cloth at Florence was dependent on the importation of undressed cloths, which were converted into excellently finished fabrics and exported on profitable terms. This arte di calamala appears to have been organized and regulated as a capitalist industry from the earliest times, and the arte di lana, which was dependent on the importation of raw wool from the north, was also an association of wealthy employers. The arte di seta was another long-established industry. It had been improved by immigrants from Lucca in the early part of the 14th century and was conducted on similar lines. Capitalist organization was not universal in industries of this commercial type, for we find that the silk trade of Venice in the 13th century was regulated by small masters, who were, however, dependent on the services of merchants for securing a stock of materials to be used in regular work and for selling the fabrics of the looms. It need be no matter of surprise that a change had occurred before the most flourishing period of the Venetian silk trade in the 15th century, and that merchants were engaged in it as capitalist employers. End of section 50. Recording by Colleen McMahon. Section 51 of the Cambridge Modern History, Volume 1, The Renaissance. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Colleen McMahon. Chapter 15, Economic Change, by William Cunningham, Part 3. The capitalist organization of industry was not confined to the more advanced communities, but might be found in the most backward countries when the commercial conditions were favorable. In the 12th and 13th centuries, when there was little export of cloth, weavers' guilds existed in London, Winchester, Beverley, and other centers, and the trade was probably conducted by independent workmen. But the clothing trade of England was developed with increasing success, so that in the 15th century large quantities of woolen cloths were exported. It was evidently assuming the conditions of a capitalist trade, and was being organized by large employers. In England, the transition to the new condition of affairs took place with little friction. Weaving began to be practiced in villages where civic guilds had no jurisdiction, and the quality of the product was inspected by a royal officer, so that the capitalist system of giving out materials to the weavers and buying their cloth was able to make its way imperceptibly. In continental towns, where there was a large number of independent masters strongly organized in craft guilds, a very decided antagonism prevailed between the old order and the new that was being gradually introduced. In France, the corps de métier assumed a more and more oligarchical character, as increasing obstacles were being put in the way of journeymen who aimed at attaining the status of independent masters. A further indication of the same tendency, and of the differentiation of the journeyman as a permanent class within the trade, is found in the existence of journeyman guilds at Strasbourg and elsewhere. The rise of a wealthy capitalist class within a craft guild tended, on the one hand, to change the character of the old association, and to make it a company of capitalists and traders, each of whom employed a large number of paid workmen, and, on the other hand, to call forth associations among the journeymen who had little hope of attaining to a higher status as independent masters, and who were therefore interested in maintaining favorable conditions for a wage-earning class. In other cases, the pressure of the changed conditions was most severely felt by the small masters, since the men with large capital and a growing trade were able to pay better wages. The capitalists and journeymen were then united in opposition to the small masters, who desired to retain the restrictions imposed by the old craft guilds. Where the conservative policy was successful, and the small independent masters held their own, the results were not satisfactory. The craft guilds could maintain the old rules, but they could not control the course of trade. Business migrated to the centers where it could be conducted on capitalistic lines. In Flanders and in England, we hear much of the conflict between urban and suburban workmen. This antagonism was partly due to the fact that the journeymen were inclined to migrate to districts where the rules which prevented them from setting up in business or working for capitalist employers could not be enforced. The trend of affairs was going against the old type of craft guild, and these institutions, insofar as they were incompatible with the investment of capital in industrial occupations, were bound to pass away. To some extent, however, they proved to be compatible with the new order. The craft guilds played an important part by exercising a right of search and by insisting that the wares exposed for sale should be good in quality. Both in France and in England, they were retained to some extent as convenient instruments for the royal or parliamentary control of the conditions of work and the quality of the output. Occasionally, too, they retained their name and tradition, though they had changed their character and become associations of employers. At the close of the 16th century, the organization of industry by capitalists, which had been exceptional in the 14th century, had come to be an ordinary arrangement in the principal manufacturing centers. The freedom thus obtained for capitalist administration proved of immense importance in facilitating the planting of industries at new centers and in undeveloped lands. Under no circumstances is this a simple task, but in the Middle Ages and in the earlier part of modern times, it could only be accomplished by transferring skilled labor from one place to another. It was through the migration of great employers, with the labor which followed in their wake, that the silk trade was developed in Venice, Bologna, Genoa, Florence, and France, that an improved manufacture of woolen cloth was introduced into England under Edward III, that the Spanish cities responded in some degree to the call made upon them by colonial demand, and that the manufactures of linen, glass, and pottery were introduced into France. A most remarkable development of industry in the 15th century seems to have been carried through by the Florentine capitalists, who were interested in the dressing and dyeing of cloth. They devoted themselves to encouraging the weaving of cloth in the wool-growing lands of the north, in order to command a supply of the half-manufactured goods which could be so finished at Florence as to be a most valuable article of commerce. In medieval times, the industrial system had been intensely local in character, but as capital and capitalist organization were introduced, the local attachments were severed one by one. In the new era, the great employer is prepared to carry on business in any place and under any government where there is good prospect of working at a profit. In the preceding sections, an attempt has been made to show how the rising power of capitalism broke down the medieval forms of commercial and industrial regulation. The capitalists, who could not dominate them, migrated to places where they were free from old-fashioned restrictions. Capital offered facilities for the planting of new industries, the development of trade, and the opening up of mines and other natural advantages, so that the means lay at hand for promoting material progress of every kind. Hence, new questions of economic policy came to the front. The efforts of traders were no longer confined to retaining exclusive commercial rights, but they began to consider how the various resources within a given area might be developed so that by the interaction of different interests, the greatest material prosperity might be attained in the community as a whole. We have already seen that in the 15th century, the French monarchs had come to be directly interested in the welfare of the trading as well as in that of the landed classes. And at this period, some of the German princes were becoming alive to the necessity of paying attention to all the different elements in the community. Other influences were at work elsewhere, which tended to the growth of a new economic system. Many of the cities of Italy and of Germany had become great territorial powers, and with a keen eye to business, they were endeavoring to devise schemes of policy which should enable them to reap the greatest advantage from their acquisitions. It is, of course, true that many European cities had, from the earliest period of their development, had landed possessions and agricultural interests, and that the burgesses had enjoyed rights in respect of tillage and pasturage. But the questions which arose under these old circumstances were very different from those which presented themselves to citizens ruling over a large province and controlling the development of a considerable territory. Several of the cities of Italy and of the Rhineland had attained to great political importance in the early part of the 14th century. In some cases, they were successful in military operations and extended their domain by conquest. In others, the power of some city promised protection and attracted neighbors to commend themselves to a civic superior. In other instances, land temporarily assigned to some town as a pledge for money borrowed was permanently transferred when the borrower proved quite unable to repay his debt. In these various ways, civic control came to be exercised over considerable areas, and civic authorities were concerned in regulating a large territory with its distinct and conflicting interests in such a way as to produce the best results for the Commonwealth as a whole. The great Italian towns, which were the seats of manufactures, had considerable difficulty in obtaining a sufficient food supply for the very large population which had been attracted to them or had grown up within their walls. Venice was forced to control the agricultural produce of her own district and to prevent all other towns, such as Ancona, Ferrara, and Bologna, from competing with her in Lower Italy, the district from which she obtained corn, eggs, and other produce. To purchase these commodities, the neighboring towns were compelled to frequent the Venetian market. Florence and Milan, Bern and Basel, Ulm and Strasbourg had alike to give close attention to the question of food supply, and pursued a similar object, though with such modifications as the special circumstances of each town might suggest. There was a marked contrast between the expedients adopted by the Venetians and those which commended themselves to the Florentines. The merchant princes of Florence bought large estates in Tuscany and devoted themselves to agriculture. The conditions of the rural population were such that capitalist farming could be easily introduced. Serfdom had entirely disappeared in this neighborhood, and money dealings permeated the whole fabric of rural society. But agriculture cannot have been a very profitable investment. The policy of the city was that of providing cheap food for the consumer. Export was forbidden, and the price at which corn might be sold was fixed by a tariff. Free access was given to foodstuffs imported from abroad, so that the farmer was not only restricted in his operations, but was obliged to contend with foreign competitors in the home markets. There is reason to believe that this policy must have pressed with great severity on the rural population. A maximum was fixed for the wages of labor, and the terms of their contracts were such that the loss from bad seasons fell on the cultivating tenants rather than the proprietor. The depression of the rural inhabitants in the interest of the consumers was disastrous, but many communities besides Florence were tempted to pursue this policy. It seemed as if the peasant could be forced to carry on the work of tillage whatever pressure was put upon him. There was little danger of his giving up rural occupations altogether, while the advantage of cheap food to an industrial and trading community was obvious. The cities were also concerned in the wise management of such parts of their territory as were suitable for pasturage, partly for the sake of a supply of meat, but also with the view of procuring wool. The Florentines had large flocks upon the Maremma, for the obtaining of raw material was of primary importance to the arte de lana. We also find evidences of the introduction of sericulture in the neighborhood of the towns where the weaving of silk had been introduced. The provision of raw material and of a proper food supply were the two main points in the economic policy which the towns pursued in the large territories under their control. This practice of treating town and country avocations as part of one economic whole was commonly adopted, though it had hardly been definitely formulated in the 15th century. But the general principles which it involved had at least been so far thought out that they could be habitually assumed in the political writings of Machiavelli. He is quite clear as to the necessity of subordinating the interest of the citizen to that of the state. The civic policy of the Middle Ages had been that of severing different trading bodies and keeping them from encroaching on one another, rather than of subordinating all to an ulterior object. With Machiavelli, the ulterior object towards which all commercial activities should be directed is the power of the prince. He points out that measures which tend to increase the wealth of the prince without enriching the people provide the firmest basis for absolute power. Such ideas were widely current at the beginning of the 16th century, and they may easily have affected the statesmen who were guiding the destinies of the rising nationalities of Europe. In many countries, all the elements that combined to form a true national life were present, for there was a common stock, a common language, and a common law. But the fusion was incomplete, and local divisions were deep and real. The ambitions which were opened up by the age of discovery strengthened national sentiment by affording an unlimited field for national rivalries, and the religious differences, which accentuated the divisions of Christendom, rendered the sense of national religion a convenient badge in warfare. These positive elements in the growth of national life were strengthened in any country where a territorial economic policy was adopted, so as to bring out a community of interest among the citizens, and to give solidarity to the whole social system. Definite schemes for the development of material resources, with a view to one supreme object, involved the suppression of local privileges and the increase of commercial intercourse, and this tended in its turn to give the opportunity for the healthy interaction of rural, urban, and commercial life upon each other. As the economic life of a country adapted itself to these new conditions, and as appropriate institutions were organized, the body economic came to be reconstituted on a national, not as of old on a civic basis. The recognition of ties of common interest throughout a large territory gave definite shape to the groups which were pervaded by similar sentiments of race and religion. The sense of economic welfare as something common to the whole of a country strengthened the bonds which united each rising nationality in a common economic life that was of importance to all citizens alike. In the earlier sections of this chapter, it has seemed convenient to deal chiefly with the rise of capital and the influence of its growing power over the economic institutions of medieval cities. The city was the type of economic organization which had flourished in the ancient and in the medieval world, but it was not adequate to the requirements of modern life, and the old associations were disintegrated and destroyed. In the 16th century, we see the signs of real reconstruction and the growth of economic institutions and regulations which were compatible with capitalistic enterprise, both in industry and commerce, even though this was still restricted within limits that we regard as narrow. One nation after another adopted a territorial economic policy, which implied the conscious subordination of certain private interests to the welfare of the realm, the conscious development of the resources of the country, and the conscious building up of the sinews of national power. The main feature of this territorial economic policy was similar in the case of all nations. All the rivals desired to accumulate treasure as the means of equipping or of hiring armies, but there were different methods by which this aim could be attained, and different subordinate objects to be pursued according to the circumstances of each particular country. To these we must now turn, for by briefly tracing the special schemes of territorial development which were adopted in Spain, England, and France respectively, we shall see most clearly the nature of the enlarged body economic which has come into prominence in modern times. The discovery of America by Colombo gave the Spaniards access to an enormous territory of which they were complete masters, and which they were free to develop on any lines that seemed good to them. It is no part of our present purpose to discuss by itself the colonial policy which the monarchs followed. We have rather to consider the aims pursued by them for their empire as a whole. The large mass of bullion that was imported, together with the great commercial opportunities that were opened up, exercised a remarkable influence upon economic conditions in the peninsula. The amount of gold and silver which the Spaniards acquired was quite unprecedented, and might have been used to form a very large capital indeed. The West India Islands supplied increasing quantities of gold from the time of their discovery until 1516. In 1522, the exploitation of Mexico began. Silver was acquired in greater and greater masses, and the introduction, in 1557, of a simpler process of reduction of the ore by means of quicksilver diminished the cost of production and still further augmented the yield of bullion. In 1533, the Spaniards also obtained access to Peru, from which additional supplies of silver were procured. Altogether, an enormous stream of bullion poured into Spain during the whole of the 16th century. The Spaniards were able to rely on the best possible advice as to the organization of business of every kind. Genoese financiers were ready to give every assistance, and the South German capitalists, who had so much experience of mining and enterprise of every sort, were closely attached to the interests of Charles V. After his accession to the throne of Spain, they were attracted to that country in large numbers, as great privileges were conferred upon them. They were able to take part in colonization and to engage directly in mining. The Fuggers undertook to develop the quicksilver deposits of Oman. They formed business connections in the New World and founded settlements in Peru. The Welsers established a colony in Venezuela and undertook copper mining in San Domingo. There was at the same time an incursion, chiefly to Seville, of other German capitalists who were prepared to devote their energies to developing the industrial arts of Spain. With all these material and technical advantages, it seems extraordinary that the dreams of Charles V and Philip II were not realized, and that they failed to build up such a military power as would have enabled them to establish a complete supremacy in Europe. It would be exceedingly interesting if we were able to examine in detail the extent to which the precious metals came into circulation in Spain, and the precise course of economic affairs in different parts of the country. But the material for such an inquiry does not appear to be forthcoming. Yet one thing is obvious. The Spanish colonists devoted themselves almost entirely to mining for the precious metals, and they were largely dependent for their supply of food of all kinds on the mother country. This caused an increased demand for corn in Spain and a rapid rise of prices there, as the colonists were able to pay large sums for the necessaries of life. Charles V, indeed, endeavored to carry out works of irrigation and to increase the food supply by bringing a larger area under cultivation. But tillage could not be developed so as to meet the new demands. The methods of cultivation already in vogue were as high as was generally practicable in the existing state of society. The vine and olive growers on the one hand, and the pasture farmers on the other, resented any encroachments on the land at their disposal, so that it was impossible to bring a larger area under crop. So powerful were the Mesta, a great corporation of sheep farmers, that they were actually able in 1552 to insist that crown and church land which had been brought under tillage should revert to pasture. The result was inevitable. Food became dearer, and the government was forced to recognize the fact by raising the maximum limit of price. As a consequence, the necessary outlay of all classes increased, while a large part of the population were not compensated by the profit obtained through the new facilities for trade. Under ordinary circumstances, the increase in the price of food would have been merely injurious to industry. It would necessitate a larger outlay in the expenses of production and would leave less margin for profit and no opportunity for the formation of capital. Ultimately, this seems to have been the effect on Spanish manufactures, and the high cost of production in the peninsula rendered it possible for other European countries, where the range of prices was lower, to undersell the Spanish producer in the home market. No serious attempt was made by the government to check this tendency, as the policy pursued was in the main that of favoring the consumer, and protective tariffs were not introduced. The circumstances which prevailed in Spain at the beginning of the 16th century were, however, quite exceptional, and as a matter of fact, there seems to have been a considerable, though short-lived, development of industry. The colonists not only imported their food, but manufactures as well. There was a sudden increase in the demand both for textile goods and for hardware, to meet the American requirements, and of course there was a great rise of prices. The small, independent masters, working on the old industrial system, were unable to cope with this new state of affairs, but the foreign capitalists saw their opportunity. Manufacturing of every kind was organized on a large scale at Toledo and other centers. Wages rose enormously, and a great influx of population was attracted into the city. This was doubtless drawn to some extent from the rural districts, but the stream must have been considerably augmented by the immigration of French and Italians. Hence it appears that this rapid industrial development was merely an excrescence, which had no very deep attachment to the country. The Spaniards themselves appear to have regarded it as an intrusion, and to have resented it accordingly. The Spanish gentry had no means of paying the increased prices which the colonial demand had occasioned, for natural economy was still in vogue in many rural districts. Indeed, this revolution in industry must have given rise to many social grievances. The craftsman of the old school would suffer from the competition of the capitalist in his own trade, while the great rise of prices to consumers was attributed to the greed of the foreigner. The government was persuaded to pass measures which imposed disabilities on foreign capitalists. It succeeded in forcing the withdrawal of the French and Italian workmen, as well as in expelling the Moriscos. As these changes ensued, the foreign capitalists were doubtless successful in transferring large portions of their capital to other lands, but the decline of alien competition on Spanish soil did not enable native manufacturers to take their place or to recover the lost ground. With the new scale of outlay, they had little opportunity for forming capital, and the bourgeois class may not have had the skill for organizing business on the new lines. On the whole, it appears that the large colonial demands for food on the one hand, and the large supplies of foreign manufactures on the other, prevented a healthy reaction of commercial on agricultural and industrial development. Spain was left exhausted by the feverish activity which had been temporarily induced, and which passed away. The Spanish government was firmly convinced that the best means of promoting the power of the country was by hoarding the large share of the produce of the mines which came into their possession, and they made frequent efforts to prevent the export of any bullion into other parts of Europe, though the Genoese and German capitalists had special licenses which allowed them to transmit it. It is obviously impossible that the government could have succeeded in enforcing this prohibition under the existing conditions of trade. Most of the bullion which arrived at Seville belonged to the merchants and manufacturers who were concerned in supplying the colonial demand for goods. The ingots which were not taken to the mint may have been hoarded for a time, but the foreign capitalists would not allow their money to lie idle, and much of it must have been exported, in spite of all laws to the contrary, to pay for the cheaper manufactures which were coming in from abroad. Comparatively little coin could have passed into general circulation in Spain itself. Payments from the towns for agricultural produce would scarcely overbalance the payments due from the country for the dearer manufactured goods. The Spanish rulers had ignorantly and unintentionally pursued the precise course of policy recommended by Machiavelli. They had sought to accumulate treasure in the coffers of the state, and they had, by their mistaken measures, allowed the subjects to continue poor. The wealth which passed into the country had no steady and persistent reaction on industrial and agricultural life, and when the military exigencies of Philip's policy reduced him to bankruptcy, it became obvious to the world that the Spaniards had completely misused the unique opportunities which lay within their grasp. They had sacrificed everything else to the accumulation of treasure by the crown, and they had completely failed to attain the one object on which they had concentrated all their efforts. The permanent gain from the treasure imported into Europe went to those countries which were able to employ it as capital for industrial or agricultural improvement, and Spain could do neither. There was every prospect at one time that the greatest advantage would be reaped by Spanish subjects in the Netherlands. The policy of the government, however, and the failure of the Duke of Alva to recognize the importance of trading interests rendered this impossible. The war in the Low Countries not only caused the migration of industry from that part of Spanish territory, but tended to bring about the collapse of the great capitalists who had allied themselves to the Spanish interest. The foreigners were being gradually excluded from taking any direct part in the new industrial developments in Spain. They confined themselves more and more to banking business and to financial operations in the government service. But the persistent failure of the Spanish and imperial policy in one country after another had the effect of crippling several of the great Genoese and German houses, and at length drained the resources, even of such millionaires as the Fuggers. The decline of these bankers proved that the control of the treasure of the New World was passing into other hands. As a matter of fact, it was shifting more and more into the possession of the Dutch, who were making their country a harbor of refuge for persons expelled from the Spanish Netherlands, and who were building up a great center of commercial and industrial life at Amsterdam. At the beginning of the 17th century, the people of Holland had succeeded in winning the greater part of the gains which accrued from the Portuguese discoveries, while they had also succeeded in drawing to themselves a large share of the treasure of Spanish America, and in using it as capital in commerce, in shipping, and in industrial pursuits. It was the nemesis of the policy of His Catholic Majesty that his subjects failed to derive real advantage from the much vaunted American possessions, and that the gains which might have enriched the peninsula went to his bitterest enemies. End of section 51. Recording by Colleen McMahon. Section 52 of the Cambridge Modern History, Volume 1, The Renaissance. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Colleen McMahon. Chapter 15, Economic Change, by William Cunningham. Part 4. In the middle of the 16th century, England was not a competitor with Spain and France for the sovereignty of the world. Her political ambition was far humbler. The dangers that threatened her were so imminent, and her means of defense so insufficient, that it was only by devoting great care to the development of her resources that she could hope to retain political independence. William Cecil found himself called upon to guide the destinies of the realm at a time when the country was destitute of munitions of war. Elizabeth's Protestantism seriously interfered with the opportunities of procuring military stores. The chief supply of saltpeter and sulfur, which were required for gunpowder, as well as of the metals which were necessary for the making of ordnance, came from ports controlled by the great Roman Catholic powers. The native mining industries were quite undeveloped, and England could easily have been prevented from purchasing copper and iron from abroad. Woolen cloth was the chief export from the country, but alum, which was used in the process of dyeing and finishing, was obtained from Ischia, an island which belonged to the Pope. A hoard of bullion laid up against possible emergencies was a political luxury which Cecil could not afford. All the resources that the crown could dispose of, either as personal possessions or by influence exercised on loyal subjects, were devoted to the planting of industries which directly subserved the strength of the realm, and rendered it less hopelessly unprepared for the struggle that could not be indefinitely postponed. When the storm burst at last, and England had to get ready for meeting the Spanish Armada, it was found that the leeway had been entirely made up, and that English guns and gunners were as good as those of Spain, and better too. It would in any case have been useless for Cecil to imitate the Spanish policy, and amass bullion to serve for the payment of mercenaries. England had no access to silver mines, and she was forced to rely on her own sons to man her fleets and to serve in her armies. It was essential to adhere to the policy which was even then traditional in England, and to take pains that there should be a well-diffused and healthy population. With this end in view, the government was specially anxious to maintain tillage as an avocation which gave employment to vigorous laborers, and agriculture came to be encouraged, not merely on economic, but on military grounds. In a similar way, much attention was paid to securing favorable conditions for the maintenance of a large seafaring population. The fishing trades were important as a source of wealth, but even more so as a school of seamanship, and a ready way of training men who should be capable of serving in naval warfare. This employment was artificially stimulated, and people were compelled by law to eat fish on 3 days in the week. The special exigencies of the situation forced Cecil to devote the greatest possible care to developing native resources of every kind in such a fashion that they should, as much as possible, contribute directly to the national strength. The government was of course aware that the general increase of industrial skill and of commercial activity was likewise of importance. In the actual circumstances of England, these were the only means of procuring treasure at all. But since the supply could only be secured indirectly, it was not treated as an immediate, far less as an exclusive object, as it had been with the Spaniards. The method which Cecil adopted for carrying out these aims presents another interesting contrast with the course of affairs in Spain. He had, indeed, to obtain assistance from the group of Augsburg capitalists who had taken such a leading part in European finance, but he relied on them rather for their technical skill and enterprise in organizing undertakings than for the capital with which new schemes were carried out. The usual plan was to grant a concession to a company, the capital being subscribed in England, though the management was controlled by the Hochsteters and other German adventurers. By these means, the arts of brass founding and wire drawing were planted, and mining for the useful metals was largely carried on. Most important of all was the skill of German engineers. Their methods of pumping water were introduced, and rendered mining possible where it had never been practiced before. Not only the hardware trades, but whatever other industry was subsidiary to any of the forms of national strength came under Cecil's special care. Among these may be instanced the manufacture of sailcloth, which he was at personal pains to promote. The government looked with a favorable eye on the introduction of useful industries of any kind, but especially welcomed those which consisted in the working up of native products, and which could save the necessity of importing finished goods from abroad. The favorite mode of encouragement was one which cost the crown nothing, while yet it encouraged alien adventurers to do their best. Exclusive privileges for the exercise of the trade were granted, and in this way the manufacture of glass, paper, starch, soap, and other commodities of common consumption were successfully established. Circumstances were specially favorable to such attempts at this particular time. England served as a haven of refuge for many of the artisans who were dispersed by the wars in the Netherlands, and skilled workmen emigrated hither even from such distant countries as Greece, Italy, and Spain. Some of them appear to have possessed capital, and many of them were highly skilled in departments of industry which had been practically unrepresented in England. The dislike felt by Englishmen for foreigners was almost as strong as that of the Spaniards, and there was some little difficulty in disarming the local hostility to these settlers. The new industries were on the whole developed on capitalist lines. The old craft guilds had ceased to be effective forces, and there was little serious opposition from them. Insofar as native industrial organization was reinvigorated in England towards the close of this reign, it took the form of capitalist associations, and these appear to have been for a time the strongholds of opposition to the alien invasion. The central government, however, was firm in its attitude of encouraging the immigrants, while it also desired, so far as possible, to merge them with the existing population, and to use them as means for the technical education of Englishmen. In this, Cecil, who personally revised the regulations for settling the aliens, was singularly successful. Though the Dutch and Walloon colonies were separately organized for social and religious purposes, they soon came to be highly appreciated by their neighbors as an important factor in the economic welfare of the country. Spain had suffered seriously by imposing disabilities on aliens, and England gained immensely by encouraging their immigration and absorbing them as an integral part of the nation. The improvement of industry had a very favorable reaction on the progress of agriculture. At the beginning of Elizabeth's reign, the condition of rural life was eminently unsatisfactory. An increasing area was being diverted from tillage to pasture farming. The wool which was produced in such large quantities, and the cloth into which it was manufactured, fetched very high prices. This export trade was undoubtedly the channel through which a portion of the treasure from the New World began to flow into England. Beneficial as this development was in many ways, it yet entailed serious grievances in rural districts. The price of corn was relatively low, and there seemed to be a danger that the food supply would fall short. Measures were devised for giving the farmer the best opportunity for selling his corn in any part of the country, and not unfrequently for exporting it on easy terms. Great pains were also taken to ensure that he should have an adequate supply of labor, and to encourage those particular forms of industry which were subsidiary to agricultural operations. In no other country of Europe were the interests of agriculture put so prominently forward. English statesmen realized that it was necessary to render tillage profitable if it was to be properly maintained, and progress in the industrial arts was treated as a subordinate consideration. As the demands of the industrial population for food increased, and as the improving marine of England gave access to markets abroad, those who were pursuing agriculture as a trade found that they could work at a profit. The revival of agriculture, moreover, was possible without a serious diminution of the area which was devoted to sheep. The conflict between the two rural interests in England was not so keen as in Spain. By the introduction of convertible husbandry, a better return could be obtained from the same acreage. The old common fields were broken up. Land was occupied in severalty, and each farmer was free to pursue his avocation to the best of his ability and means. By this new method, the land enjoyed long periods of rest, and the soil recovered from the exhausting effects of the persistent, though slovenly, tillage to which it had long been subjected. Enclosure and readjustment afforded the opportunity of greatly increasing the production from the land without additional expenditure of capital. The improvement of industry and tillage had very favorable effects on the commerce of the country. There was each year a larger and larger available surplus which could be exported. The export of English cloth came to be entirely in the hands of English shippers, and when the opportunity at length occurred for England to plant colonies beyond the seas, She was able to meet their immediate necessities without any strain upon her internal condition. Partly through the force of circumstances, but partly also through the wisdom of the government, there was a development of the manufacture of native products, which reacted in a healthy and natural manner on the improvement of agriculture and the increase of trade. The admirable picture given in Hale's Discourse of the Commonweal of the condition of affairs under Edward VI shows us the evils of the transition at a time when both the crown and the people felt the pressure of poverty. This was in some ways more apparent than real, and was partly due to the debased condition of the coinage. When, with the restoration of the currency, England began to receive her share of the treasure of the New World, improvement proceeded rapidly. At the close of Elizabeth's reign, the people were wonderfully prosperous, and the pauperism of earlier years had ceased to be a serious problem. The political future of England was largely affected by the fact that the industrial population was becoming wealthy, while the crown was relatively poor. The rapidity with which countries may recover from the ravages of war has been often remarked upon. In no case was it more strikingly exemplified than by the marvelous growth of material prosperity in France, so soon as Henry IV was complete master of the realm. This can hardly be ascribed, however, to a natural recuperation after the removal of the disturbing causes. It was really due to the view which Henry and his advisers took of the duty of government and the excellent manner in which they discharged their task. It was to the interest of the French monarchy, with its large income drawn from taxation, that measures should be taken to advance internal trade, to plant industries, and to improve agriculture, so that the people might be prosperous and able to contribute their quota to the revenue. Henry IV set himself consciously and deliberately to develop the material resources of France, and his schemes were so well devised that the foundations of the magnificent and powerful monarchy of Louis XIV were successfully laid. The king was admirably assisted by Sully, and profited from the suggestions of Laffemas and Olivier de Serres, who were respectively experts in the organization of industry and in promoting agriculture, and he possessed, moreover, the means for carrying out the schemes that met his approval. The revival of France was brought about on royal initiative by royal administrators, and to a large extent by drawing on royal wealth for the necessary capital. A comparison with the position of the crown in England, when Cecil was working for the development of the realm, may serve to point the contrast. Elizabeth was very poor, and she was particularly averse to summoning Parliament and levying taxation. She had little money to spare for encouraging improvements in rural and industrial pursuits that would only bring indirect gains to the government. The King of France had a large permanent income from taxation, and it was worth his while to invest a part of it in undertakings that were not directly remunerative. The increase of the wealth of its subjects was the surest method of increasing the prospective income of the crown. At the time when Sully became superintendent of finances in 1598, he had to face an enormous burden of debt entailed by the expenses of the wars in which Henry had rendered his possession of the throne secure. The debt amounted to no less than 348 million livres. Loans had been obtained by pledging the personal estates of the king, as well as a large part of the receipts from taxation. Only a comparatively small portion of the taille was available for current expenditure. Sully's first care was to reform the abuses in the collection of the revenue. He completely overhauled the fiscal administration and rendered the incidence of taxation more equable, while, by canceling heavy arrears of the taille, he relieved the taxpayers from an intolerable burden and placed them in a position of solvency, which rendered it possible for them to meet the current demands of the government. By these means he was able to steadily diminish the burden of indebtedness, while there was money at command not only for the expenses of the court, but also for much-needed public works. The most important undertaking was that of facilitating internal trade by improving the water communication through different parts of France. Humphrey Bradley, who had had much experience in Holland, was the principal engineer employed. In some cases, rivers were opened to the passage of barges, while canals were also laid out to connect the river basins, and thus to provide great channels of through communication. A canal was planned between the Garonne and the Aude to complete a waterway from the Bay of Biscay to the Mediterranean, and another to connect the Loire with the Seine was begun. Great engineering works were also undertaken in the way of banking and draining. so as to recover considerable stretches of land that were lying waste, and attempts were made to improve the facilities for travel by land, especially in the reconstruction of bridges. In many instances, the town chiefly concerned defrayed part of this last expense, but the main burden generally lay with the government, which had been responsible for initiating these improvements, and no less a sum than 1,000,000 livres a year was devoted to the construction of main roads. The policy pursued by the French crown in the planting of industry is open to criticism, but it must at least be allowed to have attained success. France was already richly supplied with the necessaries of life, and considerable progress had been made in the useful arts, but large sums were expended yearly in the purchase of luxuries, and it seemed possible to introduce the manufacture of silk and artistic goods so that there should be less reason for the drain of treasure, and that the country might be entirely self-sufficing, not only for necessaries, but also for luxuries. Sully was doubtful as to this policy. He would have preferred to check the use of luxuries by sumptuary laws, and to develop those industries in which French products were the materials employed. This objection was partly met by extensive efforts to introduce sericulture on French soil, and on the whole, experience seems to have proved that the king was well advised in following the example of Venice and Florence and trying to plant this new industry, even though it required large subventions at first. In the latter part of the 17th century, it flourished to such an extent as to provide an important and valuable article of export trade, so that foreign customers had to pay a considerable balance in bullion. The manufacture of glass and that of fine pottery were introduced during this reign into various districts of France by persons who had special privileges conferred upon them. The tapestry manufacture needed still further encouragement, and obtained a royal subvention of 100,000 livres, and a sum of 150,000 livres was lent to 2 merchants of Rouen who proposed to undertake the making of fine cloth. While such pains were taken to stimulate exotic and plant new industries, a very careful scheme was devised for the reorganization of the corps de métier, so as to provide more effective supervision for the existing trades. Attempts were made to check the preposterous claims of the kings of the mercers, and to break down the arbitrary restrictions by which the status of master in any trade had been guarded. A council of commerce was established, which carried out some useful changes in particular trades, though it did not reconstitute the corps de métier as completely as might have been desirable. Their powers were, however, limited, and they were not allowed to obstruct enterprising individuals who were trying to introduce improved processes of manufacture. Many abuses were checked, and these institutions, as modified, continued to be a convenient piece of administrative machinery. The efforts that were made to improve agriculture also resulted in the stereotyping of the old social organization. The king could not interfere to force on progress in the arts of tillage. All that could be done was to set an example of enterprise on the royal estates and to bring pressure upon the magnates to follow it. The cultivators could only be effectively reached through the landed aristocracy, and there was a tendency to coerce them for their good by the exercise of seigneurial powers. The preservation of the relics of natural economy were also unfortunate, inasmuch as the métayers were thus cut off from the stimulating influence of the independent pursuit of their calling as a trade. The French government was extraordinarily successful in consolidating the nation by these means. Separate and local interests were cared for, but they were always kept in conscious subordination to the prosperity of the entire realm. The views of Henry were, on the whole, most judicious, and the suddenness of the revival of French prosperity is a testimony to the effectiveness of the administration. But a heavy price was being paid for these advantages. The national economic life was rendered dependent on royal initiative and royal supervision. In subsequent times, French industry suffered from the over-elaboration of administrative machinery, while the commercial and colonial development of the country was destitute of the healthy vigor called out where private enterprise was allowed free play. The success of the royal policy in England and France presents a marked contrast to the failure of the Spanish monarch, whose ultimate aim was nevertheless the same. Each prince desired to raise the whole land over which he ruled into the highest pitch of prosperity. It was impossible for Charles V or Philip II to accumulate the treasure which was so necessary for the country, and with the aid of which each hoped in his turn to become the most powerful ruler in the world. The American silver could not be kept in Spain, and there was so little native capital for use in that widely extended empire that it declined. England, on the other hand, was consciously developed by the great middle class, who were ready to invest comparatively small sums in promising undertakings, while the government gave active support to the foreign capitalists and workers whose experience was so valuable. The English minister Cecil nursed the realm as carefully as if he were the steward of a private estate, but he was hampered by the poverty of the crown, and his great work lay in stimulating other people to take the initiative and to trust to themselves for their own remuneration. As we have just seen, the revival of France was due to the capital in the hands of the king, whose measures were largely innovations and experiments carried out in spite of opposition. In England, the development of the country was carried on by the people, in France for the people, but both countries attained a high degree of national prosperity. Huge empires, like those of Macedonia and Rome, had already been familiar in the ancient world, but nations constituted like France and England were something quite new. The intimate union of all parts of such large areas, and the interdependence of each part on the other, as well as the conscious subordination of local interests to the larger idea of the realm. These were conceptions not merely distinct from the civic policy of the Middle Ages, but equally foreign to the idea of the great polities of ancient days. The nation is not only a new phenomenon, but it is the characteristic feature of what we are wont to call modern times, and hence the rise of Holland as the heir of Portugal and a victor over Spain, the increased importance of England, and the revival of France mark an era in economic history. The transition from the medieval to the modern age has been accomplished. We are no longer concerned with the struggle of town with town, but of nation with nation, each trying to secure the greatest material advantages for its own land and its own people. The chief economic interest of the subsequent century lies in the study of the means taken by these three rivals to build up their own strength and to weaken their adversaries. Each had entered on a career of material prosperity, and each had adapted its system with more or less success to modern industrial and commercial conditions. It is worthwhile, however, to cast a retrospecting glance at some of the places which had been distanced in the race for wealth, and to inquire why so many of the cities which had attained to great prosperity in the 14th and 15th centuries failed to share in the extraordinary impulse which was given to progress by the discovery of the New World and its treasures. Some of them did not advance, and others distinctly declined. The change of commercial routes was the most obvious reason for the decadence of some of the magnificent cities of the Middle Ages. Commerce takes the path of least resistance, and none of the overland routes to the east or passes across the Alps could compare with the convenience of an unbroken voyage from the Moluccas to Amsterdam. The Italian and South German towns which had been occupied with the Eastern trade, and the Baltic and Lithuanian cities which had been the great depots of the Hanse League, ceased to be the chief centers of commerce, and from the mere fact of their geographical position were left on a siding. In the case of Stettin and other towns which had been merely mercantile, and where there had been no success in developing industry as a subsidiary to commerce, the decline of trade was a desperate blow. The towns which had developed an industrial life, Cologne and Strasbourg, Augsburg and Nuremberg, Venice, Genoa, and Florence, did indeed suffer severely. They lost their facilities for access to the best markets, or for the most convenient purchase of food and materials, but they were able to readapt themselves to their diminished opportunities and to utilize their resources for the maintenance of a prosperous, though less notable, economic life. Certain social conditions prevented some communities from adopting innovations which were necessary for maintaining the continuance of their prosperity. Where society had been very definitely organized and a social system was stereotyped, many insensible hindrances opposed themselves to modification of any kind. Success in the new order of things depended on adaptability. Capitalists were organizing industry on other lines and opening up wider commercial connections. Those who were unable to adopt the modern methods of business were necessarily distanced in the race. The industrial centers where the craft guilds had been most vigorous and had retained their power most successfully were at a positive disadvantage in entering on competition with neighbors who had imposed no such restrictions. Modern nations have incorporated the towns which were formerly so powerful and which failed to maintain the leading position they once held. This has been in part, at all events, because their very success under the old system rendered them incapable of giving a cordial welcome to the new. In conjunction with this social obstacle to progress may be specially noticed the antagonism which was felt in many quarters to the introduction or the retention of alien and seemingly incongruous elements of population. The strength of the capitalist system consists in its ability to utilize the most varied elements. Both Holland, and to a less extent England, in receiving immigrants from other countries, increased their industrial resources by that most precious of all national possessions, great skill in industrial employments of every kind. Varieties of type and of intelligence have been of the greatest importance in introducing new methods of business and improved processes of production. France and Spain, on the contrary, suffered severely from the policy which insisted on assimilating the whole population to conformity in religious and political thought. Such were the trading and social conditions which placed capital at a disadvantage, and which determined those who controlled it to seek opportunities for investment in other lands. But there was one occupation throughout Europe which offered little attraction to the enterprising capitalist, and which therefore continued to lie almost outside the sphere of his operations. The agricultural system on the continent in general was highly stereotyped. In Germany and Hungary, serfdom remained. In Spain, France, and Italy, vestiges of natural economy survived. Such a reorganization of the population as would have produced better results presented great difficulties, while the introduction of improved methods often involved an outlay of capital and a diminished rate of return. The small proprietary and cultivating peasantry were destitute of the means of introducing improvements, even if the value of the change had been apparent. Some public works for the benefit of agriculture were undertaken by the Crown both in France and Spain, but it was only in Holland, where there was a plethora of capital, and in England, where the trade of the farmer was encouraged, that private capitalists became interested in the improvement of the soil. There was, as a consequence, little alteration in the condition of the rural population, and the first changes which occurred with the gradual introduction of capitalism were often for the worse. It was left for the social and political revolutions of the last 100 years to sweep away the system which had been previously left untouched by economic progress. These were the general conditions that determined the ultimate distribution of the treasure which was brought from the New World. Transferred in the 16th century, partly in response to military requirements, partly by successful depredation, and partly by mere smuggling, this treasure sooner or later found its way into the hands of agents of commerce, who desired to use it as capital, and who employed it in the places and avocations where they had most reason to expect a large profit. The actual return depended partly on social, partly on physical conditions, but the results that followed were curious and unequal, for while some of the more backward countries moved rapidly forward, making huge strides in wealth and material prosperity, whole classes in every community and large districts of continental Europe remained almost stationary, untouched and unaffected by the march of progress. Nevertheless, though these great economic movements were retarded, they could not be wholly arrested. Capitalism has gradually overcome the medieval obstacles. It has swept away local exclusiveness and has been the means of developing large economic areas. A revolution has taken place in business practice, and the breaking down of all commercial restrictions is a change which has affected the traders in all lands. Industry has become capitalistic, and the whole foundation of trading relations and commercial morality has been altered so as to open indefinite possibilities to every merchant. Civic has given place to national economic life. At the commencement of the 17th century, neither Germany nor Italy had become true nations, but in the course of time the European peoples have come to conform more and more to the larger type of organization that had already arisen in England and in France. End of section 52. Recording by Colleen McMahon.
Section 53 of The Cambridge Modern History, Volume 1, The Renaissance. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 16. The Classical Renaissance by Sir Richard C. Jebb. Part 1. The Renaissance, in the largest sense of the term, is the whole process of transition in Europe from the medieval to the modern order. The revival of learning, by which is meant more especially the resuscitated knowledge of classical antiquity, is the most potent and characteristic of the forces which operated in the Renaissance. That revival has two aspects. In one, it is the recovery of a lost culture. In another, of even higher and wider significance, it is the renewed diffusion of a liberal spirit which for centuries had been dead or sleeping. The conception which dominated the Middle Ages was that of the universal empire and the universal church. A gradual decadence of that idea from the second half of the 13th century to the end of the 15th was the clearest outward sign that a great change was beginning to pass over the world. From the 12th century onwards, there was a new stirring of minds, a growing desire of light, and the first large result was the scholastic philosophy. That was an attempt to codify all existing knowledge under certain laws and formulas, and so to reconcile it logically with the one truth, just as all rights are referable to the one right, that is, to certain general principles of justice. No revolt was implied there, no break with the reigning tendencies of thought. The direct aim of the schoolmen was not indeed to bind all knowledge to the rock of St. Peter, but the truth which they took as their standard was that to which the Church had given her sanction. In the middle of the 14th century, when scholasticism was already waning, another intellectual movement set in. This was humanism, born in Italy of a new feeling for the past greatness of Rome. And now the barriers so long imposed on the exercise of the reason were broken down. Not all at once, but by degrees. It was recognized that there had been a time when men had used all their faculties of mind and imagination without fear or reproof, not restricted to certain paths or bound by formulas, but freely seeking for knowledge in every field of speculation, and for beauty in all the realms of fancy. Those men had bequeathed to posterity a literature different in quality and range from anything that had been written for 1,000 years. They had left, too, works of architecture such that even the mutilated remains had been regarded by legend as the work of supernatural beings, whom heathen poets had constrained by spells. The pagan view was now once more proclaimed, that man was made not only to toil and suffer, but to enjoy. And naturally enough, in the first reaction from a more ascetic ideal, the lower side of ancient life obscured, with many men, its better aspects. It was thus that humanism first appeared, bringing a claim for the mental freedom of man, and for the full development of his being. But in order to see the point of departure, it is necessary to trace in outline the general course of literary tradition in Europe from the 5th century to the 14th. The fall of the Western Empire in the 5th century was followed by a rapid decline of education and of general culture. The later ages of classical antiquity, if comparatively poor in the higher kind of literary genius, were still familiar with the best writers of Greece and Rome, and continued to be prolific in work inspired by good models. They also retained the traditions of that civilization and social life out of which the classical literature had arisen. But the barbarian invaders of Italy and Gaul were strangers to that civilization. They brought with them a life in which the ancient culture found no place. The schools of the Roman Empire were swept away or died out. Such education as survived was preserved by the Church, and was almost wholly confined to ecclesiastics. Monasteries had begun to multiply in the West from the close of the 4th century. Their schools, and those attached to cathedrals, alone tempered the reign of ignorance. The level of the monastic schools was the higher. In the cathedral schools, the training was usually restricted to such rudiments of knowledge as were indispensable for the secular clergy, that is, reading, writing, arithmetic, and elementary music. But even in the monastic schools, the course was usually meagre and narrow. The superior education of the age was chiefly based on a few jejune textbooks, compilations and abridgments from older sources. One of these was the treatise of the African rhetorician Marcianus Capella, flourished around 420, on the Septem Artes Liberales, grammar, logic, rhetoric, music, arithmetic, geometry, and astronomy. The form is allegorical. Mercury weds philology, and at their nuptials assigns the arts to her as handmaids. Capella was, however, regarded with disfavor by those Christian teachers who rigorously proscribed pagan literature, and his book, though it remained an authority down to the Renaissance, was not everywhere admitted. Thus it is absent from Alcuin's catalogue, made around 770, of the library at York, a fairly representative collection of the books which then were most read. The 7 arts had been distributed, so early as the 5th century, into the trivium, consisting of grammar, logic, and rhetoric, and the quadrivium, comprising the other 4. Grammar was taught by excerpts from Donatus or Priscian. Rhetoric, often with the aid of extracts from Cicero's De Inventione and Topica, or the treatise Ad Herennium. For the trivium, generally a favorite textbook, was Cassiodorus, died 568, De Artibus et Disciplinus Liberalium Artium. For the quadrivium, and for the more advanced logic, the standard manuals were the treatises of Boëtius, died 524, which included some Latin transcripts from parts of Aristotle's Organon. Boëtius, the last of the Romans, was indeed an author of cardinal importance in the higher education of the earlier Middle Ages. Another standard work was an encyclopedia of arts and sciences by Isidore, Bishop of Seville, died 636, containing a mass of information in every recognized branch of knowledge. Originum sive etymologiarum libri venti. It is characteristic of education in the Middle Ages that compendia of this poor kind had largely superseded their own classical sources in the ordinary use of the schools. Note should be taken also of the persistent tendency to look for allegorical and mystic senses beneath the literal meaning of a passage. This tendency dates at least from the teaching of Cassian, flourished around 400, one of the chief founders of Western monachism. It was applied first to the Scriptures, and thence transferred to other books, with an influence which did much to vitiate the medieval study of literature. The period from around 500 to the latter part of the 8th century was that during which the general level of knowledge in Europe was probably lowest. Gregory of Tours, died 595, could declare that the study of letters had perished. Nearly 200 years later, Charles the Great re-echoed the complaint and sought a remedy. Yet, even in those centuries, there were places of comparative light. Chief among these, on the continent, were the Benedictine houses. It was in 528 that the Abbey of Monte Cassino was founded by St. Benedict. His rule, formulated in 529, provided for regular study. Thenceforth, his order, wherever established, was a powerful agency in the maintenance of knowledge. To the Benedictines is largely due the survival of the Latin classics. Indeed, it would be difficult to overrate their services as guardians of books in the darkest age of Europe. In Germany, the Benedictine Abbey of Fulda, founded by St. Boniface, died 755, was preeminent during the 9th century as a home of literary studies. Meanwhile, The condition of letters in the British Islands was somewhat better than that which prevailed on the continent. This was conspicuously the case in Ireland, the stronghold of Celtic monachism, which was independent of Benedictine influences. The Irish monasteries, many of which arose before 500, were prosperous. They were devoted to learning, derived partly from a monastic community, the once famous Insulani, planted around 400 by St. Honoratus in the isle near Cannes, which bears his name, and they had the unique distinction of witnessing to an affinity between the Celtic and the Hellenic spirit. Alone among the religious houses of the West in that age, they fostered the study of the Greek fathers. Ireland sent forth not a few of the scholars and missionaries whose names shine most clearly through the gloom of those centuries. St. Columba died 597, who made Iona a centre of light for northern Britain. St. Columbanus died 615, a founder and reformer of monastic houses in Europe. Clement, who succeeded Alcuin around 798 as head of the school at Aachen, and John Scotus Erigena, died around 875, whose acquirements included some knowledge of Greek, and whose independence as a philosophical thinker renders him the most interesting intellectual figure of the 9th century. England also, from 600 to 800, was probably less dark than the continent. Augustine, a Benedictine, and his Roman fellow missionaries came in 597, bringing with them the Latin language and Latin books. In 668, the Greek Theodore became 7th Archbishop of Canterbury. He was zealous for the promotion of learning, and certainly introduced some knowledge of Greek among his clergy, though the measure and duration of that knowledge are uncertain. Baeda, died 735, the ascetic monk of Jarrow, was the comprehensive interpreter of all the literature, theological, historical, and educational which had come into England with Christianity. Alcuin died 804, trained in the famous monastery of York, where he afterwards presided over the school, won repute as a theologian, and more especially as a grammarian. He does not seem to have been a man of originality or force, and he inherited the narrow view which was adverse to pagan lore, but under the auspices of Charles the Great, he did a large work for education. The reign of that monarch, 768 to 814, saw the first large and systematic effort towards a restoration of letters. The motives which actuated the new emperor of the West were primarily political and social. He felt that it was a vital moment for his realm to mitigate the mischief and reproach of illiteracy. In 782, he induced Alcuin to leave York and to take up his abode at Aachen as the head of a school in connection with the court. With Alcuin's advice and aid, he did his best to stimulate and improve the only educational agencies which existed, those of the episcopal and monastic schools. Bishops were encouraged to provide elementary instruction for the children of the laity. The Capitulary of 789 directs the more important monasteries to establish higher schools in addition to the ordinary schools provided by religious houses. Not a few of these higher schools became distinguished. Foremost among them was that of the Abbey of Fulda. Others belonged to the abbeys of Tours, Reims, Saint-Gall, and Corvey. Throughout the 9th century, such schools rendered good service to learning. Rabanus Maurus, abbot of Fulda, died 856, who was free from any blind prejudice against the classics, did much to liberalize monastic studies. His pupil, Lupus Servetus, had a wide range of reading in good Latin authors, and studied them with a zeal not unworthy of the Renaissance. Many of these monastic schools perished in the 10th century. In the second half of that century, however, the Emperor Otto the Great, 936–73, enlarged the horizon and stimulated the culture of the German people. His reign brought security to such seats of study as existed, and their welfare was promoted by his brother, the learned Bruno, Archbishop of Cologne. Gerbert, afterwards Pope Sylvester II, who died in 1003, shows how much was possible for a gifted scholar in the 10th century. He had not merely read a great deal of the best Latin literature, but had appreciated it on the literary side, had imbibed something of its spirit, and had found in it an instrument of self-culture. His case is indeed a very exceptional one, but some knowledge at least of the Latin classics was not even then a rare accomplishment. A tradition of learning, derived especially from Fulda, had been created which descended without a break to the time when the University of Paris arose. Nowhere on the continent was there such a violent interruption, or such a general blight upon culture, as was caused in England and Ireland by the raids of the destroying Northmen. From about the end of the 10th century onwards, culture began to be somewhat more widely diffused. There are indications that the course of Latin reading in the better schools was now no longer confined to meagre textbooks, but had become fairly liberal. Thus, at the school of Paderborn in Westphalia, early in the 11th century, the plan of study included Virgil, Horace, Statius, and Sallust. Towards the close of that century, Bernard of Chartres, after teaching his pupils the rules of grammar from Donatus and Priscian, led them on to the Latin poets, orators, and historians, dwelling especially on the rhetorical precepts of Cicero and Quintilian. His method is praised by John of Salisbury, writing in the middle of the 12th century, who was himself strongly imbued with a love of classical studies, being especially familiar with Horace and with much of Cicero. Among other classics who found medieval readers may be named Terence, a favorite, Ovid, Lucan, Martial, Caesar, Livy, and Suetonius. The incipient revival of a better literary taste was checked in the 13th century by the influence of the scholastic philosophy. That discipline, intent on subtleties of logic and metaphysic, was indifferent to literary form, and soon became encumbered with the technical jargon which Erasmus ridicules. Such doctors as Albertus Magnus and Duns Scotus lent the prestige of their authority to barbarous Latin. In the universities, dialectic now shared the foremost place with theology, and their professors were generally adverse to the literary subjects represented by the trivium. In England, France, and Germany, during the 13th century, the study of ancient literature gained no ground, but rather receded, and the 14th century showed no improvement. Italy, meanwhile, where the scholastic philosophy had taken less hold, had been showing some signs of a growing interest in the Latin classics for more than a century before Petrarch. With him, the Italian revival of learning began in earnest, and at a time when, owing to the causes above noticed, there were as yet few symptoms of such a movement in the other countries of Europe. The medieval fortunes of the Latin classics differed widely from those of the Greek. The classical Latin language and literature were never wholly lost, but after the 5th century, a knowledge of classical Greek rapidly faded out of the West until it became practically extinct. Between the fall of the Western Empire and the Renaissance, no general provision for teaching Greek existed in the West, similar to that which was made in regard to Latin. Charles the Great wished indeed to restore Greek, mainly for the practical purpose of intercourse with the East. One of the capitularies attests his design, Graecus et Latinus scholas in perpetuum manere ordinavimus. But it is doubtful whether his purpose was anywhere fulfilled. Some study of Greek was fostered, as we have seen, in the Irish monasteries, and a few instances of it occur in other places. Thus, in the 10th century, Greek was studied by some brethren of the Abbey of St. Gall. The Council of Vienne, 1311, had proposed to establish chairs of Greek in several cities of Europe, but nothing was done. Several eminent men of Western Europe, in the course of those centuries, certainly possessed some knowledge of Greek, though it is often difficult to say how much. After the schism between the Eastern and Western churches, sporadic settlements of Greeks occurred in the West, especially in France, and Latin controversialists had a new motive for acquiring the language of their opponents. Grosseteste, according to Matthew Paris, was aided by a Greek priest of St. Albans in translating the Testament of the 12 Patriarchs into Latin. The Benedictine historians give lists of the persons in each century who were reputed to know Greek, but it may well be that these lists, short though they are, include men who had merely gained some slight knowledge of the language from intercourse with Greeks. In Italy, doubtless, the number of those who knew some Greek was larger than elsewhere, owing to the greater closeness of Italy's relations with the East. But even at Constantinople itself, in the 14th century, a sound knowledge of ancient Greek was confined to a narrow circle, and an intelligent appreciation of the ancient Hellenic literature was probably rarer still. Enough has been said to guard against the notion that the Italian revival of learning was something more sudden and abrupt than it actually was. The movement in the second half of the 14th century would appear almost miraculous if the new light were supposed to have flashed upon Italy at Petrarch's word from a background of utter darkness. The fact is, rather, that the dawn had long been growing in the sky. On the other hand, the revival, which dates from Petrarch, was in a very definite sense the beginning of a new era. The appreciation of classical antiquity which came with it differed in two respects from any which the earlier Middle Ages could show. In the first place, the excellence of literary form exhibited by the ancient masters of Latin style now became a direct object of study and of imitation. Such portions of these authors as had been read in the period preceding the Renaissance had been valued chiefly for the facts or sentiments or supposed allegorical meanings which could be drawn from them. They were, as a rule, but dimly apprehended as literature, and had very little influence on the medieval writing of Latin. The second difference was still more important. Ancient literature was now welcomed, not only as supplying standards of form, but as disclosing a new conception of life, a conception freer, larger, more rational, and more joyous than the medieval, one which gave unfettered scope to the play of the human feelings, to the sense of beauty, and to all the activities of the intellect. Ancient Latin writers used the word humanitas to denote the civilizing and refining influence of polite letters and of the liberal arts, as they also applied the epithet humanus to a character which had received that influence. The Italian scholars of the Renaissance, to whom the classical literature of antiquity was not merely a model but a culture, and indeed a life, found it natural to employ a phrase not used by the ancients, and to speak of literae humanae or literae humanioris, meaning by the comparative not secular rather than theological, but distinctively humane, more so, that is, than other literature. The humanist, a term already known to Ariosto, is the student of humane letters. A man like John of Salisbury, imbued with the loving study of good Latin classics, or even a man like Geoffrey, whose genius gave almost a foretaste of the revival, was still divided by a broad and deep gulf from the Italian humanist of the age opened by Petrarch. Medieval orthodoxy would have recoiled from that view of human life, and especially from that claim of absolute liberty for the reason which formed part of the humanists' ideal. Indeed, we are continually reminded, throughout the course of the Italian Renaissance, that the new movement has medieval forces to combat or to reconcile. It is only some of the clearer and stronger spirits in that time of transition that thoroughly succeed in harmonizing Christian teaching with a full acceptance of the new learning. Francesco Petrarca, 1304–74, who thus modified for euphony's sake his surname Petracco, was born at Arezzo. He was 9 years old when his father settled at Avignon, the seat, since 1309, of the papacy. At Avignon, Petrarch passed his boyhood, already charmed at school by Cicero's periods, and there, when he was 23, he saw in a church the Laura of his sonnets. The central interest of his life from an early age was in the classical past of Italy. He longed to see the ancient glories of Rome revived. Twice in poetical epistles, he adjured Benedict XII to quit the Babylon on the Rhone for the city on the Tiber. In 1336, when he saw Rome for the first time, he was impressed by the contrast between the grandeur of the decaying monuments and the squalor of their medieval surroundings. Then he spent some years in his beautiful retreat at Vaucluse, near Avignon, brooding on Roman history. There he began a Latin epic, Africa, with Scipio Africanus for its hero, a poem which slowly grew under his hands but was never completed. Tame in parts and lacking Virgilian finish, yet full of powerful and musical lines. But it was chiefly, if not wholly, his canzoniere, where he had reached absolute perfection within a limited sphere, that won him the honor of being crowned with the laurel on the Capitol at Rome, 1341, aged 37. Thenceforth he was recognized as the foremost man of letters in Europe. When in May 1347 Rienzi was proclaimed head of the Holy Roman Republic, Petrarch hailed the tribune as a heaven-sent deliverer, who was to rid Italy of the foreign tyrants, as humanism loved to style the feudal nobles. With many of these tyrants, such as the Colonnesi and the Visconti, Petrarch lived, then and afterwards, on terms of much cordiality and reciprocal advantage. Patriotic archaeology had inspired that crazy scheme of restoring the Roman Commonwealth, but the same enthusiasm for classical antiquity made Petrarch the leader in a solid and permanent restoration of literature. He was steeped in the life, the thoughts, and the emotions of the Latin classics. His way of using them might be contrasted with Dante's in the De Monarchia. To Petrarch they were real men, his Italian ancestors. He was the first who zealously collected Latin manuscripts, inscriptions, and coins. He was the first typical humanist in his cultivation of Latin style. And with him, the imitatio veterum was never slavish. In a letter to Boccaccio, he remarks that the resemblance of a modern's work to his ancient model should not be that of a portrait to the original, but rather the family likeness of child to parent. He deprecated even the smallest debts of phrase to the ancients, and was annoyed when it was pointed out to him that in one of his eclogues he had unconsciously borrowed from Virgil the words atque intonat ore. The Latin letters, which he poured out so abundantly, were in large part finished essays, in a style founded mainly on Seneca and St. Augustine, but tinged, especially in his later period, by Cicero. In them he was ever pleading, directly or indirectly, the cause of humanism. An orthodox churchman, a student of the Vulgate and of the Fathers, he had nothing in common with the neo-paganism of some later men. He advocated the study of the classics as the key to a larger mental life, not contrary to the Christian, but ancillary to it, one which should educate and exercise men's highest faculties. In all subjects he was adverse to pedantic and narrowing methods. If his egotism was absorbing, it was the reflex of a passion for self-culture. Here he had a kinship with Goethe. The desire of fame was a ruling motive with him, as with so many Italians of the maturer Renaissance, but in him it was inseparable from the desire to have a new pattern of self-culture recognized. Nor did he plead in vain. The age was ready for some new kind of intellectual activity. The subtleties of the schoolman's dialectic were beginning to pall, and the professional studies of the universities were unsatisfying. Petrarch, by his great gifts and unique position, succeeded in making countless friends and patrons for humanism among those persons whose favor was indispensable to its earlier progress. For it should be remembered that humanism was not cradled in the bosom of universities, which indeed for a long while were mostly hostile to it, nor again was it brought in by a sweeping movement of the popular mind. Humanism depended in its infancy and youth on encouragement by powerful and wealthy individuals, through whom the humanist gained a footing and an audience in this or that Italian city. Petrarch won the ear of men who became patrons of humanism, but he did more than that. He stimulated an inner circle of disciples, foremost among whom was his devoted friend and admirer, Boccaccio. When, therefore, Petrarch is designated as the father or founder of humanism, the description is correct, if rightly understood. He was, in his own person, the first brilliant humanist. He was also the first effective propagator of humanism in the world at large, and he inspired chosen pupils who continued the tradition. In his letter to Homer, Petrarch says, quote, "I have not been so fortunate as to learn Greek," end quote, but he had at least made some attempt to do so. Barlaam, a Calabrian by birth, who had long resided at Constantinople, came to Italy in 1339 on a mission from the Emperor Cantacuzenus. It was probably in 1342 that Petrarch began to study Greek with him. "I had thrown myself into the work," he says, "with eager hope and keen desire, but the strangeness of the foreign tongue and the early departure of my teacher baffled my purpose." The failure thus shortly told throws an instructive light on the difficulties which beset a revival of Greek. No aids to the acquisition of Greek then existed in the Latin or the Italian language. The rudiments of grammar and vocabulary could be acquired only from a Greek-speaking teacher. If the learner's aim had been merely to gain some knowledge of the Romaic spoken and written in the daily life of the Levant, tutors in plenty could have been found at Venice or at any Italian center of commerce. But a scholarly knowledge of ancient Greek was a rare attainment. Rarer still was a scholarly acquaintance with the Greek classics. Even at Constantinople, such knowledge was then possessed only by a few persons of superior education, including those who were professional students or men of letters. A Greek teacher of this class could be drawn to Italy, as a rule, only by some definite prospect of honor and emolument. The Italian revival of Greek in the 14th and 15th centuries was effected mainly by a small number of highly accomplished Greeks, who were induced to settle as professors at Florence or other centers. The revival was also furthered by the visits which several Italian scholars made to Constantinople for the purpose of studying the language there. In viewing the Italian revival of Greek as a whole, we must remember its essential dependence on these sources. The higher Byzantine level of Greek scholarship in that age was the highest to which Italy could then aspire. Italian students of Greek in the earlier and middle periods of the Renaissance learned the classical language from men to whom its modern form was a vernacular. This was, in one way, a distinct advantage, since there is a large continuity both of idiom and of vocabulary between classical Greek and the more polished modern Greek. On the other hand, the Byzantine feeling for the genius and style of the classical literature had become grievously defective. End of section 53. Recording by Linda Johnson. Section 54 of The Cambridge Modern History, Volume 1, The Renaissance. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 16. The Classical Renaissance by Sir Richard C. Jebb. Part 2. Boccaccio is the first Italian of the Renaissance who is known to have made any progress in the study of Greek. He was impelled to it by the advice of Petrarch, a friend to whom his modest and affectionate nature gave an ungrudging and unbounded worship. His teacher was Leontius Pilatus, a pupil of the Barlaam, who had been Petrarch's instructor, and, like him, a Calabrian who had migrated to Byzantium. The notion of Leontius to be gathered from Petrarch, who had read with him at Venice, and from Boccaccio, again illustrates the difficulty of finding tolerable Greek teaching in Italy. Leontius evidently knew little or nothing beyond the Byzantine Greek of the day. He was stupid and pretentious. His temper appears to have been morose, and his personal habits were repulsive. Nevertheless, Boccaccio received him into his house at Florence and caused him to be appointed professor of Greek in the studio there. He made for Boccaccio a bald and faulty translation of Homer into bad Latin prose, which was sent to Petrarch and received by him as an inestimable boon. But the first real teacher of Greek in Italy, the man with whom the revival of Greek learning in the West began, was Manuel Chrysoloras, who lectured on Greek at Florence from 1397 to 1400. He was a Byzantine of good family, who had previously visited Italy on a mission from the Emperor Palaeologus for the purpose of seeking aid against the Turks. Some cultivated Florentines, who had then met him, afterwards prevailed on the Signoria of Florence to offer him the chair of Greek, which he accepted. His coming made an epoch in the history of European letters. He was a scholar, able to interpret the classical Greek poets and prose writers, and he was eloquent. The enthusiasm created at Florence must have been remarkable. For the first time, Italians were placed in sympathy with the ancient Greek mind at its best. Ardent students, young and old, including several who afterwards became eminent, crowded the lecture room. One of these was Leonardo Bruni, well known in later life for his Latin History of Florence, as also for translations from Plato, Aristotle, Demosthenes, and Plutarch. He has described the powerful spell by which the new teacher drew him away from the study of civil law. It is especially noteworthy that he speaks of Chrysoloras without hesitation as opening a new era. The knowledge of Greek, he says, was revived after an interval of 7 centuries. He might have said 8 or 9. Chrysoloras of Byzantium brought us Greek learning. I gave myself to his teaching with such ardor that my dreams at night were filled with what I had learned from him by day. Another scholar who met Chrysoloras at Pavia, Pier Candido de Sembrio, speaks of him with a similar enthusiasm. The Greek grammar of Chrysoloras in the form of questions and answers, erotemata, was the earliest modern book of the kind. Florence was then the intellectual center of Italy, and throughout the 15th century it continued to be preeminently the home of Greek studies, while at the same time taking its full share in the advancement of Latin scholarship. But Chrysoloras did not confine his activities to Florence. He taught Greek at Pavia for some time between 1400 and 1403, as well as at Milan, at Venice, and perhaps at Rome. He visited Padua also, but did not teach there. The movement, so powerfully and widely initiated by Chrysoloras, was continued by several of his compatriots, most of whom came to Italy between 1400 and the capture of Constantinople in 1453. The restoration of Greek letters in Italy preceded the fall of the Eastern Empire, and was not, as has sometimes been supposed, a result of emigrations caused by that event. The Greeks who chiefly effected the revival were drawn westward by the demand for teachers which offered them distinguished and lucrative careers. The subsequent breakup of Byzantine society sent over, no doubt, a fresh stream of exiles, and reinforced the ranks of Hellenism in the West, but by that time Greek studies in Italy were already vigorous. A few names stand preeminent in the series of Greeks who furthered the Hellenic Renaissance. Georgius Trapezuntius, George of Trebizond, who came to Italy about 1420, taught at Venice, Florence, Rome, and elsewhere. His work is more especially associated with Rome, where his criticisms on Plato brought him into controversy with his compatriot Cardinal Bessarion. While primarily busied with his native language, George of Trebizond also gained the highest repute as a master of Latin style. Theodorus Gaza, arriving in Italy about 1430, taught Greek for some 9 years, 1441 to 50, at Ferrara, and afterwards settled at Rome. His best-known works were translations from Aristotle and a Greek grammar, which was already a classic when printed by Aldus in 1495. The study of Plato and the Neoplatonists at Florence received a marked impetus from the visit in 1438 of Gemistos Plethon, whose mysticism, if eccentric and sometimes extravagant, was allied with power and sincerity. It was his influence which led Cosmo de' Medici to found the Platonic Academy of Florence. Another fruit of his visit was the Latin translation of Plato by Marsilio Ficino, printed in 1482. Among the Greek teachers specially associated with Florence, none perhaps is more worthy of a place next to Chrysoloras than John Argyropoulos, who held the Greek chair for 15 years, 1456 to 71, afterwards going to Rome, where one of his best pupils was Reuchlin. Somewhat later, the Florentine professorship was held by Andronicus Callistus, who had Politian among his hearers. It was about 1447 that Demetrius Chalcondylas came from Constantinople to Rome. He obtained the chair of Greek at Perugia, where he taught with great success. Other names of high merit might be cited, but perhaps only one remains, which is of quite the same rank as those above mentioned. John Lascaris, much of whose work as a teacher was done in Paris, was invited by Leo X to Rome, where he helped to promote Greek studies. After another visit to France, he died at Rome in 1535. These Greek restorers of Greek letters in the West were happy in the season of their labors. The temper of the age is reflected in Bruni's enthusiasm for Chrysoloras, and in the words which a young student at Perugia wrote concerning the lectures of Chalcondylas, quote, "A Greek has just come, and has begun to teach me with great diligence, while I listen to him with indescribable pleasure, because he is a Greek. It seems to me as if in him were mirrored the wisdom, the refined intelligence and the elegance of those famous men of old." End quote. Meanwhile, the revival of Latin scholarship was following the course on which it had been started by Petrarch. Giovanni de Conversino da Ravenna, who had lived as a pupil in Petrarch's house, became the most eminent Latinist of his time. He was the earliest example of a teacher who went from city to city, communicating his own ardor to successive groups of students. But the chief scene of his labors was Padua, where he was professor of rhetoric from 1392 to about 1405. Among his pupils were two who were destined to become famous as humanist educators, Vittorino da Feltre and Guarino da Verona. Conversino's favorite author was Cicero, but he lectured also on the Roman poets. Though not distinguished as a writer, he contributed by his teaching to that zealous study of Latin style which was a characteristic feature of the Italian Renaissance. The "imitation of the ancients" was more than a literary fashion or a pedantic exercise. It sprang from the desire of Italians, for whom Latin literature was being opened anew, to recover the tongue of their Roman ancestors, that language, barbarized in the course of centuries, which bore witness to the ancient glories of the land in which they lived, and to the civilization whose monuments were around them. Italy had many dialects, and Tuscan, even in the 15th century, had only a limited currency, while Latin was an universal language. Practical utility thus conspired with patriotic sentiment and with the zeal of scholarship. But it was not easy to lift Latin to a higher level, while the medieval form of it was still current in the learned professions, in the offices of the church, and in ordinary correspondence. Letter writing was the department of Latin composition to which the humanists naturally and properly gave their first attention. It was in this that Petrarch had especially shown his power. His younger contemporary, Coluccio di Salutati, who became Chancellor of Florence in 1375, set the example of writing classical and elegant Latin in public documents. The higher standard of official and diplomatic Latinity which he introduced had the effect of opening employment to professional scholars in many chanceries and courts of Italy. A close study of Cicero's letters, with a view to correctness and fluency in Latin correspondence, won a reputation for Gasparino da Barzizza, who, on the invitation of Filippo Maria Visconti, opened a school at Milan in 1418. Latin epistolography was now cultivated as a special branch of literature. The letters exchanged between eminent scholars were, as a rule, private only in form, being vehicles for the display of style, wit, and learning. They were usually intended, if not for publication in the modern sense, at least for a large circulation. The range of topics was conventionally restricted by a pervading desire to write somewhat as Cicero might have written to Atticus. Notices of books and manuscripts, literary criticism, introductions or recommendations of friends, requests and commissions, thanks, compliments, occasional glimpses into the writer's daily occupations form the staple of such epistles. There is seldom any reference to contemporary politics, to questions of theology, or to any modern subjects which could not be handled without breaking the classical illusion. Sometimes, indeed, eminent scholars addressed theological or political pamphlets in choice Latin to princes or prelates, but such efforts lay outside the ordinary province of humanistic letter-writing. Nor were really private matters often confided to these Latin letters. "I always write in the vulgar tongue, alla grossolana," says Filelfo, "those things which I do not wish to be copied." Nevertheless, The Latin letter-writing of the Renaissance has the interest of exhibiting with great distinctness the characters of the writers and their friends. It has also a larger claim on our gratitude. It was an exercise sufficiently pleasurable to be widely used, by which successive generations of lettered men gradually rose to the conception of a style which should be correct, fluent, and easy. In the darker ages, the model of a good prose had been lost. The Italian letter-writers of the Renaissance, the imitators of Cicero, were laboring to restore it. They achieved their object, and the achievement bore fruit, not merely in Latin, but afterwards in the modern languages of Europe. It was to be expected that as the cultivation of Latin style progressed, the imitation of the ancient models should become more critical. Lorenzo Valla, who died in 1457, was the author of a work, De Elegantis Latinae Linguae, which marked the highest level that had yet been reached in the critical study of Latin. He dealt with various points of grammar, with niceties of phrase and idiom, and with the discrimination of synonyms. His book appears to have been reprinted nearly 60 times between 1471 and 1536. After Valla, the next Italian Latinist who became an authority on the more minute refinements of style was Bembo, whose reputation was at its zenith in the pontificate of Leo X, 1513–21. But Bembo's scope was much more limited than Valla's. Cicero's usage was a law from which Bembo never consciously swerved. In strong contrast with his timid and even morbid Ciceronianism, a symptom that the Italian revival had passed its prime, stands a quality which we recognize in the Latin writing of the more powerful and genial humanists. This is, briefly, the gift of writing Latin almost as if it were a living language. Politian had this gift in an eminent degree, and exhibits it in verse no less than in prose. Poggio, before him, had it too, though his Latin was much rougher and less classical. The same quality may be ascribed to Paulus Jovius, 1483–1552, whose vivid and picturesque style in narrative was compared by Leo X, with some exaggeration, but not without some justice, to that of Livy. To write Latin as such men wrote it demanded the union of general correctness with ease and spontaneity. The fact that several Italian humanists attained to this merit is a proof that the imitatio veterum was not necessarily lifeless or mechanical, but could serve a truly educative purpose, by helping men to regain a flexible organ of literary expression. Erasmus, though in touch with the Italian Renaissance, belongs to a stage beyond it. His ridicule of pseudo-Ciceronianism falls on the sect of Bembo. But his own Latin style, so admirable in its elasticity, edge, and force, is a result which only the Italian Renaissance had made possible. Yet the cultivation of Latin style, while it was so salient a trait of the Italian revival, was only one of its manifold energies. The same study of the classical writers which incited men to imitate their form inspired also the wish to comprehend their subject matter. There was a widespread desire to enter into the ideas and the meaning of the ancient Greek and Roman civilizations. Italians were especially eager to reconstruct an image, as distinct as possible, of the manner in which their ancestors had lived. But the aids to such study, now so abundant, did not yet exist. There were no dictionaries of mythology, of biography, of antiquities, no treatises on classical archaeology, no collections of inscriptions. A teacher in the earlier time of the Renaissance when he dictated an all-embracing commentary to his pupils, had to rely mostly on the stores gathered by his own reading. The erudite labor done by the Italian humanists was of great variety and volume. Many of the more eminent scholars published notes, critical or exegetical, on the Greek or Latin authors whom they expounded in their lectures, but such work has left comparatively few distinctive traces, having been either absorbed into later books or superseded. Latin translations from the Greek classics formed an important department of humanistic work and were of the greatest service, not only at the Renaissance, but long afterwards, in diffusing the study of Greek literature. The learned humanist Tommaso Parentuccelli, who became Pope Nicholas V in 1447, was especially zealous in promoting such translations, many of which were made at Rome during his pontificate. Greek residents in Italy contributed to the work, but Italians were not less active. Indeed, there were few distinguished humanists who did not give this proof of their Greek scholarship. In the field of textual criticism, mention is due to Politian's edition of the Pandects of Justinian, perhaps the earliest work, based on a careful collation of manuscripts and on a critical estimate of their relative authority. The manuals of grammar produced at the Renaissance were inevitably of a crude kind, but some of them at least had merits which made them standard works for several generations. Thus, the earliest of the Renaissance Greek grammars, that of Manuel Chrysoloras, afterwards translated from Greek into Latin by Guarino, held its ground well into the 16th century. It was the first textbook used by Erasmus when teaching Greek at Cambridge. The next, to which he introduced his pupils, was the more advanced Greek grammar of Theodoros Gaza, dating perhaps from about 1445, though first printed in 1495. The Greek grammar of Constantine Lascaris, composed perhaps about 1460 and printed in 1476, also had a high reputation. The Latin grammar of Niccolò Perotti, printed at Rome in 1473, treats grammar in connection with rhetoric and is commended by Erasmus as the most complete manual on the subject then extant. The higher historical criticism is represented by Lorenzo Valla, already mentioned as a fine Latinist. In 1440, when Naples was at feud with the Papal See, he published a tract on the donation of Constantine, proving that the chief document of the temporal power was spurious. Eugenius IV was then pope. His successor, Nicholas V, a scholar and a statesman, read in Valla's tract a sign of the times. The Council of Florence, 1438, where Greeks and Latins met in conference, had lately shown that the history of the early Church could not be fully understood without a knowledge of Greek writings. And now it was plain that the long impunity of ecclesiastical forgery was drawing to an end. Nicholas saw that humanism would be less disastrous to the Vatican as an uncongenial inmate than as an irrepressible critic. He made Valla an official of the Curia. It was a turning point. The new papal policy was continued, with few breaks, down to the Reformation. Beyond the limits of strictly literary studies, there was a wide and varied field of interests which the classical revival opened to Italians. The superstitious awe with which the Middle Ages had viewed the ruins of ancient Rome was not accompanied by any feeling for their artistic worth, or by the slightest desire to preserve them. A Latin epigram by Pius II, 1458–64, the first pope who endeavored to arrest their decay, attests the fact, to which there are other witnesses, that even then the citizens of Rome used to strip marbles from the ancient monuments in order to burn them as lime. Where the Roman remains were capable of conversion into dwellings or strongholds, as was the case especially with some of the baths and tombs, they had often been occupied by medieval nobles and had thus been exposed to further damage. Many such monuments had been destroyed, and the ruins had then been used as quarries. But a change of feeling came with the spirit of the incipient Renaissance. The first phase of this new feeling was a sense of pathetic contrast between the majesty of the ancient remains and the squalor of the modern city. Petrarch compares Rome to a stately woman, of venerable aspect, but clad in mean and tattered garments. Poggio is reminded of a queen in slavery. He was the first man of the Renaissance who had studied the monuments of Rome with the method of a scholar and an archaeologist, comparing them with the testimony of the Latin classics. His Urbis Romae Descriptio, the title commonly given to the first section of his essay De Varietate Fortunae, is the clearest general survey now extant of the Roman monuments as they existed in the first half of the 15th century. Poggio gives us some idea of the rate at which destructive agencies had been working even in his own lifetime. But a better day was at hand. The interest in Italian archaeology had already become active. Flavio Biondo, Blondus, who died in 1463, compiled an encyclopedic work in 3 parts: Roma Instaurata, Roma Triumphans, and Italia Illustrata, on the history, institutions, manners, topography, and monuments of ancient Italy. He lived to complete also more than 30 books of a great work on the period commencing with the decline of the Roman Empire, Historiarum ab inclinatione Romanorum. In an age so largely occupied with style, which was not among his gifts, Biondo is a signal example of laborious and comprehensive erudition. He holds indeed an honorable place among the founders of Roman archaeology. It was just at the close of Biondo's life that Pius II in 1462 issued his bull designed to protect the remains of ancient Rome from further depredations. The solicitude of which this was the first official expression was not always imitated by his successors. But the period from about 1470 to 1525 was one which saw a notable advance in the care and study bestowed on works of ancient art and architecture. Within that period, the Museum of the Capitol and the Museum of the Vatican were founded. The appreciation of classical sculpture was quickened by the recovery of many ancient works. Near the entrance to the garden of the Belvedere, the newly found Apollo was erected by Julius II, 1503–13. Pope, who perceived how Renascent art could add splendor to the See of St. Peter, and at whose bidding Bramante replaced the ancient Basilica of Constantine by the greatest church of Christendom. Michelangelo saw the Laocoon disinterred from the ruined baths of Titus. Leo X acquired the reclining statues of the Nile and the Tiber, and the so-called Antinos. These and other specimens of classical art, though not representative of that art at its best, helped to educate Italian taste, already well disposed towards every form of classical culture. The Latin verse writers of Leo's age show the impression made by the newly found works of sculpture. It is more interesting to note the remark of an expert, the Florentine sculptor Ghiberti, who, in speaking of an ancient statue which he had seen at Rome, observes that its subtle perfection eludes the eye, and can be fully appreciated only by passing the hand over the surface of the marble. The most memorable record of the new zeal for ancient Rome is the letter addressed to Leo X in 1518 by Raphael. He writes as master of the works at St. Peter's and Inspector General of Antiquities, having been appointed to these posts in 1515. For a long time he had been engaged in a comprehensive study of the ancient monuments. In them, he says, he had recognized, quote, "the divinity of those mines of the old world." End quote. A pitiful sight it is to him, quote, "the mangled corpse of this noble mother, once the queen of the world." Temples, arches, statues, and other buildings, the glory of their founders, end quote, had been allowed to suffer defacement or destruction. Quote, "I would not hesitate to say," he continues, "that all this new Rome which our eyes behold, grand and beautiful as it is, adorned with palaces, churches, and other structures, has been built with lime made from ancient marbles." End quote. He next recalls with details the progress of the havoc during the 12 years which he has passed in Rome, and then he unfolds his project. Mapping out Rome into 14 regions, he urges that systematic works should be undertaken for the purpose of clearing or excavating all existing remains of the ancient city, and then safeguarding them against further injury. His premature death in 1520 prevented the execution of the design. The greatness of that design is well expressed in one of the Latin elegies which mourned his loss. Nunc Romam in Roma quaerit reperitque Raphael. It shows the grasp of his genius and is also an impressive witness to the new spirit of the Renaissance. This was a period at which Vitruvius, edited not long before by Fra Giocondo and Frontinus, found many readers. The classical influence was indeed already the dominant one in Italian sculpture and architecture. It was a power which might tend to cold formalism, as in Palladio, or happily ally itself with the native bent of the modern artist, as in Giulio Romano. But, for good or evil, it was everywhere. Meanwhile, scholars were producing learned work in various branches of Roman archaeology. A permanently valuable service to Latin epigraphy was rendered by Jacopo Mazzocchi and his collaborator Francesco Albertini in Epigrammata Antiquae Urbis Romae, 1521, where some use was made of earlier collections by Ciriaco of Ancona and Fra Giocondo. Andrea Fulvio published in 1527 his Antiquitates Urbis Romae. The Urbis Romae Topographia of Bartolomeo Marliano appeared in 1537. Such books, though their contents have been mostly absorbed or transmuted in later works, claim the gratitude which is due to indefatigable pioneers. The buoyancy and animation of the Renaissance in Italy were sustained throughout by the joys of discovery, and of these none was keener than the delight of acquiring manuscripts. Petrarch was the leader in this as in other ways. He was prepared to undertake any trouble, in his own person or through emissaries, for the sake of finding a new classical book or a better copy of one which was already known. The first of his epistles, To Marcus Tullius Cicero, expresses the feelings stirred in him by reading the orator's letters to Atticus, Brutus, and Quintus, which he had just been fortunate enough to unearth at Verona. He was not destined to know the Epistolae ad Familiares, which were found about 1389 at Vercelli. Petrarch had a quaint and lively way, which was copied by his immediate successors, of personifying the hidden and neglected manuscripts of the classics as gentle prisoners held in captivity by barbarous jailers. The monastic or cathedral libraries of Italy were the places which first attracted research. Boccaccio's account of his visit to the abbey of Monte Cassino in Apulia recorded by a pupil, vividly pictures the scandalous treatment of the books there, which the monks ruthlessly mutilated for the purpose of making cheap psalters, amulets, or anything by which they could earn a few pence. But the quest was not confined to Italy. Italian or foreign agents of the Roman Curia had frequent opportunities of prosecuting research in the libraries of northern Europe. Thus, Poggio's journey to the Council of Constance in 1414, in the capacity of apostolic secretary, enabled him to visit several religious houses in Switzerland and Swabia. At the Abbey of St. Gall, he discovered, to his intense pleasure, the Institutions of Quintilian, previously known only through a defective copy found by Petrarch at Florence. The place in which the books were kept is described by Poggio as a sort of dungeon, foul and dark, at the bottom of a tower. Quintilian, he says, quote, seemed to be stretching out his hands, calling upon the Romans, end quote, and praying to be saved from the doom to which barbarians had consigned him. Some other classical authors, including Valerius Flaccus, were found by Poggio on the same occasion. He was, indeed, one of the most fortunate of the searchers. Among his rewards were Cicero's speech for Caecina, Lucretius, Silius Italicus, Manilius, Columella, Vitruvius, and Ammianus Marcellinus. Centuries were to elapse before the process of exploration begun by these early humanists was to be finished. Only in our own day has the actual wealth of Europe in classical manuscripts been ascertained with any approach to completeness. But in the period of the Italian Renaissance, discoveries more or less important were of frequent occurrence, and no one could tell from what quarter the next treasure trove might come. Thus, in 1425, Cicero's rhetorical treatises were found by Gherardo Landriani in the Duomo at Lodi, and 4 years later, Nicholas of Treves, a fiscal agent of the Vatican in Germany, sent thence to Rome the most complete Codex of Plautus. One of the greatest acquisitions was among the latest. Not till 1508 did the modern world recover the first 6 books of the Annals of Tacitus. The manuscript, said to have been found in the monastery of Corvi, was sent from Westphalia to Rome, and was acquired by Giovanni de' Medici, afterwards Leo X. But it was more especially the quest for Greek classics that engaged the ardent zeal of the earlier humanists. The comparative novelty of Greek literature stimulated curiosity. Greek codices were sought not only by students eager for knowledge, but also by a much larger world. Commercial houses at Florence, such as that of the Medici, with agencies throughout Europe and the Levant, spared no expense in procuring Greek books. Princes and sometimes popes joined in the competition. A new Greek classic gave not only the kind of pleasure which an expert finds in a rare book, but also the pride of possession, not necessarily allied with knowledge, which a wealthy collector feels in a good picture. In short, classical antiquity, Greek especially, was vehemently the fashion in Italy, if that phrase be not less than just to the earnestness of the movement. A letter writer of the time has related that, just after the publication of Politian's Miscellanea at Florence in 1489, he happened to go into a public office and found the clerks neglecting their business while they devoured the new book, divided in sheets among them. In an age when the demand for manuscripts had all these forces behind it, the search could not fail to be well organized, if only as a branch of commerce. For Greek books, Constantinople was the chief hunting ground. Thither, for at least half a century before the fatal year 1453, many Italian humanists repaired, enjoying, we may suppose, every facility for research. 3 such men are foremost among those who brought copies of the Greek classics to Italy. Giovanni Aurispa, 1369 to 1459, went to Constantinople in youth to study Greek, and returning to Italy in 1423, carried with him no less than 238 manuscripts. A quiet teacher and student, as he is described by Filelfo, placidis Aurispa Camoenis deditus. He closed his long life at Ferrara. Guarino da Verona, 1374 to 1460, who also acquired Greek at Constantinople, brought back with him a large number of Greek books. But neither he nor Aurispa can have had better opportunities than Francesco Filelfo, 1398 to 1481, afterwards so conspicuous as a humanist. He studied Greek at Constantinople with John, brother of Manuel Chrysoloras, whose daughter he married. In selecting the books which he brought home with him, he doubtless had access to the best stores of the eastern metropolis. Considerable interest, therefore, attaches to the list of his Greek books, which Filelfo gives in a letter to Ambrogio Traversari, written shortly after his return to Venice in 1427. The manuscripts which he enumerates are those which he had carried with him to Italy. He says that he is expecting a few more, alios nonullos, by the next Venetian ships from the Bosporus, but we may assume that the catalogue in this letter includes the great bulk of his Greek library. It comprises the principal Greek poets, including the Alexandrian, with the notable exception of the Attic dramatists, who are represented only by, quote, 7 plays of Euripides, end quote. In prose, he has the historians from Herodotus to Polybius. Of the orators, Demosthenes, Aeschines, and, quote, 1 oration of Lysias, end quote. No dialogue of Plato, but nearly all the more important writings of Aristotle. Also, much prose literature, good and bad, of the Alexandrian and Roman ages. The list contains no book which is not now extant. Not all men, however, were in a position to seek manuscripts for themselves at Constantinople or elsewhere. The majority of collectors perforce relied on agents. A typical figure in the manuscript trade of the Renaissance was Vespasiano da Bisticci of Florence, 1421 to 98, to whose pen we owe vivid portraits of several among his more distinguished clients. He acted as an agent in procuring and purchasing manuscripts. He also employed a staff of copyists, which was probably the largest in Europe. But he was not merely a man of business. He was scholar enough to see that his men made correct transcripts. In his later years, the printer was beginning to supersede the scribe. Vespasiano regarded this new mechanical contrivance with all the scorn of a connoisseur in penmanship, and of one who grieved that those treasures which he procured for the select few should be placed within the reach of the multitude. Among the eminent men of whom Vespasiano became the biographer was Niccolo di Niccoli of Florence, one of the most notable collectors in the early Renaissance. Niccoli was an elegant Latin scholar, and held a prominent place in the literary circle of Cosmo de' Medici. His house was filled with choice relics of antiquity, marbles, coins, and gems. In the refined luxury of his private life, he seemed to Vespasiano, quote, a perfect model of the men of old, end quote. But the object to which he devoted most of his wealth and thought was the acquisition of Greek and Latin manuscripts. It was to him that Aurispa brought the famous 11th century codex, now known as the Laurentian, containing Aeschylus, Sophocles, and Apollonius Rhodius. Bred in the days when good copyists were scarce, Niccoli had become inured, like Petrarch, Boccaccio, and Poggio, to the labor of transcribing manuscripts, and a large proportion of those in his library were the work of his own hand. At his death in 1437, he bequeathed 800 manuscripts to Cosimo de' Medici and 15 other trustees, among whom were Ambrogio Traversari and Poggio. This noble bequest was worthily used by Cosimo de' Medici, who stands out as the first great founder of libraries at the Renaissance. Already, in his exile from Florence, he had founded at Venice in 1433 the library of San Giorgio Maggiore. In 1441, when the new hall of the convent of San Marco at Florence was ready to receive books, he placed there 400 of Niccoli's volumes. Of the other 400, the greater part passed into his own large collection, which became the nucleus of the Medicean library. For the new abbey which he had built at Fiesole, he also provided a library, giving a commission to Vespasiano, who set 45 copyists to work and produced 200 manuscripts in 22 months. The Medicean collection, joined to those of San Marco and of the abbey at Fiesole, form the oldest part of the books now in the Biblioteca Medicio-Laurenziana. Another great library which first took shape in the 15th century is that of the Vatican. A papal library of some sort had existed from very early times, and had received from Pope Zacharias, 741–52, a large addition to its stock of Greek manuscripts. This old collection had been deposited in the Lateran. When the papal court was removed to Avignon in 1309, the books were taken thither. The Great Schism, which began in 1378, was closed by the election of Martin V in 1417. The books were subsequently brought back from Avignon to Rome and placed in the Vatican. Eugenius IV, 1431–47, who came next after Martin V, interested himself in this matter. But his successor, Nicholas V, 1447–55, has the best claim to be called the founder of the Vatican Library. As Tommaso Parentuccelli, he had catalogued the library of San Marco at Florence for Cosimo de' Medici. He was thus well qualified to build up a great collection for the Vatican. During the 8 years of his pontificate, he enlarged that collection with energy and judgment, adding to it several thousands of manuscripts. The number of Latin manuscripts alone was, at his death, 824, as is shown by a catalogue dated April 16, 1455. He had intended also to erect a spacious library, which should be thrown open to the public, but he did not live to execute that design. His successor, Calixtus III, 1455–8, added many volumes brought from Constantinople after its capture by the Turks. Sixtus IV, 1471–84, Francesco della Rovere, a Franciscan monk of learning and eloquence, became the second founder of the library. In 1475, he appointed as librarian the erudite Bartolomeo Sacchi, known as Platina from the Latinized name of his birthplace, Piadena. Under the supervision of Platina, to whom Sixtus IV gave a free hand, the collection was lodged in its present abode, a suite of rooms on the ground floor of a building in the Vatican which had been erected by Nicholas V, but had hitherto been used for other purposes. Before his death in 1481, Platina enjoyed the satisfaction of seeing these rooms suitably furnished and decorated. A catalogue had also been made, and the Vatican Library had been completely established in its new home. Among private founders of libraries in the 15th century, mention is due to Federigo da Montefeltro, Duke of Urbino, who created there a great collection of classics, of theology, and of medieval and humanistic literature. Vespasiano states that during 14 years a large staff of scribes was constantly occupied in adding to this collection, and records with marked satisfaction that no printed book was suffered to profane it. Few private libraries then in existence can have rivaled that of Urbino, but many others must have been very considerable. Such, for instance, was the library of Cardinal Bessarion at Rome, said by Vespasiano to have contained 600 Greek and Latin manuscripts. The owner presented it in 1468 to St. Mark's at Venice, but with that apathy towards the classical Renaissance which characterized the Venetian Republic down to the close of the 15th century, a generation went by before the munificent gift was worthily housed. End of section 54. Recording by Linda Johnson. Section 55 of The Cambridge Modern History, Volume 1, The Renaissance. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 16. The Classical Renaissance by Sir Richard C. Jebb. Part 3. The incessant quest for manuscripts and the gradual formation of large libraries slowly improved the external facilities for humanistic study. Much progress was made in this respect during the interval between the death of Petrarch in 1374 and that of Politian in 1494. Yet, even in the latter part of the 15th century, good classical texts were far from abundant. It was only by the printing press that such books were made easily accessible to the majority of students. This fact must be remembered if we would understand the part played in Italy by the humanist professors. In the Italian revival, viewed as a whole, two principal agencies may be distinguished, corresponding with two successive stages of the movement. The first agency is that of oral teaching by a scholar of eminence, who addresses large audiences, including persons of various ages and attainments. Such a lecturer did not, as a rule, confine his labors to any one place, but accepted invitations from several cities in succession. This method of teaching began immediately after Petrarch. In the earlier days of humanism, it was a necessity. There was no other way in which the first elements of the new learning could be diffused. Such a lecturer as Manuel Crisoloras or Giovanni di Conversino appealed to an enthusiasm which was still in its youth. By such men, the seeds of humanism were sown far and wide. But meanwhile, another agency was coming into existence, better fitted, in some respects, to promote the higher humanism. It was that of private groups or coteries, formed by patrons and students of letters, who held meetings for the purpose of learned converse and discussion. In contrast with the influence of the humanist professor, who often changed his abode, such an academy was a permanent center of study in the place where it was formed. In contrast with the professor's large and miscellaneous audience, the members of an academy were limited in number and carefully selected, and while the lecturer was usually constrained to adopt a more or less popular mode of treatment, the work of an academy was more esoteric. Among the humanist professors, none were more eminent or successful in their day than Filelfo and Politian. Each is a representative man. Filelfo is a type of the wandering humanist who played so conspicuous a part in the first half of the 15th century. Politian, in the latter part of that century, represents the public teaching of the classics in a riper phase. With him, indeed, it reached the highest level to which Italy ever saw it lifted, by the union of learning with genius. The zenith of Filelfo's reputation may be placed at the time in 1429, when, after teaching at Venice and Bologna, he came as professor to Florence. We have already seen that after studying Greek at Constantinople, he had brought home with him a considerable store of classical manuscripts. He especially prided himself on a comprehensive knowledge of the Greek and Latin literatures, and on his facility in using both languages, alike in prose and in verse. At Florence, for a time at least, he often gave 4 lectures a day, taking, for instance, Cicero and Homer in the morning, followed by Terence and Thucydides in the afternoon. "My audience," he says, "numbers every day 400 persons, perhaps more," or perhaps less, for his own later recollections reduced the estimate by 1/2. At any rate, the attendance was very large. There were youths, some from France, Germany, Spain, Cyprus, but also middle-aged or elderly men, including the foremost in Florence. This state of things did not indeed last long, for Filelfo had a fatal knack of rousing enmities. But it is a good illustration of what was possible for a very eminent humanist at that period. The method of teaching was determined by the peculiar conditions. Among Filelfo's large audience, there would be many, possibly a majority, who would regard the lecture mainly as a display of Latin eloquence, and who would not attempt to take notes. But there would also be many serious students, intent on recording what the lecturer said, and of these, only a few would possess manuscripts of the author, Cicero, for example, whom he was expounding. After an introduction, Filelfo would therefore dictate a portion of Cicero's text, which the students would transcribe. To this he would add a commentary, dealing with grammar, with the usage of words, and with everything in the subject matter which needed to be explained or illustrated. Thus, at the end of such a course, the lecturer would have dictated a fully annotated edition of the classical book or portion of a book which he was treating, and the diligent student would have transcribed it. The migratory habits of the earlier humanists are partly to be explained by the fact that when a lecturer had exhausted his existing stock of annotated texts, a change of scene and of audience would enable him to use them over again. A lecture by such a man as Filelfo had, in fact, a twofold quality. On the one hand, it was an exposition, not of an advanced character, judged by modern standards, yet not too elementary for the conditions of the time. On the other, it was a recognized opportunity for the display of oratorical and dialectical skill. The audience were prepared for flashes of lively eloquence, quotations, epigrams, strokes of satire, panegyric, or invective. As scholarship advanced in Italy, the humanistic lecture became more sparing of irrelevant ornament, but it always preserved something of its old rhetorical character. Angelo Ambrogini, called Politianus, from his birthplace, Montepulciano, was born in 1454. His precocious abilities were shown in boyhood. In 1470, he earned the designation of Homericus Juvenis by translating 4 books of the Iliad, 2 to 5, into Latin. At 18 he published an edition of Catullus. He attracted the notice of Lorenzo de' Medici, who made him tutor to his children. Before he was 30, he became professor of Greek and Latin at Florence. He held that chair till his death in 1494 at the age of 40. Like Filelfo, Politian covered in his lectures a wide field of literature in both the classical languages. But his standard of scholarship, best exemplified in his edition of the Pandects, was higher and more critical than that of any predecessor, a quality which distinguished him not less than his comprehensive scholarship was his rhetorical genius. Its characteristics were spontaneity, swiftness, fire, with a certain copiousness of matter, poured forth from a rich and prompt memory. This, indeed, even more than his learning, was the gift to which he owed his unique fame with his contemporaries. A vivid idea of his power as a rhetorician, which also helps us to imagine him as a lecturer, is given by 4 Latin poems comprised in his Sylvae. Each of these poems was written in order that he might recite it in his lecture room as a prelude to a course of lectures. The first piece, entitled Nutritia, is an outline of the history of poetry from Homer to Boccaccio, with a peroration in praise of Lorenzo de' Medici. It may justly be called one of the most noteworthy products of the Italian Renaissance. The facility and rapidity of the sonorous hexameters are extraordinary. Politian is said to have been, in all styles, a swift composer, and these verses convince the reader that they flowed forth. The matter is scarcely less remarkable. We observe that this great humanist is far more at home with the Latin poets than with the Greek. Thus, though no less than 27 verses are given to Pindar, these turn wholly on the ancient traditions about his life. There is not a word that proves knowledge of his work or insight into his genius. The 3 masters of Greek tragedy are dismissed with 1 verse apiece, purporting to tell how each was killed. Aeschylus by a tortoise falling on his head, Sophocles by a shock of joy at the success of a play, and Euripides by wild dogs in Macedon. This brief passage is quaintly significant of the scant attention given to the Attic drama in the 15th century. But nothing in the poem is truer to the feeling of Italian humanism, or better indicates one of its limitations on the critical side, than the estimate of Homer and Virgil. Virgil, says Politian, ranks next to Homer, or, were not Homer the elder, might even rank above him. Vel ne veneranda senectis obstiterit fortasse prior. The second poem of the Sylvae, called Rusticus, was an introduction to the author's lectures on Hesiod's works and days, Virgil's eclogues and Georgics, and other bucolic poetry. The third, Manto, was a brilliant eulogy on Virgil. The fourth, Ambra, was prefatory to lectures on Homer. Politian's Italian lyrics have been deemed by competent critics to possess high poetical merit, entitling him to a place between Petrarch and Ariosto. His Latin verse, brilliant as it is in rhetorical quality, wants the tact in selection of topics and the artistic finish which belong to poetry. But it is easy to conceive how powerful must have been the effect of those impetuous hexameters when Politian, who was skilled in elocution and gifted with a voice of much charm, declaimed them in his crowded lecture room at Florence as a proem to discourses full of eloquence and learning. His audience was cosmopolitan, and the fame of his teaching was borne to every country in Europe. Politian's work was cut short by death at an age when most men of comparable eminence in the annals of scholarship have been only at the outset of their career. But his function was to inspire, and his gifts were such that his brief span of life sufficed to render him one of the most influential personalities in the history of Italian humanism. The teaching by public lecture, of which Filelfo and Politian were such distinguished exponents, gave occupation throughout the 15th century to a long series of able men. It flourished at almost every considerable center of Italian life. And from the second quarter of the century onwards, the humanist professor had found an efficient ally in the schoolmaster, who prepared the ground for him. The Italian Renaissance brought forth no fairer fruit, and none fraught with more important consequences for the liberal culture of the world than the school training, based on the ideas of humanism which took shape at that period. A place of special honor in the history of education is due to the founder of that system, Vittorino da Feltre. Born in 1378 at Feltre, a small town of Venetia, he went at 18 to the University of Padua, then second in Italy only to the University of Bologna, and sharing with Pavia the distinction, still rare at that time in universities, of being comparatively favorable to the new learning. At Padua, Vittorino was the pupil of Giovanni di Conversino, and afterwards of Gasparino da Barzizza, scholars whose important services to the study of Latin have already been noticed. Another Paduan teacher of that day, whose influence Vittorino doubtless felt, was Virgerius, the author of an essay on the formation of character, De Ingenuis Moribus, which remained a classic for 2 centuries, passing through some 40 editions before the year 1600. The Renaissance was fertile in educational treatises, but this tractate was the clearest, as it was the earliest statement of the principles on which humanistic training rested. Vittorino, after holding a chair of rhetoric at Padua and then teaching privately at Venice, was invited by Gianfrancesco Gonzaga, Marquis of Mantua, to undertake the tuition of his children. In 1425, he took up his residence in a villa assigned to him for that purpose at Mantua, where he remained till his death in 1446. Here he created a school of a type previously unknown. His aim was to develop the whole nature of his pupils, intellectual, moral, and physical, not with a view to any special calling, but so as to form good citizens and useful members of society, capable of bearing their part with credit in public and private life. For intellectual training, he took the Latin classics as a basis, teaching them, however, not in the dry and meagre fashion generally prevalent in the medieval schools, where their meaning as literature was too often obscured by artificial and pedantic methods, but in the large and generous spirit of Renaissance humanism. Poetry, oratory, Roman history, and the ethics of Roman Stoicism were studied in the best Latin writers, and, in a way, fitted to interest and stimulate boys. By degrees, Vittorino introduced some Greek classics also. The scholars were practiced in Latin composition, and to some extent in Greek, also in recitation and in reading aloud. He further provided for some teaching of mathematics, including geometry, a subject which the humanists preferred to the schoolman's logic, arithmetic, and the elements of astronomy. Nor did he neglect the rudiments of such knowledge as then passed for natural philosophy and natural history. Music and singing also found a place. Unlike some of the contemporary humanists, Vittorino was an orthodox, even a devout churchman, and one whose precepts were enforced by his practice. He was a layman, and the type of education which he was creating might even be contrasted in some respects with the ecclesiastical type which had preceded it. But he was entirely exempt from any tendency to neo-paganism in religion or ethics, and his ethical influence as a teacher seems to have been thoroughly sound. With great insight and tact, Vittorino saw how far social education could be given in a school with advantage to morals and without loss to manliness. He inculcated a good tone of manners, and encouraged the acquirement of such social accomplishments as the age demanded in well-educated men. As to physical training, he provided instructors in riding, swimming, and military exercises. He also promoted every kind of healthy outdoor activity. This was a new thing in schools. The ecclesiastical schoolmaster of the Middle Ages had not usually concerned himself with it. The medieval provision for physical training had been chiefly in the households of princes or nobles, where horsemanship, hunting, and martial sports were in vogue. Vittorino was, in some sort, continuing this old training. Many of his pupils were young nobles destined to the life of courts and camps, but his point of view was a novel one. The idea which dominated his whole system was the classical, primarily Greek, idea of an education in which mind and body should be harmoniously developed. The force with which this idea appealed to the humanists was partly due to its contrast with medieval theory and practice. The new type of school education developed by Vittorino is rightly called humanistic, but the reason for so calling it is not solely or chiefly that the intellectual part of it was based on the Greek and Latin classics. It was humanistic in a deeper sense, because it was at once intellectual, moral, and physical. Vittorino was resolved that the advantages of his school should be open to all boys who were fitted to profit by them. Pupils were sent to him from several of the Italian courts to be educated with the young Mantuan princes. But he also maintained at his own cost a large number of poorer scholars, for whom lodgings were found near the villa. The rules of life and study were the same for all. Many of the most distinguished scholars of the century had enjoyed his teaching. Among these were George of Trebizond, Valla, Nicholas Perotti, and John, Bishop of Aleria, who prepared for the Roman press, in 1469–71, the Editiones Principes of many Latin classics. Next to Vittorino must be named the other great schoolmaster of the time, his contemporary and friend Guarino da Verona. Guarino, after studying Latin under Giovanni di Conversino, had learned Greek at Constantinople, where for 5 years he lived in the house of Manuel Crisoloras, 1403–8. No other Italian of that day was probably Guarino's equal as a Greek scholar. Filelfo and Aurispa were indeed the only contemporary Italians who shared his facility in speaking and writing Greek. It was in 1414 that Guarino opened at Venice the first humanistic school which had been established in that city. Vittorino studied Greek with him there for a year and a half. In 1418, Guarino finally left Venice. He was subsequently invited by Niccolo d'Este, Marquis of Ferrara, to undertake the education of his son and heir, Leonello. After the early death of Leonello, a youth of great promise, Guarino remained at Ferrara, where he enjoyed the highest repute as a teacher, drawing pupils from all parts of Italy. He died there in 1460, aged 90. Thus, before the middle of the 15th century, school and lecture room had diffused the influences of humanism throughout Italy. The spirit of humanistic study had given a new bent to the intellectual interests of cultivated society and had become a potent factor in the education of youth. In all the principal cities, there were men who found themselves drawn together by a common taste for ancient literature and art. The time was ripe for raising the new studies to a somewhat higher level by the exercise of a keener criticism, such as is generated by the play of mind upon mind within a limited social circle, to which the only passport is a recognized standard of attainment or genius. The age of academies was at hand. Florence, the metropolis of humanism, was the place where the earliest of such societies arose. We have seen that the visit of Gemistos Plethon in 1438 had stimulated the Florentine study of Plato, and had impelled Cosmo de' Medici to found his Platonic Academy. But the palmy days of that institution were rather in the time of his grandson, Lorenzo de' Medici, who became head of the state in 1469 and died in 1492. Lorenzo was remarkable for versatility even among the men of the Renaissance. Few can ever have been more brilliantly qualified by natural abilities and by varied accomplishments to adorn the part of a Maecenas. The Platonic Academy usually met in his palace at Florence, or in his villa on the heights of Fiesole. Only a few members of the society can be named here. Platonic studies were more especially represented by Marsilio Ficino, who had given a great impulse to them, though he had no critical comprehension of Plato. Giovanni Pico della Mirandola brought to Lorenzo's circle those varied gifts of mind and character which so strongly impressed his contemporaries. A keen interest in ancient philosophy and a desire to harmonize it with Christian doctrine were distinctive of him. He was destined to die at the age of 31 in 1494. Leo Battista Alberti, architect, musician, painter, and excellent writer in both Latin and Italian, contributed an example of versatile power almost comparable to that of Leonardo da Vinci. There, too, was Michelangelo, already a poet, but with his greatest artistic achievements still before him. Scholarship had several representatives. Foremost among them was Politian, who has commemorated in Latin verse the gatherings at his patron's villa. Another was Cristoforo Landino, an able Latinist, the author of some dialogues on the model of Cicero's Tusculans, which aid us in imagining the kind of discourse to which the meetings of the Academy gave rise. These are the well-known Disputationes Camaldunenses, so called because the conversations are supposed to take place at a house of the Camaldolite order in the Apennines. Landino introduces us to Lorenzo de' Medici and a party of his friends, who have sought refuge there from the summer heat of Florence. The conversation turns on the merits of that active life which they have left behind them in the fair city on the Arno, as compared with the contemplative life of the philosopher or the monk. Alberti argues in favor of the contemplative existence, Lorenzo of the active, and their hearers pronounce the opinion that both must contribute to form the complete man. So passes their first evening among the hills. On 3 following days, the friends discourse of Virgil. Humanists though they are, they cling, as Petrarch did, to the faith that his poetry is allegorical, and in the veiled meanings which underlie it, they discover links with Platonic doctrine. Landino's work in these imaginary conversations must be accepted as true to the general tendency and tone of the circle which he knew so well. It should be added that the cult of Plato by the Florentine Academy included certain ceremonial observances. They kept his birthday with a banquet, after which some portion of his works was read and discussed. The anniversary of his death had also its fitting commemoration. His bust was crowned with flowers, and a lamp was burned before it. Such things, which may seem childish now, were outward signs of the strong and fresh reality which the memory of the illustrious ancients had for the men of the Renaissance, the heirs of the Middle Age, who had not wholly broken, even yet, with its feelings and impulses. Rome, too, had its academy. This was founded about 1460 by Julius Pomponius Laetus, an enthusiast for Latin scholarship, in which Valla had been his master. It was the peculiar ambition of Laetus to imitate as closely as possible the manners, occupations, and even amusements of the ancients. The Academy, founded by him, devoted itself especially to the study of Latin antiquities. Its members also followed his bent by celebrating the Palilia on the legendary birthday of Rome, by acting comedies of Plautus, and generally by raising, among themselves, such a phantom as they could of ancient life. It is not altogether surprising that a pope devoid of humanistic sympathies should have regarded such a society with disapproval. The Roman Academy was temporarily suppressed by Paul II, but it was revived under Sixtus IV, and lived on into the age of Leo X, when it greatly flourished. Among its members at that later period were 3 of the eminent Latin scholars who became cardinals, Bembo, Sadoleto, and Egidio Canicio, also the sparkling historian and biographer Paulos Jovius. It could claim also that brilliant ornament of Leo's court, Baldassare Castiglione, the author of the Corteggiano, and himself a mirror of the accomplishments which he describes. The Academy of Naples differed in stamp both from the Florentine and from the Roman. Alfonso V of Aragon, who made himself master of Naples in 1442, had drawn a number of distinguished scholars to his court in that city. After his death in 1458, there was no longer a centre at Naples round which such men could gather. Then it was that Jovianus Pontanus, an excellent writer of Latin, and especially of Latin verse, developed an academy out of what had previously been an informal society of scholarly friends. The distinctive note of the Neapolitan Academy continued to be that which it derived from its origin. It was occupied more especially with the cultivation of style. The activity distinctive of it is represented by a series of Latin versifiers, remarkable for scholarship, for vigor, and also for a neo-pagan tendency. The Florentine Academy was predominantly philosophic. The Roman was antiquarian. The Neapolitan was literary. Many similar societies of more or less note arose in other Italian cities. At the close of the 15th century, almost every considerable center of culture possessed its academy. The manner in which these institutions contributed to the advancement of scholarship and learning was somewhat different from that associated with more modern bodies of a similar nature. The Italian academies of the Renaissance had little to show in the way of transactions or memoirs which could be regarded as permanently valuable contributions to special branches of knowledge. But the variety and brilliancy of the men whom these societies are known to have brought into sympathetic converse would suffice to establish the importance of the movement. Such academies raised the classical Renaissance to a higher level. Cooperation of the academic kind bore a necessary part in that great work which crowned the labors of the Italian revival by securing the Greek and Latin classics against the accidents of time. Aldo Manuzio was aided in the affairs of his press by the New Academy, Ne Academia, which he founded at Venice. In order justly to estimate his achievement, we must recall what had been done in the same field before him. Italy was the country where the recently invented art of printing first became largely fruitful in the service of letters. In the Benedictine house of Santa Scholastica at Subiaco, the German printers Schwinheim and Panartz printed in 1465 the first edition of Lactantius. Removing to Rome in 1467, they began to issue the Latin classics. In 1469, their press produced Caesar, Livy, Aulus Gellius, Virgil, and Lucan, which were shortly followed by Cicero's letters, with a volume of his orations, and by Ovid. Some 23 Latin authors were published by them in little more than 2 years. At about the same time, printing was begun at Venice by John of Spire and by a Frenchman, Nicolas Jenson. They too sent forth many Latin authors. Milan seems to have had a press as early as 1469. At Florence in 1471, Bernardo Cennini printed the commentary of Servius on Virgil's Eclogues. Another Florentine printing house was that of Giunta, afterwards famed for the Editiones Iuntine. The printing of Greek began not long after the first entrance of the art into Italy. In 1476, the Greek grammar of Constantine Lascaris was printed at Milan by Zarot. At Milan, Theocritus, Idylls 1-18, and Hesiod, Works and Days, came from the press in or about 1481. And Isocrates, edited by Demetrius Chalcondylas in 1493. Venice contributed in 1484 the Greek grammar Erotemata of Manuel Chrysoloras. At Florence in 1488, Lorenzo Alloppa, a Venetian, published a Homer, edited by Chalcondylas. Such was the general situation when Aldo commenced his labors. Most of the greater Latin classics had been printed, but of the Greek, only Homer, Hesiod's Works and Days, 18 Idylls of Theocritus and Isocrates. Teobaldo Manucci, who Latinized his name into Aldus Manutius, and is now more usually called Aldo Manuzio, was born in 1450. His aim in youth was to qualify himself for the profession of a humanist. He studied Greek at Ferrara under Guarino da Verona, to whom he afterwards inscribed his Theocritus. At Rome, Gasparino da Verona was his master in Latin. Aldo became tutor to the young princes of Carpi, Alberto, and Lionello Pio, nephews of his old fellow-student, the brilliant Pico della Mirandola. But he had now formed the great design of printing all the masterpieces of Greek literature, and on that project all his thoughts were intent. He was supplied with the means of executing it by his pupil, Alberto Pio, to whom, as to ton onton erasti, he dedicated the Editio Princeps of Aristotle. In 1490 he settled at Venice in a house near the church of San Agostino, and entered upon preparations for his task. A Cretan, Marcus Musurus, was the most important of his assistants. The handwriting of Musurus was the pattern from which Aldo's Greek type was cast, as in a later day Porson's hand supplied a model to the Cambridge press. It is noteworthy that another Cretan, Demetrius, had designed the types used by Alloppa in the Florentine Homer of 1488. Many of Aldo's compositors were likewise Cretans. His printing establishment at Venice was a Greek-speaking household. There was a separate department for binding books. The printing ink was made in the house. The excellent paper came from the mills of Fabriano. In 1493, Aldo began his series of Greek editions with The Hero and Leander of Musaeus, whom, as appears from the preface, he identified with the pre-Homeric bard of legend. Thenceforward, Aldo's work was prosecuted with steady vigor, though not without some enforced interruptions. The whole of Hesiod, with Theocritus, 30 Idylls, Theognis, and some other gnomic poetry, came out in 1495. Aristotle in 5 volumes appeared in the years 1495–8. 9 plays of Aristophanes were issued in 1498. The year 1502 produced Thucydides, Sophocles, and Herodotus. In 1503 came Xenophon's Hellenica and Euripides. In 1504, Demosthenes. In 1508, Lysias and other orators. In 1509, parts of Plutarch. The year 1513 was signalized by the Editio Princeps of Plato, dedicated to Leo X. In 1514, Pindar was sent forth, also Hesychius and Athenius. When Aldo died in 1515, he had produced 28 Editiones Principes of Greek and Latin classics within the space of some 22 years, and these editions were of a merit hitherto unequalled. Pains had been taken with the collation of manuscripts and with criticism of the text, and in this respect many of the books, though they may fail to satisfy the modern standard, were superior to any that had preceded them. The printing was of much beauty, and the small form of the volumes was a welcome boon in an age accustomed to folios or quartos. But the most important benefit was the extraordinary cheapness of these editions. The price of an Aldine volume ranged from about a shilling to half a crown of our money. It was not without many difficulties and discouragements that such a result had been attained. Aldo suffered from the jealousy of rival printers and the frauds of piratical booksellers. On 4 occasions, he writes in 1501, the persons in his employment had caballed against him, with the aim of making larger gains at his expense. Then the work of his press was twice stopped by war, first in 1506 and again in 1510–15. But Aldo was sustained by a sober enthusiasm. He must also have been cheered by the sympathy of the Hellenists whom he had drawn around him. His Nea Academia was formed at Venice at 1500. Its rules were drawn up in Greek, and that language was spoken at its meetings. The secretary of the society was Scipione Fortigera, the author of a once famous essay in praise of Greek letters, who Greekized his name as Carteromachus, an example which the other members of the body followed. The eminent scholar John Lascaris was one of several distinguished Greeks resident in Italy who joined Aldo's academy. Among the subjects with which the Nea Academia occupied itself was the choice of books to be printed, the collation of manuscripts, and the discussion of various readings. Some of the members assisted Aldo as editors of particular classics. It was in order to see a new edition of his own Adagia through the press that Erasmus became a guest under Aldo's roof in 1508. He has described how he sat in the same room with his host, revising the book, while Aldo and his proofreader Seraphinus pushed forward the printing. Erasmus became, as was natural, an honorary member of the Nea Academia. That distinction was also enjoyed by an Englishman who had studied humane letters under Politian, Thomas Linacre. Aldo's academy thus stands out among kindred institutions of the Italian Renaissance as a body actively associated with a definite work on a grand scale, the printing of the classics. After Aldo's death in 1515, the business of the press was carried on by his brothers-in-law and partners, the Assolani, and then by his son, Paolo Manuzio, and his grandson, Aldo the Younger. The series of Greek classics was continued, with Pausanias, Strabo, Aeschylus, Galen, Hippocrates, and Longinus. When Aeschylus had appeared, in 1518, no extant Greek classic of the first rank remained unprinted. Aldo was not only one of the greatest of all benefactors to literature, but also a man whose disinterested ardor and generous character compel admiration. Alluding to the device on his title pages, the dolphin and the anchor, symbols of speed and tenacity, with the motto Festina Lente, he said in 1499, quote, "I have achieved much by patience, cunctando, and I work without pause." End quote. The energy, knowing neither haste nor rest, which carried him to his goal, was inspired by the same feeling which, in the dawn of the Renaissance, had animated Petrarch and Boccaccio. Those pioneers, when they ransacked libraries for manuscripts, felt as if they were liberating the master spirits of old from captivity. So does Aldo exult in one of his prefaces at the thought that he has delivered the classics from bondage to, quote, "the buriers of books," end quote, the misers of bibliography who hid their treasures from the light. And no one was more liberal than Aldo to all who worked with him or who sought his aid. At the time when his task was advancing towards completion, Greek learning had already begun to decline in Italy, and the last period of the Italian Renaissance had set in. That period may be roughly dated from the year 1494, and the end, or beginning of the end, is marked by the sack of Rome in 1527. It was in 1494 that Charles VIII of France marched on Naples. He conquered it easily, but lost it again after his withdrawal. A time of turmoil ensued in Italy, which became the battleground where foreign princes fought out their feuds. The Medici were driven from Florence, which thereupon was rent by the struggle between the Piagnoni and the Ottimati. Naples was acquired in 1504 by Ferdinand of Aragon. Milan was harassed by the passage of French, Swiss, and German armies. Almost everywhere, Italy lay downtrodden under the contending invaders. Only a few of the smaller principalities, such as Ferrara and Mantua, retained any vigorous or independent life. Rome, meanwhile, was wealthy and still untroubled by war. The papacy was now the chief Italian power in the peninsula. It was at Rome, therefore, that humanistic culture held its central seat in this closing period of the Italian Renaissance. Erasmus was there in 1509, when Cardinal Grimani pressed him to make Rome his permanent abode, and he has recorded his impressions. He saw a bright and glorious city, an opulent treasure house of literature and art, the metropolis of polite society, refined luxury, and learned intercourse. Nor was this merely the estimate of a northern visitor. A similar view of Rome brought consolation to contemporary Italians. The Poetica of Marco Vida, 1489 to 1566, ends with a panegyric on Leo X, in which he laments, indeed, that Italy has become a prey to, quote, foreign tyrants. The fortune of arms has forsaken her. But may she still excel, he cries, in the studies of Minerva, and may Rome, peerless in beauty, still teach the nations. The claim which Virgil made immortal is reversed by Vida. Let others wield the sword and bear rule, but let Rome be supreme in letters and in arts. End of section 55. Recording by Linda Johnson. Section 56 of The Cambridge Modern History, Volume 1, The Renaissance. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 16. The Classical Renaissance by Sir Richard C. Jebb. Part 4. The prevalent tendency of humanism at this period was towards accuracy and elegance of Latin style. That wide range of study which had been characteristic of Politian and of the greatest humanists before him was no longer in vogue. Attention was now concentrated on a few models of composition, especially on Cicero and Virgil. Bembo, strictest of Ciceronians, a literary dictator in the age of Leo X, warned the learned Cedoletto against allowing his style to be depraved by the diction of St. Paul's epistles, omite has nugas, advice which did not, however, ultimately deter Cedoletto from publishing a commentary on the Epistle to the Romans. Another trait of the time, justly ridiculed by Erasmus, was the fashion of using pagan paraphrases for Christian ideas, or for things wholly modern. Thus the saints are divi, the papal tiara is infula Romulea. Not merely good taste, but reverence was often sacrificed to this affectation. With regard to pagan themes, Bembo is a proof that they could now be treated in Latin verse, and by an ecclesiastic, with a frank paganism which no ancient could have outdone. The central figure in this period is Pope Leo X, 1513–21. He had an inborn zeal for the classical Renaissance. At Rome, under his reign, the cult of the antique engaged a circle much larger, though far less rich in genius, than the group which had surrounded his father, Lorenzo de' Medici, at Florence. The position of humanism at the Vatican was now very different from what it had been in the preceding century. So far as the earlier humanists came into relations with the papal curia, it was chiefly because they were required as writers of Latin. Poggio, Leonardo Bruni, and Lorenzo Valla were employed as apostolic secretaries. Valla's appointment marked, indeed, as we have seen, a new policy of the Vatican towards humanism. But all three remained laymen, and that was the general rule. In those days, humanists seldom rose to high ecclesiastical office. It was otherwise now. Distinction in scholarship had become one of the surest avenues to preferment in the Church. A youth gained some literary distinction, was brought to Rome by his patron, and attracted the notice of the Pope. Thus Bembo, Sadoleto, and Aleander attained to the sacred purple. Paulus Jovius, Vida, and Marcus Musurus became bishops. Such cases were frequent. Scholars were now in the high places of the Vatican. They gave the tone to the court and to Roman society. It was a world pervaded by a sense of beauty in literature, in plastic art, in architecture, in painting. A world in which graceful accomplishments and courtly manners lent a charm to daily life. A scholar or artist coming to Rome in Leo's reign would have found there all, or more than all, that had fascinated Erasmus a few years before. To Leo and his contemporaries, it might well have seemed that their age was the very flower and crown of the Renaissance. The aesthetic pleasures of their existence had been prepared by the labors of predecessors who had brought back the ancient culture. But the humanism of Leo's age had no longer within it the seeds of further growth. The classical revival in Italy had now well nigh run its course. Its best and freshest forces were spent. It was rather in the literature of the Italian language that the original power of the Italian genius was now seeking expression. Leo X should not, however, be identified merely with that phase of humanism, brilliant, indeed, yet already decadent, which was mirrored in his court. He was also, beyond doubt, a man animated by a strong and genuine desire to promote intellectual culture, not only in the form of elegant accomplishment, but also in that of solid learning. Of this he gave several proofs. The Roman university, the Sapienza, had hitherto been inferior, as a school of humanism, to some others in Italy. It had never rivaled Florence, and it could not now compete with Ferrara. Leo, in the first year of his pontificate, 1513, made a serious effort to improve it, and it was not his fault if that effort had little permanent success. He remodeled the statutes of the university, created some new chairs, enlarged the emoluments of those which existed, and induced some scholars of eminence to join the staff. Another way in which he showed his earnest sympathy with learning was by his encouragement of Greek studies. More than 40 years before this, editions of Latin classics had begun to issue from the Roman press. But Rome had hitherto lagged behind in the printing of Greek. The first Greek book printed at Rome was a Pindar, published in 1515 by Zacharias Caliergi, a Cretan, who had helped to bring out the Etymologicum Magnum at Venice in 1499. A Greek printing press was now established in Rome by Leo. He also instituted the Gymnasium Caballini Montis, where lectures were given by Aldo's former assistant, the eminent Cretan scholar Marcus Musurus, and also by the veteran John Lascaris. This was perhaps the last considerable effort made in Italy to arrest the incipient decline of Greek studies. A permanent interest attaches to the profession of faith in humanism left on record by Leo X. When, in 1515, the first 6 books of the Annals of Tacitus appeared in the Editio Princeps of Filippo Beroaldo the Younger, the Pope conferred upon the editor a privilege for the sale and reprinting of the book. In the brief which granted this privilege, and which was prefixed to the edition, Leo expressed his estimate of the new learning. "We have been accustomed," he says, "even from our early years, to think that nothing more excellent or more useful has been given by the Creator to mankind, if we accept only the knowledge and true worship of himself, than these studies, which not only lead to the ornament and guidance of human life, but are applicable and useful to every particular situation, in adversity, consolatory, in prosperity, pleasing and honorable, insomuch that without them we should be deprived of all the grace of life and all the polish of social intercourse." He then observes that, "the security and extension of these studies," seem to depend chiefly on two things, "the number of men of learning and the ample supply of excellent authors." As to the first, it has always been his earnest desire to encourage men of letters, and as to the acquisition of books, he rejoices when an opportunity is thus afforded him of thus "promoting the advantage of mankind." The best spirit of Italian humanism finds a noble expression in these words, written by one who, both as Giovanni de' Medici and as Leo X, had proved the sincerity of his devotion to the interests of letters. That sympathy was interwoven with his personal character and temperament. It scarcely needed to be strengthened by the great traditions of his house. We may doubt whether he was conscious that the classical Renaissance had so decidedly passed its zenith. Certainly he can have had no presage of what was to happen a few years after his death. The capture of Rome by the imperialist troops in 1527 broke up that Roman world of literature and art, which, as viewed by the men who were under its spell, had rivaled the age of Pericles or of Augustus. Valeriano, who knew the city both before and after that fatal year, has described in his dialogue De Literatorum Infelicitate the horror and completeness of the catastrophe. When he asked for the men of letters whom he remembered at Rome, he learned that many of them had perished by the sword, by torture, or by disease. Others had escaped only to end their days in penury and suffering. But some fine scholars were still left in Italy. Petrus Victorius, 1499 to 1584, who taught at his native Florence from 1538 onwards, showed much acuteness in his Variae Lectiones. His labors included some good work for the Attic tragedians Aristotle and Cicero. Lombardy was now the part of Italy in which classical culture found its chief refuge. At Ferrara, humanism was represented especially by Lilius Giraldus, 1479 to 1552, whose Historia Poetarum, 1545, was one of the earliest books on the history of classical literature. Robortellos, 1516 to 67, a sound Hellenist, who taught at Pavia and elsewhere, edited Aeschylus and Callimachus, while by his treatise De Arte Sive Rationale Corrigenti Antiquos Libros, he ranks among the founders of textual criticism. Ever since the days of Politian, the cultivation of Latin verse writing had been popular. Along with much that was mediocre or bad, some admirable work in this kind was produced. Andrea Navagero of Venice, who died in 1529, might be instanced as a Latin scholar who wrote verse in a really classical taste, untainted by the coarseness which was then too common. A few years after the sack of Rome, Marcantonio Flaminio of Imola dedicated to his patron Alessandro Farnese a collection of verses by scholars belonging to Venice, Modena, Verona, Mantua, and other North Italian towns. The condition of Italy at this time was utterly miserable, but Flaminio's elegant verse breathes only a scholar's exultation. Happy, too happy are our days which have given birth to a Catullus, a Tibullus, a Horace, and a Virgil of their own. Who would have thought that after the darkness of so many centuries, and the dire disasters of Italy, so many lights could have arisen within the narrow region beyond the Po?" Such words written in such days have an unconscious pathos. They are significant of Italy's patient fidelity to the ideals of the Renaissance, as well as of the price which she paid for it. And now, at last, the tide was about to turn. The power of the Roman Church, strenuously engaged in combating the Reformation, became adverse also to the aims and the spirit of the new learning. In 1530, Clement VII and Charles V made their compact at Bologna. Spain, supported by the papacy, effected the pacification of Italy. So far as Italy was concerned, the humanistic movement was now arrested, and a reaction had begun. Writing about 1540, Paulus Jovius lamented that scholarship had migrated from Italy to Germany. His complaint was somewhat premature, but such a process had indeed set in. The most learned Italian of the next generation, Cardinal Baronius, 1538 to 1607, the author of Annales Ecclesiastici, was unacquainted with Greek. The work accomplished by the Italian Renaissance claims the lasting gratitude of mankind. In the interval between the time of Petrarch and that of Leo X, a space of about 170 years, ardent and unceasing labors bridged the gulf between the medieval and the modern world. Latin, the universal language, was purged from barbarism. Latin literature was brought back into the full light of intelligent study. Greek was restored to the West. After centuries of intellectual poverty, men entered once more into possession of the poetry and the eloquence, the wisdom and the wit bequeathed by ancient Greece and Rome. The period of this revival was one in which the general tone of morality was low, and cynicism, bred partly of abuses in the Church, had well nigh paralyzed the restraining power of religion. Some of the humanists were pagans, not as Seneca was, but as Petronius Arbiter, and, far from suffering in public esteem, enjoyed the applause of princes and prelates. Not a little that was odious or shameful occasionally marked their conduct and disfigured their writings, but it is hardly needful to observe that such exponents of humanism were in no way representative of its essence, or even of its inevitable conditions in a corrupt age. Among the foremost Italian scholars were many exemplars of worthy life and noble character, men whose enthusiasm for letters was joined to moral qualities which compel respect and admiration, and no transient phase of fashionable paganism could mar the distinctive merits of the Italian Renaissance or affect its permanent results. Italian humanism restored good standards of style in prose and verse, thereby benefiting not classical studies alone, but modern literature as well. It did much for erudition, and prepared the ground for more. It founded literary education of a liberal type. It had a wide outlook, and taught men to regard classical antiquity as a whole, a fruitful stage in the history of human development. Lastly, it achieved a result even larger than its work for scholarship by diffusing a new spirit, the foe of obscurantism, the ally of all forces that make for light, for the advancement of knowledge, and for reasonable freedom. Long before the Renaissance had run its course in Italy, its influences had begun to pass the Alps. But there is one man who, above all others, must be regarded as the herald of humanism in the North. It is the distinction of Erasmus that by the peculiar qualities of his genius, and by the unique popularity of his writings, he prepared the advent of the new learning, not in his native Holland alone, but throughout Europe. Before indicating the special directions which the Renaissance took in particular countries, it is fitting to speak of him whose work affected them all. Born at Rotterdam in 1467, Erasmus was approaching manhood when Italian humanism, having culminated in the days of Politian, was about to decline. His own training was not directly due to Italy. When he was a schoolboy at Deventer, his precocious ability was recognized by Rudolf Agricola, whom he has designated as, quote, "the first who brought from Italy some breath of a better culture." End quote. Erasmus avers that, in his boyhood, Northern Europe was barbarously ignorant of humane literature. A knowledge of Greek was, quote, "the next thing to heresy." "I did my best," he says, "to deliver the rising generation from this slough of ignorance, and to inspire them with a taste for better studies." End quote. He made himself a good scholar by dint of hard private work, suffering privations which left him a chronic invalid. In 1498 he visited Oxford, meeting there some of the earliest English humanists. From 1500 to 1505 he was in Paris, working hard at Greek. He spent the years 1506 to 9 in Italy. From the close of 1510 to that of 1513 he was at Cambridge, where he lectured on Greek and also held the Lady Margaret Professorship of Divinity. There, in 1512, he completed his collation of the Greek text of the New Testament. In 1516, his edition of it, the first ever published, was brought out by Froben at Basel. He left England in 1514 to return only for a few months somewhat later. His life after 1514 was passed chiefly at Basel, where he died in 1536. Those 22 years were full of marvelous literary activity. The attitude of Erasmus towards humanism had a general affinity with that of Petrarch and the other leaders of the Italian revival. Like them, he hailed a new conception of knowledge, an enlargement of the boundaries within which the intellect and imagination could move. Like them, he welcomed the recovered literatures of Greece and Rome as inestimable organs of that mental and spiritual enfranchisement. But there was also a difference. To Petrarch, as to the typical Italian humanist generally, the new learning was, above all things, an instrument for the self-culture of the individual. To Erasmus, on the other hand, self-culture was in itself, greatly though he valued it, a secondary object, subservient to a greater end. He regarded humanism as the most effectual weapon for combating that widespread ignorance which he considered to be the root of many evils that were around him. He saw the abuses in the church, the scandals among the clergy, the illiteracy prevalent in some of the monastic orders. Kings wrought untold misery for selfish aims. Quote, "When princes purpose to exhaust a commonwealth," he said, "they speak of a just war. When they unite for that object, they call it peace." End quote. The pedantries of the schoolmen, though decaying, were still obstacles to intellectual progress. The moral standards in public and private life were deplorably low. Erasmus held that the first step towards mitigating such evils was to disseminate as widely as possible the civilizing influence of knowledge, and in humanism he found the knowledge best suited for the purpose. He overrated the rapidity with which such an influence could permeate the world, but he was constant to his object and did much towards attaining it. Thus, in all his work, his aim was essentially educational. He was an ardent and indefatigable student, but through all his labors there ran the purpose of a practical moralist, who hoped to leave human society better than he had found it. No aspect of the Renaissance interested him which he did not think conducive to that end. He cared nothing for its metaphysics, archaeology, or art. All his own writings illustrate his ruling motive. The adagia are maxims or proverbial sayings, culled from the classics, which he often applies to the affairs of his own day. The colloquia are lively dialogues, partly meant to serve as models of Latin writing, which convey in a dramatic guise his views on contemporary questions. The apothegms are pointed sayings from various authors, largely from Plutarch. An educational and ethical aim also guided his choice of books to be edited. His best edition of a classic was that of his favorite poet, Terence. Next in merit, perhaps, stood his edition of Seneca. An equal importance can scarcely be claimed for his editions of Greek classics, belonging chiefly to the last 5 years of his life, though they did the service of making the authors more accessible and of supplying improved texts. He also promoted a wider knowledge of Greek poetry and prose by several Latin translations. But that purpose which gave unity to his life work received its highest embodiment in his contributions to biblical criticism and exegesis. The scholastic theology had been wont to use isolated texts detached from their context and artificially interpreted. The object of Erasmus was to let all men know what the Bible really said and meant. We have seen that his edition of the Greek Testament was the earliest. He also made a Latin version of the New Testament, aiming at an accuracy greater than that of the Vulgate. He wrote Latin paraphrases of the books of the New Testament, except Revelation, with the object of exhibiting the thought in a more modern form. Lastly, he recalled attention from the medieval expositors of Christian doctrine to the fathers of the early Church. He edited Jerome and some other Latin fathers. He also made Latin translations from some of the Greek fathers, especially from Chrysostom and Athanasius, and so helped to make their writings better known in the West. He wished to see the Scriptures translated into every language and given to all. "I long," he said, "that the husbandman should sing them to himself as he follows the plough, that the weaver should hum them to the tune of his shuttle, that the traveller should beguile with them the weariness of his journey." The more popular writings of Erasmus had a circulation throughout Europe which even now would be considered enormous. When it was rumoured that the Sorbonne intended to brand his colloquia as heretical, a Paris bookseller deemed it well to hurry through the press an edition of 24,000 copies. We hear that in 1527 a Spanish version of his Enchiridion, a manual of Christian ethics, could be found in many country inns throughout Spain. It would probably be difficult to name an author whose writings were so often reprinted in his lifetime as were those of Erasmus. He was not indeed a Scaliger, a Casaubon, or a Bentley. He did not contribute in the same sense or in a similar degree to the progress of scientific scholarship, but no one else so effectively propagated the influence of humanism. Of all scholars who have popularized scholarly literature, Erasmus was the most brilliant, the man whose aims were loftiest, and who produced lasting effects over the widest area. His work was done, too, at the right moment for the North. A genial power was needed to thaw the frost-bound soil, and to prepare those fruits which each land was to bring forth in its own way. The energies of the Italian Renaissance had been concentrated on the literature and art of ancient Greece and Rome. The Italian mind had a native and intimate sympathy with classical antiquity. For Italy, The whole movement of the Renaissance is virtually identical with the restoration of classical learning. It is otherwise when we follow that movement into Northern Europe. Humanism is still, indeed, the principal organ through which the new spirit works, but the operations of the spirit itself become larger and more varied. The history of the classical revival passes on one side into that of the Reformation, on another into provinces which belong to modern literature. It might be said that the close of the Italian Renaissance is also, in strictness, the close of the process by which a knowledge of classical antiquity was restored. What remained was to diffuse the results throughout Europe and to give them a riper development. But it is desirable to indicate, at least in outline, the general conditions under which humanism first entered the countries of the North. We may begin with Germany. In the course of the 15th century, some German students had resorted to teachers of the new learning at various Italian centers. Among the earliest of these was Johann Müller, 1436–76, born at Königsberg, near Coburg, and hence known as Regiomontanus. He was the first who made humanism the handmaid of science. After working at Vienna under the astronomer Purbach, he went with Cardinal Bessarion to Italy, where he spent several years in studying Greek, 1462–70. He translated into Latin the works of Ptolemy, the Conics of Apollonius of Perga, and other scientific treatises. Settling at Nuremberg in 1471, he founded an observatory and made several improvements in practical astronomy. His ephemerides, the precursors of nautical almanacs, helped the Spanish and Portuguese explorers to navigate untraveled seas. Another of the German pioneers was Rolf Heismann, known in literary history as Rudolf Agricola, 1443–85. Going to Ferrara in 1476, he attended the Greek lectures of Theodoros Gaza. Through the good offices of Johann von Dalberg, the scholarly bishop of Worms, he was appointed to a professorship at Heidelberg. There, as also at Worms, he lectured on the Greek and Roman literature. He was an opponent of the scholastic philosophy as it existed in his day, and his best-known work, De Inventione Dialectica, was a plea for its reform. But his special claim to remembrance is that he was the first who systematically sought to make classical study an effective force in German education. He, and such as he, when they returned to Germany from their studies in Italy, found themselves in an atmosphere wholly different from that which surrounded the early Italian humanists. Erasmus has described the intellectual torpor which prevailed in Germany during his own boyhood and youth. The teaching of Latin was dull and meager. Greek was scarcely taught at all. The masters were content with a few old handbooks and wedded to outworn methods. Scholastic theologians and illiterate monks were equally hostile to the new humanism. It had, however, some powerful protectors, including the Roman king Maximilian, Joachim, the Elector of Brandenburg, Albert, Archbishop of Mainz, and, not least, Frederick, Elector of Saxony. Of the 17 universities, some, such as Vienna, Heidelberg, and Erfurt, admitted the new learning, though in some others, such as Cologne, it was opposed. There were also groups of learned students at several centers, such as Basel, Strasbourg, Augsburg, and Nuremberg, and there were some rising societies or academies devoted to humane letters. But there was as yet no general or widely diffused interest in the new learning, while, on the other hand, there were powerful influences directly and strongly opposed to it. The first event which roused the public mind to a more active sympathy is connected with an illustrious name. Johann Reuchlin, 1455 to 1522, studied Greek at Paris and also at Basel. He afterwards went to Italy. At Rome in 1482, he heard Argyropoulos lecture on Thucydides, and was noticed by him as a student of great promise. He published some Latin versions from Greek authors and some elementary Greek manuals which were used in German schools. But after 1492, his chief interest was in Hebrew, mainly as the key of the Old Testament, but also on account of the Kabbalah, that medieval system of Jewish theosophy, which he regarded as helpful towards reconciling ancient philosophy with Christian doctrine. The same notion had been cherished by Pico della Mirandola, 1463–94, who, like Reuchlin, had approached the Kabbalah through Neoplatonism. Reuchlin's views on the subject were set forth in his treatises De Verbo Mirifico, 1494, and De Arte Cabalistica, 1517. Thus, alike on theological and on philosophical grounds, Reuchlin was an enthusiast for Hebrew scholarship. He furnished it with several aids, including the grammar and lexicon, Rudimenta Hebraica, which he brought out in 1506. And it was as a defender of Hebrew letters that he became engaged in a struggle which went far to decide the immediate future of the new learning in Germany. In 1509, Johann Pfefferkorn, a converted Jew, sought from the Emperor Maximilian a mandate for the suppression of all Hebrew books except copies of the Bible. Reuchlin was consulted and opposed the measure. He was then attacked by Pfefferkorn as a traitor to the Church. In 1514, he was accused by the Dominicans of Cologne, whose dean was the Inquisitor Hochstraten, in the ecclesiastical court at Mainz. The Bishop of Speyer, acting for the Pope, acquitted him, and the decision was confirmed at Rome in 1516. This was an impressive victory for Reuchlin. Afterwards, on an appeal of the Dominicans, Rome reversed the previous judgment and condemned him, 1520, but that sentence passed unnoticed and has come to light only in our own time. Meanwhile, the German humanists had taken up Reuchlin's cause, which, as they saw, was their own. If Jews should be forbidden to read such an author as Maimonides, who was useful to St. Thomas Aquinas, how could Christians be allowed to read Homer, who depicts the immoralities of Olympus? Never was intolerance a fairer mark for the shafts of ridicule. The first volume of the Epistolae Obscurorum Virorum, written chiefly by Crotus Rubenus, appeared in 1514, the second chiefly by Ulrich von Hutten in 1517. The writers wield with trenchant if somewhat brutal force a weapon which had been used with greater subtlety by Plato, and to which a keener edge was afterwards given by Pascal. They put the satire into the mouths of the satirized. Bigots and obscurantists bear witness in dog Latin to their own ineptitude. Reuchlin's triumph in 1516 had an immediate and momentous effect on German opinion. A decided impetus was given to Hebrew and to Greek studies, especially in their bearing on biblical criticism and on theology. This was the direction characteristic of the earlier humanism in Germany. Almost all the more eminent scholars were occupied, at least occasionally, with theological discussions. In 1525, 3 years after Reuchlin's death, Erasmus wrote a letter to Alberto Pio, Prince of Carpi, the pupil and benefactor of Aldo, in which he observes that the adversaries of the new learning had been anxious to identify it with the Lutheran cause. They hoped, he says, thus to damage 2 enemies at once. In Germany, during the earlier half of the 16th century, The alliance between humanism and the Reformation was real and intimate. The paramount task which the new learning found in Germany was the elucidation of the Bible. But the study of the classical literatures also made steady progress and was soon firmly established in German education. Foremost among those who contributed to that result was Melanchthon, 1497 to 1560, though his services to humanism in earlier life are now less prominently associated with his memory than the part which he afterwards bore in the theological controversies of his age. It was from Reuchlin that the precocious boy, Philip Schwarzerd, received the Greek name, a version of his patronymic under which he was to become famous. After taking his doctor's degree at Tübingen in 1514, Melanchthon won notice by expositions of Virgil and Terence, which led Erasmus to hail him as a rising star of learning. He was only 21 when, in 1518, the Elector of Saxony, moved by Reuchlin, appointed him to the chair of Greek in the University of Wittenberg. It was characteristic of the man and of the period that he began with 2 concurrent sets of lectures, one upon the Epistle to Titus and the other upon Homer, observing in reference to the latter that, like Solomon, he sought, quote, Tyrian brass and gems for the adornment of God's temple. Luther, his senior by 14 years, derived from him a new impulse to the study of Greek. Melanchthon did very important work towards establishing or improving humanistic education in the schools of Germany. In his Discourse on Reforming the Studies of Youth, a work imbued with the genuine spirit of the Renaissance, he advocated a liberal discipline of classical literature as the soundest basis of school training, in opposition to the methods of instruction favored by the older scholastic system. Many of the aids to classical study which Melanchthon produced, chiefly at Wittenberg, were popular schoolbooks in their day. Among these were his Institutiones Linguae Graecae, 1518, his Grammatica Latina, 1525, Latin versions from Greek classics, and comments on various Greek and Latin authors. After Melanchthon may justly be named his friend and biographer Camerarius, Joachim Kammermeister, 1500 to 74, a prolific contributor to scholarly literature, whose edition of Plautus, 1552, was the first that placed the text on a sound basis. Thus, in the course of the 16th century, the new studies gradually conquered a secure position in Germany. Broad and solid foundations were laid for the classical learning which Germans of a later age were to build up. But while there was this progress in humane letters, the Teutonic movement showed nothing analogous to the Italian feeling for the aesthetic charm of ancient culture and existence. The German mind, earnest and intellectually practical, had not the Italian's delight in beauty of literary style and form, still less his instinctive sympathy with the pagan spirit. Germany drew fresh mental vigor and freedom from the classical revival without adopting the Italian ideal of self-culture or admitting a refined paganism into social life. The Teutonic genius, which had molded so much of all that was distinctively medieval, remained sturdily itself. A like contrast is seen in the province of art. Michelangelo and Raphael are intimately affected by classical influences. Dürer and Holbein, men of the same period, also show a new mastery, but remain Gothic. Thus, the first period of humanism in Germany presents a strongly marked character of its own, wholly different from the Italian. So far as concerns the main current of intellectual and literary interests, the German Renaissance is the Reformation. End of section 56. Recording by Linda Johnson. Section 57 of The Cambridge Modern History, Volume 1, The Renaissance. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 16. The Classical Renaissance by Sir Richard C. Jebb. Part 5. France had received the influences of Italian humanism with the facility of a country to which they were historically congenial, and had been penetrated by them before the conflict opened by Luther had become a disturbing force in Europe. In France, the basis of the national character was Latin, and no admixture of other elements could overpower the innate capacity of a Latin race to assimilate the spirit of classical antiquity. The University of Paris was one of the greatest intellectual centers in Europe, drawing to itself, in some measure, every new form of knowledge, while it promoted communication between Paris and all foreign seats of literary activity. It was in 1494, when the Italian Renaissance was at its height, that Charles VIII made his expedition to Naples. For nearly a century afterwards, until the line of the Valois kings ended with the death of Henry III in 1589, the intercourse between France and Italy was close and continuous. A tincture of Italian manners pervaded the French court. Italian studies of antiquity reacted upon French literature and art. Thus, from the beginning of the 16th century, France offered a smooth course to the classical revival. Greek studies had, however, been planted in France at a somewhat earlier time. In 1458, Gregory Tifernas, an Italian of Greek origin, had petitioned the University of Paris to appoint him teacher of Greek. He received that post with a salary, on condition that he should take no fees, and should give 2 lectures daily, one on Greek and the other on rhetoric. The scholastic theology and logic were then still dominant at Paris, while the humanities seem to have occupied an inferior place. But, at any rate, the university had now given official sanction to the teaching of Greek. The eminent Byzantine John Lascaris lectured on that language at Paris in the reign of Charles VIII. His teaching was continued at intervals under Louis XII, who once sent him as ambassador to Venice, and also under Francis I, for whom he supervised the formation of a library at Fontainebleau. A still more eminent name in the early history of French humanism is that of the Italian Jerome Aleander, afterwards so strenuous an antagonist of the Reformation. Coming to Paris in 1508, at the age of 28, he gave lectures in Greek, Latin, and Hebrew, winning a reputation which caused him to be appointed rector of the university. On his return to Rome in 1516, he became librarian of the Vatican, and in 1538 was made a cardinal. Aleander, who was fortunate in the time of his work at Paris, has been regarded, probably with justice, as the first scholar who gave a decisive stimulus to philological studies in France. Just before the arrival of Aleander, Paris had begun to take part in the work of publishing Greek books, a field of labor in which its scholarly printers were afterwards to win so much distinction. The first Greek press at Paris was that of Gourmand, who in 1507 issued the Grammar of Chrysoloras, Hesiod's Works and Days, the pseudo-Homeric Frogs and Mice, Theocritus, and Musaeus. Portions of Plutarch's Moralia followed in 1509 under the editorship of Aleander. After an interval, the length of which perhaps indicates that the demand for Greek classics was still very limited, a text of Aristophanes came from Gourmand's press in 1528. A Sophocles was published by Simon Collineus in 1529. Robert Estienne, 1503–59, scholar and printer, brought out in 1532 his Thesaurus Linguae Latinae, which was much enlarged in the succeeding editions, 1536 and 1543. Among his Greek editiones principes were those of Eusebius, 1544-6, Dionysius of Halicarnassus, 1547, Dio Cassius, 1548, and Appian, 1551. His son Henri Estienne, 1528-98, who had the distinction of first printing the Agamemnon in its entirety, is especially remembered by his great work, the Thesaurus Linguae Graecae, 1572. Before the middle of the century, the stream of classical publications had fairly set in at Paris, and thenceforth continued to be abundant. Meanwhile, a French scholar had arisen who reflected lustre on his country throughout Europe. Budæus. Guillaume Budæ, 1467-1540, after producing in 1514 an able treatise on Roman money, De Asse, gained a commanding reputation by his Commentarii Linguae Graecae, published at Paris in 1529. That work proved a mine to lexicographers, and was more particularly useful to students of the Greek orators, owing to the care which the author had bestowed on explaining the technical terms of Greek law. Budæus was, beyond question, the best Greek scholar of his day in Europe, being superior in that respect to Erasmus, though no rival to him in literary genius. But special knowledge is superseded, while the salt of style lasts forever, and Erasmus lives, while Budæus is well nigh forgotten. The relations between these two distinguished men became somewhat strained, through the fault, as it would seem, of Erasmus, whose sly strictures on the Frenchman are certainly suggestive of a covert jealousy, and French scholars made the quarrel a national one. Another French Hellenist of great eminence at this period is Turnebus, Adrien Tournebe, 1512-65, who belonged to the generation following that of Budæus. The Royal College had been founded at Paris by Francis I in 1531, with the special object of encouraging Greek, Latin, and Hebrew learning. Turnebus was appointed in 1547 to the chair of Greek at that college. He also held the office of king's printer. One of his chief works was an edition of Sophocles, published at Paris in 1553, which did much to determine the text followed by later editors of that poet before Bronck. Henri Estienne, who had been a pupil of Turnebus, has recorded his veneration for him. A better-known tribute is that paid by Montaigne, his junior by 21 years, who declares that, quote, Adrianus Turnebus knew more, and knew it better, than any man of his century, or for ages past. End quote. He was entirely free, as Montaigne testifies, from pedantry. Quote, his quick understanding and sound judgment, end quote, were equally remarkable, whether the subject of conversation was literary or political. Lambinus, Denis Lambin, 1520-72, who in 1561 became a professor at the Royal College, published editions of Horace and Cicero, which made a new epoch in the study of those authors. Aratus, Jean Dorin, 1507-88, poet and scholar, who taught Greek at the college, shone especially in the criticism of Aeschylus. Mention is due also to the ill-fated Estienne Dolet, 1509-46, who took up the cause of the Ciceronians against Erasmus and, in 1536, at the age of 27, published his 2 folio volumes Commentariorum Linguae Latinae. 10 years later, he was unjustly condemned by the Sorbonne on a charge of atheism, and put to a cruel death. It should be noted that French scholars won special distinction in the study of Roman law. Instead of relying on commentators who had merely repeated the older glossatores, they turned to the original Roman texts. Cujacius, Jacques Cujas, 1522-90, the greatest interpreter of the sources of law, struck out a new path of critical and historical exposition. Donellis, Hugh Donnan, 1527–91, introduced systematic arrangement by his Commentarii Iuris Civilis. Brissonius, Barnabé Brisson, 1531–91, was preeminently the lexicographer of the civil law. Gothofredus, Denis Godefroy, 1549–1621, produced an edition of the Corpus Iuris Civilis which is still valued. His son Jacques, 1587–1652, edited the Theodosian Code. During the century which followed the death of Turnebus, the history of French humanism is illustrated by names of the first magnitude. Such are those of Joseph Scaliger, Salmasius, and Casaubon, but these great scholars stand beyond the borders of the Renaissance, and belong, like Bentley, to a maturer stage in the erudite development of classical philology. In them, however, the national characteristics of humanism were essentially the same that had appeared in French scholars of the preceding period. These characteristics are alert intelligence, fine perception, boldness in criticism, and lucid exposition. There is a notable difference between the Italian and the French mind of the Renaissance in relation to the antique. The Italian mind surrendered itself without reserve to classical antiquity. The Italian desire was to absorb the classical spirit and to reproduce it with artistic fidelity. The French mind, on the other hand, when brought into contact with the antique, always preserved its originality and independence. It contemplated the work of the ancients with intelligent sympathy, yet with self-possessed detachment, adopting the classical qualities which it admired, but blending them with qualities of its own, so that the outcome is not a reproduction, but a new result. This may be traced in the French architecture and sculpture of the Renaissance, no less than in the criticism and the literature. The seeds of humanism were brought to the Iberian Peninsula by a few students who had visited Italy in the 15th century. The Spaniard Arias Barbosa, who had studied under Politian, was regarded by his countrymen as their first effective Hellenist. He lectured on Greek for about 20 years at the University of Salamanca, attracting his hearers not only by, quote, a large and rich vein of learning, end quote, but also by his poetical taste. A higher fame, however, was gained by his contemporary, Antonio Lebrixa, Nebresensis. After a sojourn of 10 years in Italy, Lebrixa returned to Spain in 1473 and taught successively at the universities of Seville, Salamanca, and Alcalá. He is described as inferior to Barbosa in Greek scholarship, but wider in his range of knowledge, which included Hebrew. Lebrixa's reputation among his Spanish contemporaries, though not in Europe at large, was comparable to that which Budæus enjoyed in France. He had some distinguished pupils. One of them was Fernando de Guzman Núñez, better known as Pintianus, from Pintia, the ancient name of Valladolid, whose fame even eclipsed his master's. Núñez taught Greek at Alcalá and subsequently at Salamanca, but in literature was best known by an edition of Seneca which appeared in 1536. Another pupil of Lebrixa, the Portuguese historian and poet Rezende, did much to promote classical education at Lisbon. Thus, the early part of the 16th century afforded grounds for the hope that in the peninsula, as in other countries of Europe, humanism was destined to flourish. Cardinal Ximenes, the founder of the college at Alcalá, caused the Greek text of the New Testament to be printed there, a task which was completed in 1514. It formed the 5th volume of the Complutensian Polyglot, published at Alcalá in 1522. That work reflected honor on the country, and might well be deemed a good omen for the future of Spanish learning. But after the compact of Charles V with Clement VII, concluded at Bologna in 1530, Spain was definitely ranged on the side of those forces which were reacting against the liberal studies of the Renaissance. The Spanish humanists had never been anything more than centers of cultivated groups, enabled by powerful patronage to defy the general hostility of priests and monks. Humanism had gained no hold on Spanish society at large, and its foes were now more influential than ever. The Jesuits, who afterwards did so much for classical education elsewhere, were then no friends to it in Spain. The Spanish Inquisition was a terror to every suspected pursuit. It is not strange that, under such conditions, Greek learning did not prosper in the peninsula, though it still produced good Latinists, such as Francisco Sanchez of Brozas, 1523 to 1601, who wrote on grammar, and the Portuguese Achille Statius, 1524 to 81, whose criticism of Suetonius was highly praised by Casaubon. The vigorous Iberian mind, with its strongly marked individuality, showed the impetus given by the Renaissance in other forms than those of classical scholarship. It found expression in the romance of Cervantes, in the epic of Camoens, and in the dramas of Lope de Vega, or, not less characteristically, in the wistful ardor of exploration which animated Vasco da Gama and Colombo. Reactionary Spain, a stepmother to classical studies on her own soil, also delayed their progress in the Netherlands. Little time could be spared to them by men who were struggling against Philip II for political independence and for the reformed religion. But when humanism had once been planted in the Low Countries, its growth was remarkably vigorous and rapid. The University of Leyden became the principal center of the new learning. Among scholars of Dutch birth at the period of the Renaissance, Erasmus is the first in time as in rank, but neither his higher training nor his life work was specially connected with his native land. He was, as we have seen, cosmopolitan. The first great name after his in the earlier annals of Dutch scholarship is that of Justus Lipsius, Joist Lips, 1547 to 1606, who was especially strong in knowledge of the Latin historians and of Roman antiquities. His chief work was his celebrated edition of Tacitus, 1575. William Cantor, 1542 to 75, of Utrecht, who did good work for Greek tragedy, laid down sound principles of textual criticism in his Syntagma de ratione emendandi Grecos auctores, 1566. In the next generation, Vossius, Gerard John Voss, 1577 to 1649, rendered solid services to the historical study of antiquity, more especially by setting the example of treating ancient religions from the historical point of view. In Daniel Heinsius, 1580 to 1655, Holland produced a scholar who had more affinity with the Italian humanists. He excelled in the composition of Latin verse and prose, and, as an editor, in his treatment of the Greek poets. Hugo Grotius, Huig van Groot, 1583 to 1645, owes his fame to the De Iure Belli et Pacis, 1625, a work fundamental to the modern science of the law of nature and nations. He wrote Christus Patiens and 2 other plays in Latin verse. With regard to the earlier Dutch humanism as a whole, it may be said that its characteristic aim was to arrange, classify, and criticize the materials which earlier labors had amassed, while at the same time it was distinguished by an original subtlety and elegance. England felt the movement of the Renaissance somewhat later than France, and with less instinctive sympathy, but also without such active repugnance as had to be overcome in Germany. A few Englishmen had been pupils of the Italian masters. One of the earliest was William Selling, an Oxonian who died in 1495. Erasmus, when he came to Oxford in 1498, found there a congenial group of Hellenists, chief among whom were William Grocyn and Thomas Linacre. Both had heard Politian at Florence. Linacre had also been a member of Aldo's Ne Academia at Venice. Another Oxonian who did much for the new learning in England was William Lilly, who had studied Greek in Rhodes and afterwards at Rome. There were others then at Oxford who had some knowledge of Greek, though the whole number cannot have been large. Few books which could help a beginner with the first rudiments of Greek had as yet found their way to England. An English student desirous of acquiring that language was, as a rule, obliged to go abroad. Erasmus mentions that John Fisher, the Bishop of Rochester, who began Greek late in life, had been dissuaded by Latimer from attempting it unless he could procure a teacher from Italy. John Collet, a scholar of most active mind and of great industry, lamented in 1516 that he had not been able to learn Greek, a deficiency which he afterwards made strenuous efforts to repair. But the Oxford Hellenists, though not numerous, represented a new ideal of humane learning, and had a fruitful influence on its progress in England. At Cambridge, the study of Greek received its first impulse from the teaching of Erasmus between 1510 and 1513. He began with the rudiments, using first the Erotemata of Chrysoloras and then the larger manual of Theodoros Gaza. His class was a small one, but included some ardent students, such as his friend Henry Bullock, who, writing to him in 1516, reported that the Greek studies which he had initiated were being vigorously prosecuted. Richard Croke, of King's College, Cambridge, who took his degree in the year 1509-10, studied Greek at Oxford with William Grocyn, went thence to Paris, and subsequently taught Greek at Cologne, Louvain, Leipzig, and Dresden. Returning to Cambridge in 1518, he began a course of lectures there on the Greek language, though without official sanction. In 1519, he was formally appointed University Reader of Greek, and delivered a remarkable inaugural address in praise of Greek studies, which is still extant. His successor in the readership was a man of rare ability, Sir Thomas Smith, 1512-77, of Queen's College, who afterwards rose to eminence in the public service. Smith lectured on Greek with great success from about 1535 to 1540. In the latter year, Henry VIII founded the 5 Regius Professorships of Divinity, Civil Law, Physic, Hebrew, and Greek. Smith received the chair of Civil Law. That of Greek was given to his close friend John Cheek, 1514-57, of St. John's College, whose repute already stood very high. Roger Ascham was Cheek's contemporary and a member of the same college. Scarcely 2 years after Cheek's appointment, Ascham wrote an interesting letter from Cambridge to a Fellow of St. John's, in which he describes the state of classical studies in the university. Aristotle and Plato, he mentions, are read by the undergraduates, as had indeed been the case, at least in his own college, for some 5 years. Sophocles and Euripides, he then says, are more familiar authors than Plautus was in your time, i.e. about 1525-35. Herodotus, Thucydides, and Xenophon are more conned and discussed than Livy was then. Demosthenes is as familiar an author as Cicero used to be, and there are more copies of Isocrates in use than there formerly were of Terence. Nor do we disregard the Latin authors, but study with the greatest zeal the choicest writers of the best period. It is Cheek's labor and example that have lighted up and continued to sustain this learned ardor. This was written in 1542. It is perhaps the most precise testimony that exists as to the state of Greek studies at any important English seat of learning at any moment in the 16th century. Great progress had evidently been made in the preceding 10 or 20 years. Sir John Cheke's services to Greek learning in his day were certainly unequaled in England, but Sir Thomas Smith deserves to be remembered along with him as a man who had also given a new and great impetus to those studies. Mention is due here to the important part which both these eminent men bore in a controversy which excited and divided the humanists of that age. The teachers from whom the scholars of the Renaissance learned Greek pronounced that language as Greeks do at the present day. In 1528, Erasmus published at Basel his dialogue Directa Latini Graecic Sermones Pronunciatone. His protest was chiefly directed against the modern Greek iotacism, i.e. the pronunciation of several different vowels and diphthongs with the same sound, that of the Italian I. He rightly maintained that the ancients must have given to each of these vowels and diphthongs a distinctive sound, and he urged that it was both irrational and inconvenient not to do so. He also objected to the modern Greek mode of pronouncing certain consonants. His reformed pronunciation came to be known as the Erasmian, while that used by modern Greeks was called the Reuchlinian, because Reuchlin, whom Melanchthon followed, had upheld it. About 1535, Thomas Smith and John Cheke, then young men of about 20, examined the question for themselves, and came to the conclusion that Erasmus was right. Thereupon Smith began to use the Erasmian pronunciation in his Greek lectures, though cautiously at first. Cheke and others supported him, and the reform was soon generally accepted. But in 1542, Bishop Gairdner, the chancellor of the university, issued a decree enjoining a return to the Reuchlinian mode. Ascham has described, not without humor, the discontent which this edict evoked. After Elizabeth's accession, the Erasmian method was restored. Meanwhile, in the first half of the 16th century, a classical training had been introduced into English schools. In developing this type of education, Italy had preceded England by about 80 years. Vittorino's school at Mantua, already described, was the earliest model. Winchester College had been founded when Vittorino was a boy. Eton College arose at a time when his school was in its zenith, but these great English foundations, since so distinguished as seats of classical teaching, came into being long before the humanistic influences of the Renaissance had begun to be felt in England. The oldest English school, which has been humanistic from its origin, is St. Paul's, founded by Dean Collet, who, in 1512, appointed William Lilly to be the first High Master. Lilly was, as we have seen, among the pioneers of Greek study in England, though he is now best remembered by his Latin grammar. The Statutes of St. Paul's, 1518, enjoin that the master shall be, quote, learned in good and clean Latin, and also in Greek, if such may be gotten, end quote. The proviso implies some scarcity, and in fact it was not probably till about 1560 that Greek was thoroughly established among the regular studies of English schools. The Statutes of Harrow School, 1590, prescribed the teaching of some Greek orators and historians, and of Hesiod's poems. This seems to be one of the earliest instances in our school statutes where the directions for Greek teaching are precise and not merely general. Many large public schools, such as Christ's Hospital, Westminster, Merchant Taylors, and Charterhouse, were established in or near London within a century after the foundation of St. Paul's School. In all these, the basis of study was humanistic, as it was also in many other grammar schools founded during the same period in various parts of the country. A general survey of English humanism in the 16th century supplies abundant evidence of zealous work, and of a progress which, before the year 1600, had secured the future of classical studies in England. There were many able teachers, and a few who were really eminent in their day. Yet, in two respects, a comparison with the leading countries of the continent is disadvantageous for our country at that period. Britain produced in the 16th century no scholar of the first rank, though in George Buchanan (1506–82) Scotland could show a consummate writer of the Latin language. And our press sent forth few books which advanced Greek or Latin learning. Linacre's treatise on certain points of Latin usage, De Emendata Structura Latini Sermonis, 1514, a work of the same class as Valla's Elegantiae, is one of the very few English books in that department of knowledge which attained to the distinction of being reprinted abroad, having been recommended to German students by Melanchthon and Camerarius. It was in the 17th century that English learning first became an important contributor to the European literature of humanism, and the earliest English name of the first magnitude is that of Richard Bentley. It should be recollected, however, that in the 16th century the Greek and Latin languages were not the only channels through which England received the humanism of the Renaissance. English versions of the classics, such as Chapman's Homer, Thayer's Virgil, and North's Plutarch, circulated in a world larger than that of scholars. Italian authors who were themselves representative of the Renaissance also became known in English translations. Thus, the rendering of Tasso by Fairfax and of Ariosto by Harrington enabled English readers to appreciate the influence of the Renaissance on Italian poetry. Hoby's version of Castiglione's Cortegiano brought before them the new Italian ideal of intellectual and social accomplishment. Milton, the greatest humanist among poets of the first rank, best illustrates the various sources of culture, ancient and modern, but more especially Greek and Italian, which had become available for Englishmen not long before his own time. The modern sources had been opened to almost all who cared for literature, the ancient as yet less widely. It is the prerogative of Milton to fuse in a splendid unity both the ancient and the modern elements that have contributed to enrich his genius. He can be genuinely classical without loss of spontaneity or freshness. His poetry is not, however, the most characteristic expression of the English Renaissance in its larger aspects. That is to be found, rather, in the Elizabethan drama, and its supreme exponent is Shakespeare. While the revival of learning thus presents varying aspects in the several countries to which it passed from Italy, the essential gift which it brought was the same for all. That gift was the recovery of an inheritance which men had temporarily lost, one so valuable in itself that human life would be definitely poorer without it, and also fraught with such power to educate and to stimulate that the permanent loss of it would have been the annulment of an inestimable agency in the development of human faculty. The creative mind of ancient Greece was the greatest originating force which the world has seen. It left typical standards of form in poetry and prose, as of plastic beauty in art. Ideas which sprang from it have been fruitful in every province of knowledge. The ancient Latin mind also, which received the lessons of Greece without losing its own individuality, was the parent of masterworks which bear its character, and of thoughts which are altogether its own. while both the classical literatures contain a varied wealth of observation and experience. There was a time when men had allowed the best part of these treasures to be buried out of sight, and had almost forgotten their existence. The Italians found them again, and gave them back to those races of Europe on which the future of civilization chiefly depended. It may be questioned whether any other people than the Italian would have been equal to achieving this great task. When Greek and Latin studies had once been resuscitated into a vigorous life, it was easy for nations outside of Italy to carry the work further. But wonderful qualities were demanded in the men who initiated and accomplished the revival in the 14th and 15th centuries. There are cases in which it is easier to apprehend the temper and tone of a past age than to picture the chief actors. Thucydides conveys a more vivid idea of Periclean Athens than of the statesmen by whose genius it had been moulded. It is not so with the Italian Renaissance. From letters and other sources, one can form tolerably clear images of many among the foremost personalities, such as Petrarch, Boccaccio, Politian, and Aldo, even though it may be difficult to conceive such prodigies of versatility as a Battista Alberti or a Leonardo da Vinci. But it is a much harder thing to imagine the general atmosphere of the revival, the pervading enthusiasm, sustained through several generations, which was so prolific in many-sided work, so far-reaching in its influence on other lands. This atmosphere was created, this enthusiasm kindled, by the labors and examples of men extraordinary both in their powers and in their ardor. Yet it may be doubted whether even they could have wrought so effectually, had they not felt the motive which, at the Renaissance, was peculiar to Italians, that patriotism which, failing of political expression, was concentrated on restoring the ancestral language and literature. No other country could show a parallel to the zeal with which Latin was cultivated in Italy, as the chief organ of literary expression from the days of Petrarch to those of Politian. The ancient tongue, not the modern, was that in which the ablest men of letters chiefly aspired to shine. Few masters of Italian prose emerge in the interval of about a century and a half which separates the age of Villani and Boccaccio from that of Machiavelli and Guicciardini. Such men as Petrarch, Aeneas Sylvius, Jovianus Pontanus, and Paulus Jovius, who might have enriched the prose of their vernacular, preferred to write in Latin. The Platonic Academy of Florence was the first influential coterie which gave its sanction to the view that literary taste and skill, disciplined by the ancient models, could be worthily exercised in Italian. Lorenzo de' Medici set an example in his lyrics. A more authoritative one was given by Politian, especially in his Orfeo, the first Italian drama of true literary merit. This larger virtue of the classical Renaissance, as educating a new capacity for culture in general, which came out in Italy only towards the close of the movement, was manifested in other countries almost as soon as they had been fully brought under the influences of the new learning. It was conspicuously seen in France, not merely in the work which classicists such as Ronsard and his group did for the French language, but also, for example, in the Aristophanic genius of Rabelais, the greatest literary representative of the Renaissance for France, in the same large sense that Cervantes was such for Spain, and Shakespeare for England. The historical importance of the classical revival in Italy depends ultimately on the fact that it broadened out into this diffusion of a general capacity for liberal culture, taking various forms under different local and national conditions. That capacity, once restored to the civilized world, became a part of the higher life of the race, an energy which, though it might be temporarily retarded here and there by reactionary forces, could not again be lost. Not in literature or in art alone, but in every form of intellectual activity, the Renaissance opened a new era for mankind. End of section 57. Recording by Linda Johnson.
Section 58 of the Cambridge Modern History, Volume 1, The Renaissance. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 17, The Christian Renaissance by M.R. James, Part 1. Numberless portions of the wisdom of God are wanting to us. Many books of the sacred text remain untranslated, as 2 books of the Maccabees which I know to exist in Greek, and many other books of divers prophets, whereto reference is made in the Book of Kings and Chronicles. Josephus, too, in the books of his Antiquities, is altogether falsely rendered as far as concerns the chronological side, and without him nothing can be known of the history of the sacred text. Unless he be corrected in a new translation, he is of no avail, and the biblical history is lost. Numberless books, again, of Hebrew and Greek expositors are wanting to the Latins, as those of Origen, Basil, Gregory, Nazianzen, Damascene, Dionysius, Chrysostom, and other most notable doctors, alike in Hebrew and in Greek. The Church, therefore, is slumbering. She does nothing in this matter, nor hath done these 70 years, save that my Lord Robert, Bishop of Lincoln, of holy memory, did give to the Latins some part of the writings of St. Dionysius and of Damascene, and some other holy doctors. It is an amazing thing, this negligence of the Church. For from the time of Pope Damasus there hath not been any pope, nor any of less rank, who hath busied himself for the advantaging of the Church by translations, except the aforesaid glorious bishop. It would be difficult to find a better statement in the same compass of those gaps in the knowledge of Western Christendom which the Christian Renaissance was to fill. Roger Bacon, the author of the passage, and Robert Grosseteste, who is in part the subject of it, were the 2 men who, to all appearance, first realized the scientific needs of the Church. If they did not actually initiate the Christian Renaissance, they at least stood very close to its beginnings, as close, one may say, as Petrarch to the beginnings of the classical Renaissance. We shall see reason to believe that their influence upon their contemporaries and successors was very great in this respect, and it must also be said that their actual achievements in the way of preparing materials and in work done were far from inconsiderable. They merit a more detailed notice than has commonly been accorded to them. It is a matter of common knowledge that Grosseteste brought Greek books to England. Probably most of them came from Sicily and South Italy, and that in conjunction with at least 2 other men whose names are known, Nicholas the Greek and John of Basingstoke, he gave to the world Latin versions of certain Greek documents. Foremost among these were the Testaments of the 12 Patriarchs, a famous and early apocryphal book. The manuscript from which the Latin version was made is now in the University Library at Cambridge. Of the same character was a book whose existence in a Latin dress is almost certainly due to Grosseteste, though his name has not until recently been mentioned in connection with it. This is the pretty Greek romance which treats of the life of Asenath, the patriarch Joseph's Egyptian wife. Though now forgotten, it was widely known to medieval men, owing to its inclusion in the great Speculum Historiale of Vincent, commonly called of Beauvais. This claim is sometimes set up in Grosseteste's behalf that he translated the lexicon of Suetus into Latin, but when this very curious assertion is examined, we find that all he did was to render into Latin a few of the more important biographical articles in it. The principal one, which has survived in his version, is the article on Jesus Christ. This is in reality another apocryphon, containing the story of an inquiry into the priestly descent of our Lord. However, the undoubted fact that he possessed a manuscript of the lexicon is a sufficiently interesting one. Far more important in its bearings on Christian literature was the Latin version of that text of the Epistles of St. Ignatius, which is now accepted as presenting them in their most genuine form. This version, too, is reckoned as due to Grosseteste, but it seemed to have been the one which attracted least attention of any. Not more than one ancient copy of it is known to exist, and the only medieval writers who show any knowledge of it are Oxford Franciscans, members of the house to which the bishop bequeathed his library. Not until the 17th century were its merits and importance suspected by Archbishop Usher. Of Dionysius the Areopagite, Latin versions are known and widely disseminated long before Grosseteste's day. It was presumably the unsatisfactory character of these that led him to undertake a new one, and it is improbable that he ever brought it to a conclusion. Versions of the treatise on the divine names and of the letters are very definitely ascribed to him, and it is also likely that the detached letter to Timothy on the martyrdoms of St. Peter and Paul were rendered into Latin by him or by his assistants. Yet, however much of the work he may have succeeded in finishing, it is certain that in the 15th century the need for a fresh translation of the whole was felt in Italy, and that the need was supplied by the indefatigable Camaldolite Ambrogio Traversari. The versions of work by John Damascene, of which Bacon speaks, seem upon examination to resolve themselves into a commentary upon the defective Latin version of the treatise De Fide Orthodoxa, made a century before by Burgundio of Pisa. Such is the list of Grosseteste's gifts to the Latin Church. If not very large in extent, it is assuredly very remarkable in quality. With the exception of the work of John Damascene, it consists entirely of writings for which a pre-Christian or an apostolic date was claimed. In other words, we see in Grosseteste the beginnings of that interest in the origins of Christianity which is usually regarded as characteristic of a later age. He is a collector of what claims to be ancient and primitive. Others will follow to whom Chrysostom and Basil will seem better worth translating, and their day will be a long one. We have ample evidence of Grosseteste's knowledge of Greek. Less is known of his attainments in Hebrew, and yet evidence can be produced to show that they were not contemptible. A Franciscan writer of the next century, Henry of Costacey, circa 1336, to whom reference will be made hereafter, had before him, when writing an exposition of the Psalter, a copy of the text of that book in Hebrew, with an interlinear translation into Latin. This had been the property, if not the work, of Grosseteste. Little positive proof beyond the common rumor of his contemporaries can be added to this fact, but even if it stands by itself, it is well worthy of note. It is clear that the bishop's chief interest centered in his Greek studies, more than a respectable working knowledge of the other sacred tongue is not claimed for him here. Thus much it had seemed right to say of the work of the earlier of the two men who had been commemorated at the outset of this chapter. Of the other, Roger Bacon, to wit, we may speak in shorter compass. Page after page in his works attests his clear perception of the needs of scientific theology, of the crucial importance of a knowledge of the original tongues, Greek, Hebrew, and Chaldean, of the need for a revision of the Latin Bible by the help of the oldest manuscripts, and, as we have seen, of the necessity of reintroducing to the West the works of the great Greek fathers. And perhaps his greatest service to the Church of his age may have lain in the statement of these needs. Something, it is true, he himself achieved towards supplying them. He wrote grammars of the Greek, Hebrew, and Arabic languages. The first two of these it appears that we possess, and a single copy of a Greek dictionary also survives, which there seems good reason to attribute to him. The third is not known to exist. We have, moreover, part of a series of letters which may with some confidence be regarded as Bacon's. In these he deals at length with points of Hebrew grammar for the benefit of a friend, himself evidently an accomplished Hebraist, who had sought his advice. It must be confessed that the fruit of these labors was not great, yet we shall see that it continued to be produced, even if in scanty measure, up to the day of the fuller harvest. That Grosseteste and Bacon had their precursors we must expect to find. Indeed, it is pretty certain that there was never a time when the knowledge of either Hebrew or Greek was altogether dead in the Latin Church. In almost every generation we can point to some document which bears witness to the possession of such knowledge by scholars scattered here and there. In the middle of the 12th century, for example, Johannes Burgundio of Pisa executed, badly enough it seems, a whole series of versions from the Greek. Among these were the homilies of Chrysostom on Matthew, the tract of Nemesius, then believed to be Gregory of Nyssa, on the nature of man, and above all the treatise of John of Damascus on the Orthodox faith, of which mention has already been made. Again, in the second half of the same century, an English Odo, his personality remains obscure, dedicates to Gilbert Folliot, Bishop of London, an introduction to theology, in which long passages from the Old Testament are quoted in the original Hebrew. There were also in the latter half of this same century the makings of a Greek school at the Abbey of St. Denis. The reason of this is not far to seek. The patron saint of that great house was a Greek, and, as all men believe, the author of a famous group of writings. As early as the 11th century, in 1022, a copy of the Gospels in Greek had been written for the abbey. In the 12th century, Odo de Deul, who succeeded Suger as abbot, sent one of his monks, William of Gap, to the East on a literary mission, as it seems. William brought Greek books back with him from Constantinople. He made a Latin version of a life of the philosopher Secundus, which was extensively copied. To him also we may assign a Latin version of a set of Greek arguments to the Pauline epistles. This last piece of work he did when abbot of St. Denis, between 1172 and 1186, at the request of Herbert de Beauchamp, the friend and biographer of St. Thomas of Canterbury. A fellow monk of William's, Joannes Saracenus, a correspondent of John of Salisbury, and in after years abbot at Vercelli, translated into Latin the greater part of the pseudo-Dionysian writings. A second William, monk of St. Denis, did the same for a Greek panegyric on the reputed author. Down to a late date, part of the office of St. Denis's day was set in Greek at the abbey, and the Bibliothèque Nationale possesses a couple of 12th century Greek manuscripts which belong to the same house, and may well have been among the spoils brought back by William of Gap. Yet, after all, these were isolated phenomena. Bacon's estimate of the needs of his time remains the true one. It is amply confirmed by contemporary literature. Perhaps the readiest and most convincing demonstration of it is furnished by the catalogues of the great libraries which come from this period. The value of these documents for purposes of literary history is self-evident. They provide us in the directest way imaginable with a view of the resources of the learned communities of the time. It will be worthwhile, therefore, to discuss in a summary fashion one typical example. The passage of Bacon which stands at the head of this chapter was written in or about the year 1271. The author survived the year 1292, and we possess a detailed catalogue of one of the largest libraries in England, which was drawn up within a very few years after the latter date. We may, then, fairly use it as illustrative of the condition of theological learning and of the range of theological literature at the close of Bacon's life. The library in question is that of Christ Church Priory at Canterbury. In extent it rivaled any of its time, for it contained close upon 2,000 volumes, and without entering into details as to the method of its formation, we may assert generally that it is possible to a large extent to discriminate the earlier from the later acquisitions, and to arrange these latter in chronological order. In that portion of the library which dates back to the days of Lanfranc and Anselm, fragmentary survivals are traceable of a learning which had no attraction for the mass of clerics in Bacon's day. The best examples of these is a copy of the treatise of Arrhenius against heresies, in all likelihood the only copy then in England. There are indications also of the influence of John of Salisbury in the list of the books bequeathed by St. Thomas to his cathedral. But as we should expect, this influence is more clearly seen in the presence of certain classical Latin authors than in the province of sacred literature. Coming nearer to the period with which we are chiefly concerned, we notice that Grosseteste has left his mark on the Canterbury Library. Copies of most of the texts which he restored to the Latins are to be found in the catalogue. Of Roger Bacon, however, and of his work there is no sign. Not a single Greek or Hebrew book is discoverable. All trace of the learning of Theodore has disappeared. The theologian par excellence is, as always, Augustine, and the other three Latin doctors are present in great force. For the rest, the Divinity Library is made up chiefly of glossed books of the Bible, of distinctions, sermons, the books of Anselm, Alexander Neckham, Peter Lombard, Richard of Préfaux, Robert Courson, Peter Comistor, and the like, while among the latest accretions are numbered the works of the great schoolmen. Thus almost the only aid to the literal interpretation of the biblical text which the monks of this great house possessed was what they could gather from the works of Jerome. Peter Comistor and Josephus were their teachers in biblical history, and for the history of the Church they had to turn to Rufinus's version of the history of Eusebius, to the tripart history, and to the numerous lives of saints. The state of this one great library must be taken as typical of that of others throughout Europe. Yet if the darkness was thick, it was already beginning to lift. By means of a recent discovery, the present writer has ascertained that in this very library a copy of the books of the Old Testament from Genesis to Ruth in Greek existed early in the 15th century. The manuscript, now at Oxford, is of Grosseteste's date and was very probably brought by him to England. There were younger contemporaries of Grosseteste and of Bacon who carried on the work of the great teachers, and that in no unworthy fashion. At Ramsey Abbey, where the influence of the former may fairly be suspected, for it lay in his diocese, a small band of scholars were in possession of the whole of the New Testament in Hebrew. They had brought up the libraries of the suppressed synagogues at Huntingdon and Stamford. One among them, Prior Gregory, had furthermore studied Greek. A bilingual Psalter remains to attest the fact. At a somewhat later date, the stores of Hebrew manuscripts accumulated by his predecessors enabled Lawrence Holbeach, a monk of the same house, to compile a Hebrew lexicon. Another great work was set on foot in the second half of the 13th century, a work whose existence is hardly suspected nowadays. This was nothing less than a literal translation from Hebrew into Latin of the greater part of the Old Testament, clearly a work of English scholars, for all the known manuscripts which contain any part of it are of English origin, and are preserved in English libraries. Of the originators of this enterprise, and of the character of their work, we may look to learn more. But even in our present state of knowledge, we can very confidently predicate of them that they owed their inspiration to the influence of one or the other of the two great champions of the original tongues. It must not be supposed that for England alone is claimed the honor of having attempted a scientific treatment of the sacred text at this time. The principal impulse to study seems to have been given by Englishmen, it is true, but work was also being done outre mer. Before the middle of the 13th century, the Dominicans of Paris had attempted the task of systematically correcting the text of the Latin Bible. The results, however, were not happy in the opinion of the man best qualified to judge of them. Bacon is indeed unsparing in his strictures. The work had been undertaken without adequate knowledge of the original tongues, and carried on without reference being made to the oldest and best manuscripts of the Vulgate. The consequence is that the Paris correction, of which there are two editions, is the worst possible corruption and destruction of the text of God. But Bacon was not merely a destructive critic. It was seemingly a friend and correspondent of his own, William de Mara, who eventually compiled a correctorium based on a sound knowledge of Hebrew. On its composition he spent not less than 40 years, and it is believed that he derived material assistance from Bacon himself in the course of his work. The critical labors of which we have been speaking were chiefly concerned with the text of the Old Testament, and it is a noteworthy circumstance that in the 14th century the knowledge of Hebrew and the application of that knowledge to biblical studies was far commoner than the knowledge of Greek. It is not difficult to account for this, so far as Western Europe is concerned. Teachers of Hebrew were, as Bacon tells us, very easily procurable. It is true that he adds that it was equally easy to acquire Greek, but it must be remembered that in the case of Hebrew, books in which the language could be studied and on which critical and exegetical work could be done were plentiful. Wherever a community of Jews existed, the Scriptures in Hebrew could be readily obtained. Not so with Greek. The few Greek manuscripts imported into England by Grosseteste, the Greek Gospels which the Byzantine Emperor had sent to St. Louis, the 2 or 3 volumes at St. Denis, were rarities of the first water. The stores of Greek literature in the Basilian monasteries of southern Italy and Sicily, to say nothing of Greece and of Byzantium, were not yet unlocked. That ancient scholarship to which we owe the Greco-Latin manuscripts of southern France, the Laudian manuscript of the Acts that Baeda used, and the famous codices of St. Gall, had altogether died. The eyes of a few far-sighted scholars were turned toward the Grecian lands, but as yet they could do no more than look and long. Still, the truths to which Roger Bacon had given expression were not forgotten, especially in the ranks of his own, the Franciscan order. Men were found who realized and acted upon them. Scraps of Hebrew and Greek learning, alphabets, transcripts of the Lord's Prayer, and the like, are of not infrequent occurrence in manuscripts of Franciscan origin. These may be only straws showing what way the wind sets. More significant is the appearance among the Franciscans of the greatest exponent of the literal sense of Scripture whom the medieval world can show. This was Nicholas de Lyra, who died in 1340. It is not so much because of his learning that he is important, though his knowledge of Hebrew was highly notable. It is rather his attitude, his desire to ascertain what the words of the sacred text actually mean, which differentiates him from the ancient allegorists. The same tendency is seen in the work of a far less famous Franciscan of the same generation. Henry of Courtesy is the author of a commentary upon the Psalms, which appears to exist in but one manuscript. In this, the insistence upon the literal sense, the constant reference to the original Hebrew, and the independence of the writer's judgment, who is forever canvassing and contradicting the opinions of Lyra, are such as would have rejoiced Bacon's heart. For a considerable time the Franciscan houses at both Oxford and Cambridge must have kept alive the interest in this new learning. We are fairly well informed about the establishment at Oxford, and concerning the Cambridge house we can at least tell who were its teachers of divinity. Henry of Courtesy was among them. The Oxford friars did not, it is true, preserve the traditions of Grosseteste and of Bacon into the Reformation period, for Leland has a sorry tale to tell of the neglected condition of their once noble library. Yet the tradition of learning lingered in the order. At the beginning of the 16th century, Richard Brinkley, provincial of the Grey Friars in England, was a student of Hebrew. He borrowed a Hebrew psalter from the monks of Bury St. Edmunds, and he was moreover the owner of more than one Greek biblical manuscript, among them of the Leicester Codex of the New Testament, well known to textual critics. More is yet to be said of the Franciscans in England and of their services to sacred literature. They did not confine their attention to the Bible. There is another great literary enterprise, the credit of whose initiation belongs to them, though its subsequent development must be assigned to a Benedictine. Described shortly, it was an attempt to discover and locate all the works of the principal known authors, both sacred and secular, which existed in England. At some time in the 14th century, circulars were issued, or visits paid, to about 160 monasteries. A list of some 90 authors was drawn up, and the writings of each enumerated. The list of libraries and that of books were then fused together in such a way that from the completed work it is possible to ascertain what books by each writer were to be found in England and in what libraries each book existed. The name given to the compilation is the Catalogus or Registrum Librorum Angli, and the indications that in this first form it is the work of a member or members of the Franciscan order are hardly to be mistaken. Early in the 15th century the work received a most important expansion at the hands of a monk of Bury, John Boston by name. He added a score of names to the list of libraries, and raised to nearly 700 the number of authors whose works were enumerated. He gave, moreover, a short biographical sketch of each writer, drawn from the best sources at his disposal, so that the book in its completed form might claim to be called a dictionary of literature. If this catalogue of Boston's did not serve as a model to Trithemius and his successors, and there is no reason to suppose that it did, it was at least the legitimate ancestor of the later Bibliothecae. What is more to the point at present, it furnishes a key to the literary possessions, and perhaps still more to the literary needs of England about the year 1400, the importance of which it would be difficult to exaggerate. It may be necessary to return to the consideration of England's share in the movement, but we must now proceed to extend the range of our outlook. We have to ask whether, in the home of the classical revival, any consciousness existed of the needs of the Church corresponding to the feeling that we have seen stirring in the minds of Grosseteste and of Bacon. As far as we can judge, this question must be answered in the negative. Exceptional opportunities for the furthering of Christian scholarship lay ready to the hands of the Italians in the 14th century, yet there is strikingly little to show that advantage was taken of them. It has already been hinted that in Italy the knowledge of Greek as a spoken language was far from uncommon. Large portions of the south were, as Bacon says, purely Greek. On the Adriatic coast Greek was widely known. The court of Rome had its relations with the Eastern Patriarchates. The points at issue between the Greek and Latin churches were productive of a long series of controversial writings on both sides. There was, in fact, no good reason why the knowledge of the Greek Bible and of the great Greek fathers should not have continued to exist at the papal court, and have been diffused from thence over the West. Yet we do not find that such knowledge existed in any appreciable degree. The thought of applying the knowledge of Greek to the study of the Bible seems hardly to have occurred to the Italian scholars of the 14th century. There are, it is true, examples dating from this period of gospel books and other parts of the Bible written in Greek and Latin, and emanating from Venice and Florence. It is commonly said, too, that an English bishop, Adam Easton, Bishop of Norwich and Cardinal of St. Cecilia, made a fresh version of the whole Bible from the original while in Italy. But this last assertion stands in need of corroboration, and at best it would indicate not an activity of Italians in sacred studies, but the existence in Italy of materials by the aid of which such studies could be prosecuted. The difficulty of discovering any symptoms of consciousness that the field of theological study needed widening is of more weight than are the isolated examples of a wider learning which have been cited. Before the 15th century has fairly opened, we find nothing that can be called a decided current setting in the direction of wider learning or true sacred scholarship. It was not immediately that the rush of new discoveries involved those whose prime interest lay in things sacred, but when we hear of a Queen of Cyprus presenting a copy of the Gospels in Greek to a pope, of a Greek prelate on his way to the Council of Florence giving another copy to a church at Verona, of a Cardinal Cassianus in the same year by a third at Constantinople, and within 4 years more of copies being written in Italy itself, we feel sure that the movement is well in train. Once begun, its development could be followed up along many lines. 3 in particular suggest themselves as fruitful and indications not likely to be fallacious. First, we may take stock of what was done in the way of collecting ancient texts and forming libraries in which to preserve them. Secondly, we may review the work of the translators and copyists who made the new material accessible to their public. And in the third place, we may trace the beginnings of criticism as applied to the documents which were already known, and to those which began now to be known for the first time. Much has been written upon the first of these topics, but chiefly from the point of view of men interested in the classical revival. There is not a great deal that can suitably be added in this place to the story of the rediscovery of ancient literature. The work done by the collectors of Greek books was a wholly new work. We shall see the results of it most clearly in the course of our examination of the libraries. With the early literature of the Latin Church, the case was different. There were but few Christian writers among those whom Poggio and his fellows rescued from an age-long obscurity, and the welcome accorded to these by the humanists was theirs as Latinists rather than as theologians. Tertullian and Lactantius are the leading names of this class. The first copy of the works of the former was found at Basel by Tommaso Parentuccelli, afterwards Nicholas V. Lactantius, never a frequent author in medieval libraries, had hardly found a single copyist between the 11th and the 14th century. A library at Bologna had preserved the earliest and best manuscript of his institutions, and other tracts were yielded up by St. Gall and the German abbeys. The most important Latin books, apart from these, were some of the early versions of Greek patristic works, such as that of Origen's Homilies on Luke, the finding of which at St. Cecilia's in Rome gladdened the heart of Ambrogio Traversari. However, it must be allowed that, upon the whole, the Latin finds of the earlier period were inconsiderable. The work of Irenaeus, though known to exist, attracted very little attention, chiefly, we may conjecture, because of its barbarous style. The Latin version of Hermes was hardly read, and the writings of Arnobius and Minucius Felix, which are of the kind that would have proved most pleasing to the humanists, were reserved for the explorers of the next century. The libraries which received and preserved the stock of new material claimed to be discussed at greater length. The natural center for the formation of a great Christian library was the papal court. Private amateurs, like Niccolo Niccoli, might, and actually did, accomplish much in the way of rescuing and bringing together books of all kinds, but it is a clear and familiar fact that what they prized most were the masterpieces of the pagan literature. It is the clergy, and above all the Pope, whom we expect to find caring for the archives of Christian antiquity. Fortunately, we are in a position to estimate very accurately, by the help of library catalogues, the measure of what was done in this time. The greatest of the early papal bibliophiles was Nicholas V, 1447 through 55. It is not necessary to spend words here upon describing his activity as a collector or his munificence as a patron of letters. We shall run less risk of exaggeration if we draw from so unemotional a document as the inventory of his books made at his decease. A short survey of the collection, if dry, will at least afford some basis of solid fact. In 1455, then, the library of Nicholas V consisted of 824 Latin and 352 Greek manuscripts. We must not expect to find in the Latin library any sign that the learning of the schools is losing its interest. The theology and the canon law of the later centuries are as fully represented here as in any abbey library of them all. What we have to note as significant is the presence, partly in old copies newly brought to light, partly in new versions or in manuscripts written to order, of a number of writings whose existence or whose importance was but just beginning to be realized. Of these the most striking may be instanced here: the new version of Chrysostom's Homilies on Matthew by Ambrogio Traversari, side by side with the old and faulty one of Burgundio of Pisa; Cyril of Alexandria upon John, translated by George of Trebizond; several copies of Origen upon Luke, to which allusion has already been made; then a noteworthy item, a Latin version of Maimonides on the sense of the Scriptures. Later, and after masses of volumes of Augustine, Jerome, and Thomas Aquinas, appear, first, a translation of the Acts of the Ephesine Council, and then, disguised as Nicenus Episcopus Lugandensis, the work of Irenaeus, against heresies. Worthy of mention also are the following: the Acts of the Five Great Councils, the Preparatorio Evangelica of Eusebius and George of Trebizond's version, Tertullian, Victor Vitensis, the Chronicon of Eusebius, Josephus against Appian, and a version of Philo Judaeus by Lelio of Città di Castello. Cyprian and Lactantius and versions, either old or new, of works of Ephraim the Syrian, Athanasius, and Basil, are the remaining indications of the new movement which occur in the catalogue of Nicholas V's Latin library. The inventory of his Greek books is, of course, in one sense, from end to end, a list of novelties, and yet it is rather disappointing. The volumes are shortly and meagerly described. Their contents, if new to the scholars of that day, are just those which are most familiar to us. It is in part consoling to find that Nicholas possessed no great treasure that has since perished, but still the absence of any such entry robs the catalogue of an element of excitement. It is, in truth, somewhat commonplace. Chrysostom heads the list with 40 volumes, and Gregory Nazianzen, Basil, Athanasius, and Simeon the Metaphrast are largely represented. There is but one volume of Origen, there are 2 of Philo, and 2 copies of what may be the Clementine Homilies. The Bible is represented by some scattered portions of the Old Testament, a fair number of Gospel books, Evangelistaria, and a few copies of the Acts and Epistles. No such thing as a complete Greek Bible occurs, though we know that at this date the famous Vatican Codex B was already in the Pope's possession. The character of the collection did not alter materially during the remainder of the 15th century. At the death of Sixtus IV in 1484, it had grown considerably in bulk. Instead of 350 Greek manuscripts, there were now about 1,000. Still, we note no special striking additions to the list of early church writers. Origen, for example, is just as poorly represented as he was under Nicholas V. One important section, however, shows a marked growth. The Bibles, or parts of Bibles, have swelled to a goodly number of 58. The examination of this, the most important library of the West in the 15th century, teaches us that the main interest of Christian scholars was centered not on the literature of the first ages, but upon the works of the great doctors of the 4th and 5th centuries, upon the definers and expositors of developed dogma. This was the natural outcome, perhaps, of the long period spent under the influence of scholastic theology. But it was also the inevitable result of the condition of things in the headquarters of Greek learning. The Eastern Church had herself forgotten Justin, Clement of Alexandria, and Irenaeus, and regarded Origen with suspicion. We know now that as late as the 16th century, a Greek Irenaeus and a copy of the ecclesiastical memoirs of Hegesippus were lurking in a Greek island. There they were destined to remain and to perish. Yet had their existence been known in the time of Nicholas V, it is doubtful whether he and his contemporaries would have been much excited by the announcement. A couple of generations later, the case would have been widely different. The literary treasures of Italy were by no means confined to the Vatican, and though it would be dreary work to investigate in detail the inventories of all the great collectors, a word must still be said about those of Venice and Florence. At the first named place, Bessiaro's great library was deposited, among whose treasures was at least one volume of extraordinary value for the history of Christian beliefs, our best copy of the treatise of Epiphanius against heresies. Florence was enriched not only with the beginnings of the Medicean collection, but with the earlier and hardly less precious library of Niccoli, died 1437, which passed to the convent of San Marco. In the list of the 180 Greek manuscripts which that community owned in the last years of the century, we note a few names, and only a few, that we did not meet at Rome, particularly that of Justin Martyr. From this Florence copy, Pico della Mirandola must in all probability have made his translation of the Cohortatio Agentes. In the Latin collection we find such items as 3 volumes of Tertullian, all of them copies on paper made from the ancient manuscript which had come into the hands of Cardinal Orsini. Cyprian, Lactantius, and Ignatius too are there, with of course many of the freshly made versions of Greek books. That of the letter of Aristeas, so called from the pen of Matteo Palmieri, is a welcome variation from the everlasting Chrysostoms and Basils. Literature owes much indeed to Nicoli, but Christian literature has specially to thank another of its friends, Lorenzo de' Medici, for the preservation of that inestimable monument, the unique manuscript of the Miscellanies, Stromates, of Clement of Alexandria. End of section 58. Section 59 of the Cambridge Modern History, Volume 1, The Renaissance. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 17, The Christian Renaissance, by M.R. James, Part 2. We turn now from Italy, the center of light, to ask what was the condition of affairs in the outer darkness beyond the Alps. In France, the work of collecting Greek books had hardly begun in the first half of the 15th century. There were, as we have seen, what may be called accidental deposits in 2 or 3 places, as at St. Denis and the Abbey of Corbeil in Picardy. The Papal Library at Avignon, which owned more than 120 Hebrew manuscripts in 1369, could muster only some half-dozen in Greek, another striking testimony to the statement made above that the former language was far more commonly known in that age than the latter. In 1416 one Greek book had found its way into the possession of the Duke of Berry, but his cataloguers cannot give us any notion of the character of its contents. The famous decree of the Council of Venice in 1311, that the Hebrew, Arabic, and Chaldean tongues should be taught at all the greater universities of Europe, had remained absolutely ineffective. With the arrival of George Hermonius at Paris in 1476, the work of collection and diffusion of Greek literature really began. Hermonius himself worked as a copyist alike of the sacred text and of secular authors. Still, it was nothing more than a beginning that the 15th century witnessed. The enormous accumulations which had ended in making the Bibliothèque Nationale of Paris the depository of more Greek manuscripts than any other library outside Greece can show, were the work of the 2 centuries that followed. Of England not much more remains to be said in the present connection, and yet as the history of our progress in this field has been but sparsely investigated, more may be said in this place than a consideration of proportion would perhaps seem to justify. We have rather frequent accounts of the importations of valuable collections of books from Italy. Adam Easton, Bishop of Norwich, who has already engaged our attention, was among the earliest of those who collected in this way. He died in the last quarter of the 14th century. Thomas Walden gave many foreign manuscripts, notable for age and rarity, to the Carmelites of London. John Gunthorpe, Dean of Wells, deposited a precious collection formed in Italy at Jesu College in Cambridge. It is still possible to trace the greater part of the gifts made by William Gray, Bishop of Ely, to Balliol College. Another Oxford college, Lincoln, possesses a manuscript of the Acts and Catholic Epistles in Greek, which was given to it in 1483 by Robert Fleming, Dean of Lincoln. Fleming was another of those who had traveled in Italy, and he is credited for having compiled a Greek dictionary. At Lincoln College is also a copy of the Gospels in Greek, which was the gift of Edmund Audley, Bishop of Salisbury, in 1502. Gone, alas, are the collections, amounting in all to nearly 600 volumes, which Duke Humphrey of Gloucester gave at different times to the University of Oxford. Gone, too, for the most part, is that imported by William Tilley of Selling, prior of Christ Church, Canterbury, the friend of Politan and the patron of Linacre. During the 2 long visits that he paid to Italy, Selling had brought together a number of books, We have no list of them, but his contemporaries evidently accounted them very choice and precious. The tradition was even current, though we must gravely question its correctness, that among them was a copy of the De Republica of Cicero. They were deposited in the prior's lodging on his return, and unfortunately were never transferred to the main library of the monastery. On the eve of the dissolution, a royal commissioner, Leighton, and his train were lodged in the building which contained the books. An accidental fire, the responsibility for which is laid by the monks upon Leighton's drunken servants, burst out, and the treasured library of Selling was consumed. A few survivors are enumerated by Leland, notably a copy of Basil's commentary on Isaiah in Greek. A few, which he does not name, can be traced in our libraries now. Among them must in all probability be reckoned the first copy of Homer, whose presence can be definitely traced in England since the days of Theodore of Tarsus. That copies of the newly recovered writings of the Latin fathers and of the new translations from the Greek made their way to England among these various collections is not surprising. Both among Selling's books and among those which Bishop Gray gave to Balliol College we find translations by Aretinus and by Traversari. In Gray's list, Lactantius and Tertullian are also represented. His copy of the Apology of the latter suggests a curious question. It is enriched with marginal notes, which in the opinion of the antiquaries of an older day were due to the pen of a 12th century critic, no less a person indeed than William of Malmesbury. But the manuscript which contains them is of the 15th century, and is the work of a foreign scribe, and the notes themselves afford no clue to their author. The library of St. Augustine's Abbey at Canterbury again possessed the Apology of Tertullian, but we can only guess at the date of the manuscript, and a wide range is open to us, since the catalogue in which it is entered was drawn up in the last years of the 15th century. It is to be feared that this country did not contribute in any important degree to the stock of new material which was being made available for the world's use. Poggio's visit to England was a failure in this, as in other respects. Had he been able to explore the libraries of the great monasteries of the West or of the North, Glastonbury, Worcester, and the scenes of Beta's activity, he would not have returned empty-handed. Many books lay in hiding there, which he would have been glad to secure, and after years we find the English scholars actively playing their part in the matter of accumulating books. At present we must leave them, in order to inquire rather more briefly into the records of the movement in Germany and Switzerland. The Council of Basel, 1431, had in one respect a remarkable and far-reaching influence on literature. The Dominican, John of Ragusa, afterwards cardinal, who figured there, left in the Dominican convent of the city a collection of books which in later years acquired a peculiar importance. They included 3 manuscripts of parts of the New Testament in Greek, and others were subsequently added to their number by purchase by the brethren of the house. These manuscripts were not only the first Greek books to which Johann Reuchlin had access, but were in after years well nigh the sole authorities used by Erasmus for the constitution of the first published text of the Greek Testament. Few cities outside Italy could at that time have supplied even such facilities as this to an intending editor of the sacred text, and we may be grateful for the accident on which their presence at Basel depended. Another of this cardinal's works, which since his day has found a home at Eton College, is still the only known source of attractive some celebrity, current under the name of Athanasius. It seems not unfair to say that Germany, the country which in the middle of the 15th century gave to the cause of enlightenment its mightiest weapon, in the shape of the printing press, did little more than that cause, at least of her own initiative, in the course of that century. To the learning of the next her contributions were enormous, but for the moment she is conspicuous not by bringing light to her own hidden treasures, but by parting with them to strangers. The number of ancient texts, both classical and patristic, which were exported from German abbeys to Italy was very large, and scarcely less remarkable was the number and quality of those which remained undiscovered until native scholars of a later generation scented them out. Yet there were German book collectors before 1450, and to one of them it may be well to devote a few words. In the letters of Poggio and his contemporaries, there is not unfrequent mention of one Nicholas of Trier as a successful collector and discoverer. It is a probability, and indeed it has been accounted nearer a certainty, that he is identical with Nicholas of Cusa, afterwards cardinal, who became famous as a politician, as a mathematician and reformer of the calendar, and as a writer against Islam. Cusanus died in 1464, and bequeathed to a hospital he had founded at Cues on the Mosel, his native town, the books brought together by him during his residence in Italy and his journeys to the Greek lands. At Cues a good many of them still remain. The collection has to some extent suffered from an exchange of old lamps for new, which was effected in the last century to the advantage of the Harleian Library, but the books which are now at the Hospital of St. Nicholas at Cues are both individually and collectively worthy of notice. 2 Greco-Latin Psalters of the 8th and 9th centuries, 3 other Greek manuscripts, one being an early and famous Catena on St. John's Gospel, and 2 copies of most of the Old Testament in Hebrew are the striking features among the biblical works. In the patristic section is a volume transcribed for the cardinal which contains certain works then of very rare occurrence. Optatus of Milevis against the Donatists, Origen de Principis, Tertullian's Apology, and the Shepherd of Hermas. There are moreover 2 early Cyprians and copies of the Latin versions, old or recent, of works of Athanasius, of Eusebius's Preparatio Evangelica, of Cyril, of Philo, of Aristeas, and of Dionysius. In addition to these, the presence of the earlier polemics against the Mohammedans, of works of Raymond Lull in great profusion, and of the new versions of Plato and Aristotle, gives a special character to this forgotten storehouse. In spite of the losses it has suffered, the Library of Cues is to be reckoned among the most perfect and unadulterated examples that have survived of the collection of a single scholar of the middle of the 15th century. So much as to the formation of libraries in various parts of Europe, and of its relation to the Christian Renaissance. We have designedly devoted a considerable space to this side of our subject, inasmuch as it has not as yet been adequately appreciated by the generality. To most men the study of inventories and catalogues seems dry work, but the evidence derivable from it is of a kind not easily to be upset. It must be remembered, besides, that the existence of these libraries did not affect their possessors only. Most of them were thrown open to students of all classes, so that they were centers not only for the preservation of literature, but for a wide and rapid diffusion of knowledge. We may have other occasion to recur shortly to the topic of book preservation. At present 2 other subjects intimately connected with the development of learning in the 15th century appear to require comment. The first is the work of those who made translations of the newly imported Greek literature. The fact that very many of those who welcomed the fresh materials for study were unable to use them in their original forms needs little explanation. Petrarch himself never mastered Greek. But whichever of several readily intelligible causes it was that gave rise to the demand for translations, it is certain that they were actually made in great numbers. There was, as we have noted, a considerable stock of them of older date already in circulation. Works of Origen, Athanasius, Basil, Gregory Nazianzen, and Chrysostom were all available. Many of these, and particularly those by Bergondio of Pisa, were accounted obscure and barbarous. Many other works of the same authors had never been current in Latin at all. There was thus room for a fresh translation of a whole literature. We have already encountered, by the way, the names of some of those who put their hands to the work. Probably the most important laborer in this field was Ambrogio Traversari, general of the Camaldolite order, who died in 1438. To him the Church owed an improved version of the homilies of Chrysostom on the Pauline epistles, of other tracts by the same father, of the Greek Vitae Patrum, of Dionysius the Areopagite, of Anises of Gaza, and not a few other books. His joy in his labor of translating, which was the great object of his life, appears over and over again in the hundreds of letters we possess from his pen. The interruptions in his work, which his appointment to the generalship of his order occasioned, were a constant grievance. Bitter were his regrets when he yielded to the persuasions of Cosmo de Medici and undertaken to make a Latin version of Diogenes Laertius, not solely because the task distracted his attention from the holy doctors, but because the lives of the pagan philosophers was not a subject upon which a Christian monk should spend his time. Of all the prominent translators, Traversari is perhaps the one who has most clearly before him the thought that it is a worthy task to reopen to the Latins the minds of Greek theology. We see, of course, in him the same rather disappointing want of interest in the writers of the very earliest Christian period that we have noticed in studying the library catalogues. Disappointing because the conviction can hardly be resisted that, had the scholars of the 15th century made special and definite inquiries, they would have been in time to recover writings which have since perished. It is impracticable to discuss at any length the productions of the multitude of translators contemporary with or subsequent to Traversari. We may mention but one of the most notable among them. Next to the Stromatus of Clement of Alexandria, no patristic treatise is more remarkable for the number and value of the ancient authorities whom it quotes than the Preparatio Evangelica of Eusebius. It therefore naturally attracted the attention of the lover of pagan antiquity, as well as of the smaller band who desired to learn more of the origins of Christianity, and to the men of the Middle Ages it had been absolutely unknown. The Latin version of it, by George of Trebizond, was one of the most important additions to learning which that age could have seen. It opened a whole new realm of forgotten history. From it men first learned the names of such writers as Zenconiathan, Manetho, and Barossos. Indeed, the publication of the book may very probably have paved the way for the once famous forgeries of Annius of Viterbo, translations of some part of Philo's works, and of the venerable Hellenistic forgery known as the Letter of Aristeas, were also produced before the middle of the 15th century. Much then had been done towards reopening the ancient storehouses before the date at which it was long fashionable to say that the revival of Greek learning began, the taking of Constantinople in 1453. Much, too, before the printing press had been set up. Great libraries had been formed, and translators had been at work, and to such good purpose that a very representative collection of Greek theology was readily accessible to any studious Western. The next development that we look for is the rise of the critical instinct. The 15th century produced one critic who died before its close, Lorenzo Valla. He, though uninspired by any interest in the Christian religion, did a considerable service to the cause of truth by pointing out the falsity of certain documents which had long taken high rank among the archives of the Church. One of these was the donation of Constantine, a forgery easy to detect when attention was once drawn to it, but yet a monument whose apparent importance was so great that the fate of Uzzah might have seemed likely to await the man who first laid hands upon it. The other was the group of works which passed under the name of Dionysius the Areopagite. We have seen something of the popularity of these books, as attested by the multiplicity of versions in which they were current, and indeed so important are they in themselves as a meeting ground of Christian theology and Greek philosophy, that they may be considered not unworthy of the pains lavished upon them by Erigena, Saracensis, Grosseteste, and Traversari. The last word has not yet been said as to their origin in history, but it is clear enough that the first word was spoken by Lorenzo Valla. No one before him had questioned the claim of these writings to be regarded as works of the apostolic age. Hardly anyone since his time has had a word to say in defense of that claim. The story of Grocyn's relation to them, of the high value he set upon them at first, and of his later conviction that Vala's estimate of them was the true one, a conviction which, with characteristic honesty, he hastened to make public, forms as good an illustration as any that can be found of the spirit that was abroad. New estimates of the old documents were being formed as a direct result of the accession of new materials for study. One question of the highest importance to our subject has been left out of consideration in the preceding remarks. What was the condition of things as regards the text of the Scriptures, the fountainhead of Christian science? Since 1455 the Church had had in its hands a printed Bible in Latin, and more than one vernacular version had seen the light. The Old Testament also had been printed in Hebrew by Italian Jews. But what was the quality of these texts? Had Roger Bacon's aspirations for a Latin Bible, corrected according to the oldest copies, and for the multiplication and distribution among the clergy of the Scriptures in the original tongues, been satisfied? The question must be answered in the negative. Of the many printed Vulgates, none offered a text constructed on critical principles, and it is probable that of the earliest Hebrew Bibles, such as that of Sonsino, few copies made their way into Christian hands. The first important attempt to present the world with a complete Bible in the original was made in Spain, a country which in after years contributed less than most to the cause of Christian science. The Complutensian polyglot gave us the first printed Septuagint, and the first printed, though not the first published, New Testament in Greek. For the formation of the text of the Septuagint and the Latin Vulgate, great pains were taken to collect early manuscript authorities. 2 Septuagint manuscripts were borrowed from Rome. The Vatican Bible of the 4th century was not among them, probably because its age and importance were not known to Ximenes and his colleagues. For the Latin text, Spain itself possessed authorities as early as could readily be found elsewhere. The Greek text of the New Testament was formed from less good sources, and not one of the manuscripts used can now be identified with certainty. No praise is too high for the design of Ximenes, and as regards the execution, it is doubtful whether the best scholarship of all Europe, had it been mustered at Alcalá for the work, could have produced a much better result. The science of textual criticism was scarcely born. At this time, and for years afterwards, scholars such as Erasmus had no hesitation as to printing a text from a single manuscript, and from sending that manuscript as copy to the press. Though printed in 1514, the Complutensian New Testament was not published for some years. It seems indeed that copies of the whole work were not procurable earlier than 1522. The story of the preparation of the Greek New Testament, which was actually the first in circulation, is well known. Neither in its object, the anticipation of the Complutensian text, nor in the manner of its preparation does it seem to us deserving of praise. Hurried through the press of Froben between September and March, it was formed on the authority of 6 manuscripts at most, the best of which Erasmus neglected almost entirely to consult. We have already traced the history of some of these manuscripts, and have seen them in the hands of Johann Reuchlin. 4 of them are still at Basel, a 5th now in the Oettingen Wallerstein Library at Meiningen, was the one authority available for the Apocalypse. The last 6 verses of the last chapter are missing, and Erasmus was reduced to translating them into rather surprising Greek from the Latin Vulgate. The 6th authority was not a copy of the New Testament, but of Theophylact's commentary on the Gospels, apparently still at Basel. It is this Theophylact, Archbishop of Bulgaria, who is designated in Erasmus's preface by the mysterious name Vulgarius. Faulty as was the Erasmian edition, it was a truly epoch-making book. It was the ancestor of the Textus Receptus, and the channel by which the Greek text of the New Testament was most widely diffused. This was natural not only because Erasmus was first in the field, but because his text, in its many editions, was far cheaper and more convenient than the huge polyglot, of which but 600 copies in all were printed. To trace the history of the printed Greek Testament through the various editions of Erasmus, of Aldus, of Simon de Colines, and of the Estiens is beyond the scope of this chapter. We must be content with noticing that in Robert Estien's third edition, that of 1550, known as Editio Regia, a considerable advance in textual criticism is perceptible. Estienne employed not less than 15 manuscripts for the correction of his text. Most of these have been identified. 11 are at Paris and 2 at Cambridge. Since the original text of the New Testament had been allowed to remain so long unprinted, it was hardly to be expected that the older Oriental versions should be very quick in making their appearance. Indeed, it was not until just after the middle of the century that one of the most important, the Syriac, first saw the light. In 1555, the Austrian Chancellor of Ferdinand I, Johann Albrecht Wiedemannsstetter, enabled a native Syrian priest, Moses of Martin, to publish an edition of the Peshitta version of the New Testament at Vienna. Wiedemannsstetter had himself been interested in Syriac before this. A rather famous Syrian monk, Theseus Ambrosius, had been his teacher. It is commonly said that the eccentric and possibly insane Guillaume Postel had a hand in the production of this first Syriac New Testament, of which 300 copies were sent to the Maronite Patriarch and him of Antioch. It is our task to deal chiefly with beginnings, but it is impossible to pass entirely unnoticed the Roman edition of the Septuagint version, which appeared in 1587. Its text was based mainly on the great Vatican manuscript, and the committee of scholars who superintended its production included the Cardinals Serletto and Carafa, as well as Latino Latini and Pierre Morin. This was not an editio princeps, but to biblical scholars it was of enormous importance. The version had been already twice printed, first in the Complutensian polyglot, and next by Aldus in 1518. But in the Roman edition, a manuscript of first-class value was for the first time utilized. Until the 19th century, indeed, the text of the Vatican manuscript was only known by means of this book. The attempts of Sixtus V and Clement VIII to supply the Church with an authoritative text of the Latin Vulgate were, as we know, not brought to a satisfactory issue, but the fact that the attempt was made deserves at least a passing notice. With the translators and expounders of the Bible, it is simply impossible to deal. With regard to the first, it can only be said broadly that the 16th century saw innumerable new versions of the Scriptures. Many were in Latin, e.g. that of Sanctius Pagnius, and attempted either fidelity or elegance of style or both. Others were in the vernacular of this or that country, and these were naturally in most cases the offspring of the reforming movement. The high standard of knowledge which was attainable can be readily indicated to Englishmen by reference to the authorized version of 1611. The scholars whose work we see in this were essentially men of the 16th century. As to the commentators, it is even more hopeless to attempt to enter into detail. Les Faits des Peuples, Colet, Sadoleto, Erasmus were all of them men who advanced the cause of sacred learning by trying to ascertain the actual meaning of the words of Scripture, instead of presenting their readers with a réchauffé of the glossa ordinaria, or fashioning every sentence into a weapon of controversy. But besides these, there were innumerable writers who contributed to the elucidation of both Testaments. They were confined to no one sect or country, but their names must not be sought here. Something must now be said of the growth of Hebrew studies among Christian scholars. The 13th, 14th, and 15th centuries have produced a number of men who, for the purpose either of biblical study or of controversy, had acquired a knowledge of Hebrew. and from time to time the Church had attempted to encourage and foster such students. The close of the 15th century saw a new development in this, as in other branches of sacred learning. The brilliant young noble and scholar Pico della Mirandola may not unfairly be singled out as the beginner of the movement. His training in classical philosophy, coupled with his deep interest in theological study, made him eagerly seek and warmly welcome a system of learning which professed to be the fountainhead of both subjects. This system was the Jewish Kabbalah, ostensibly as old as the patriarch Abraham. Its principal documents are now known to be productions of the 13th century, and intrinsically they are wholly unworthy of the reverence which has been paid to them by many great minds. The influence they exercised may be compared with that of the pseudo-Dionysian writings, though it was less widely felt and less enduring. Pico saw no reason to doubt the claim of the Kabbalistic books to be a reverend antiquity, and he did his best to impart to the world the treasure he thought he had found. His work is mainly important because of the effect it had upon Johann Reuchlin. We have had occasion already to mention Reuchlin as a student of Greek, but in popularizing the study of that language and literature, he did little as compared with Erasmus and many others. In Hebrew, however, he was the teacher of the modern world. His personal instruction, and by the compiling of grammars, reading books, and a rudimentary lexicon, he became unconsciously the first who carried into effect the aspirations of Roger Bacon. And it is unquestionable that he owed the interest he felt in the sacred tongue in a large measure to the work of Pico della Mirandola. By this he was attracted to the study of the Kabbalah, and in praise of the Kabbalah his most voluminous works were written. Nor can his famous defense of the rabbinic books be wholly disassociated from the consequences of Pico's influence, though in this respect the debt he owed to his Jewish instructors must evidently be taken into account. Reuchlin, it could be further noted, was well nigh the first German Hebraist, though in England, France, and Italy it has been easy to name scholars throughout the medieval period who had more or less knowledge of the language. Such has not been the case as regards Germany. Yet this slowness to receive the new learning was more than compensated by the ardor and thoroughness with which it was utilized when once its value had been recognized. If the beginnings of a revival in Christian learning can be traced to Bacon and Grosseteste in the 13th century, there can be little doubt that the central figure of the whole movement is Erasmus. This is a commonplace, and when it has been set down, the difficulty of deciding how much detail should be added to the bare statement is very great. His personality cannot be adequately set forth within the limits of a single chapter. His career has been shortly traced elsewhere in this volume. The most that can be done here is to summarize the work done by him in reopening the long-closed pages of the Church's early literature. We have spoken already of what is usually accounted his greatest service in that department, the publication of the Greek text of the New Testament, but we have seen that his best work was not put into this. It was a hurried production, and the task of forming a really good Greek text of a set of documents with so long and complex a history as the books which composed the New Testament was a task beyond the powers of any individual. Many generations of textual critics were destined to collect materials and to elaborate theories before the principles on which the work must be done were formulated, and even in our own day perfection has not been attained. Erasmus was far more at home and far more successful in dealing with patristic texts. His hero among Christian scholars was St. Jerome. Before the close of the 15th century, we find him giving expression to his desire that he might be enabled to improve the text of this father's works, and in particular that of his epistles. In these, as is well known, there is a multitude of Greek and Hebrew quotations. Anyone who has looked at, say, a 12th century manuscript of the letters will remember what a scene of confusion is certain to take place when the scribe is confronted with one of these passages. The best that one can hope for is an unintelligent imitation of the Greek uncial characters, upon which conjecture more or less scientific may be founded. Too often the copyist's courage deserts him, and a blank is left. The earlier editions of Jerome were no better than the manuscripts. Erasmus is never tired of saying that before his time Jerome could not be read. Johann Amerbach, the printer, had set on foot the enterprise of a new issue of Jerome's writings, and had engaged the services of Reuchlin and others to amend the text. Reuchlin's works, which had to do more especially with the Greek and Hebrew quotations just mentioned, was, it seems, done more by conjecture than by the authority of manuscripts. More successful was Johann Kono, a Dominican of Nuremberg, who made use of such ancient copies as he could find. At Amerbach's death the edition was incomplete. It was continued by his two sons in conjunction with Johann Froben, and at this point Erasmus's services were called in. In 1516 the work was published and dedicated by Erasmus to Warham, Archbishop of Canterbury. The prefaces to this and to the other editions of patristic texts which Erasmus superintended contain perhaps the most instructive expressions of his attitude as a Christian scholar which can readily be found. Irenaeus, Origen, Athanasius, Basil, Chrysostom among the Greeks, Cyprian, Hilary, Augustine, and Arnobius on the Psalms among the Latins, all benefited by his critical care. He is the first, perhaps, who had a glimpse of the true greatness of Origen. One page of Origen, he says, is preferable to 10 of Augustine, and yet such all-important books as the Commentary upon John and the Tract on Prayer were unknown to him. Nothing is more conspicuous in him than the acuteness of his critical sense. In his preface to Hilary he dwells at some length upon the corruptions and interpolations of his manuscript authorities. His conjectural emendations are most noteworthy. One, the substitution of oxian faciens for ores in faciens in the Pseudo-Arnobius, is worthy of a Bentley. His sense of style is wonderfully keen. Over and over again he detects and rejects tracts wrongly fathered on one or other of his authors. Not that he is free from error in these matters. He is not sure whether Irenaeus wrote in Greek or Latin. He identifies Arnobius, the author of a commentary on the Psalms, with Arnobius the apologist, and he is inclined to repudiate Chrysostom's homilies on the Acts, a genuine though poor work of that father's. En revanche, he rightly pronounces the Opus Imperfectum in Matea to be the reproduction of an Arian, yet this work, by the irony of fate, had during the Middle Ages been far more widely disseminated under Chrysostom's name among the Latins than anything that Chrysostom really wrote. In the preface to Hilary is a passage which sums up the position of Erasmus towards the ancient and the scholastic learning far better than we could do it for ourselves. We have no right to despise the discoveries or improvements which have originated in the minds of our contemporaries, yet it is an unscrupulous intellect that does not pay to antiquity its due reverence, and an ungrateful one that rejects those to whose industry the Christian world owes so much. What would sacred learning be without the labors of Origen, Tertullian, Chrysostom, Jerome, Hilary, and Augustine? I do not hold that even the works of Thomas Aquinas or Scotus should be entirely set aside. They wrote for their age, and delivered to us much that they drew from the writings of the ancients, and expounded most acutely. On the other hand, I cannot approve the churlishness of those who set so much store by authors of this class that they think it necessary to protest against the providential revival of good literature all over the world. There are many kinds of genius. Each age has its different gifts. Let each man contribute what he can, and let none envy another who does his best to make some useful addition to the common stock of knowledge. To the ancients reverence is due, and in particular to those who are commended by holiness of life as well as by learning and eloquence. Yet they are to be read with discretion. The moderns have a right to fair play. Read them without prejudice, but not without discrimination. In any case, let us avoid heated contention, the bane of peace and concord. Such was the spirit in which Erasmus strove to work. In some words of his good friend and fellow worker, Beatus Renatus tells us something of the effect of his work on his own age. He was sufficiently outspoken on the subject of sacred learning, for, to use his own words in a letter to a friend, he saw that more than enough was made of scholastic theology, and that the ancient learning was quite set at naught. Theologians were so much occupied with the subtleties of Scotus that the fountainhead of divine wisdom was never reached by them. We begin, God be thanked, to see the fruit of these warnings. Instead of Hales and Halcott, the pages of Cyprian, Augustine, Ambrose, and Jerome are studied by our divines in their due season. End of section 59.